Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Astra Carnival, the Prince Cup, and my name is Dylan. It's really great to meet every one of you right here, especially for those who are watching the live stream right now. And I'm here at the Summit Pyramid, Malaysia, and there are so many of you right in front of me. Are you guys excited for the coming down tournament? Can you give me some noise right here? Yeah, we have so much of fun with all the shoppers around here and all the big fans of Genshin Impact, and we have fun with them. We have activities going on this morning and the past few days, and we're giving out some prizes there. Oh, we got friends up there. Oh, hi. Can we hear some noise from you guys? How about you guys? You guys are like not excited. Are you guys excited or not? All right, that's right. We finally came to the last day, the semi-final and the grand final round today, 24th September 2023. And we finally got the top 4 finalists today. And let's see who is going to win back the honor to be the champion, to win back the prize pool. And we have about like 16,000 US dollar for the grand prize winner for the champion, all right? So we shall get excited and let's see, all right, who is going to be the champion on this tournament. And again, especially to all for those who are watching the live right now, if it just so happens you are the Malaysian, you stay nearby to Summit Pyramid, I would send out the invitation to you. Come to our event today at Summit Pyramid because why? Trust me, we have so much excitement here. We have so much fun right here, all right? And especially I have fans right here with me right now watching it live together with us, all right? So, ladies and gentlemen, before we get down to the grand final, or it is semi-final. Before we get out to the semi-final round, we're gonna hide up a little bit of this event, all right? Beside the noises, okay, and the cheer from our big fans right here, we're gonna line you out with the opening performance, ladies and gentlemen. So we shall begin the opening performance, and definitely we're gonna hide up a little bit before we bring you down to the semi-final. Let's enjoy the performance. That's a beautiful performance. That's amazing. All right, so once again, especially for those who are just walking to our live stream, if you guys are wondering what is going on right now here, we have this tournament going on right now at Siam Pyramid, Malaysia. All right, the Astra Carnival, the Prince Cup is happening today, and we are finally getting down to the semi-final. All right, and before we getting you down to the semi-final round, okay, we're gonna do a little bit short recap on what is going on yesterday during the qualifier. All right, so let's back to the caster. Enjoy the show.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back for day 2 of this Prince Cup tournament. My name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah.
And I'm Blep at Blep the Cat, professor of Invocation Academy on YouTube. And before we get into the TCG action, that was an amazing musical
It
performance.
was so beautiful. My favorite OSTs were being played. The musicians were amazing.
Yeah, that introduction song, the Genshin theme, really took me back to the first day, 3 years ago now almost, that I opened up and started playing Genshin Impact. And I couldn't have imagined that that journey would bring me here in Malaysia.
I know. It's been such a long journey for us, and we never
Really has.
expected to have the opportunity to be casting for a tournament this big. It's really awesome to be here in the Sunway Pyramid. You know, there's mall goers in front of us, and players can be playing behind us. But we're about to get into a recap of what happened yesterday, so you'll see it on your screen really quickly. So this was our first best of 3 between Arc and Hua. Of course, Arc taking the first best of 3, 2-0.
Yeah, and a very surprising finish. I think he was also surprised as we being able to clutch that game right at the end there with 3 extra dice with official skill.
Yeah, pretty standard decks here. We have Agent EC into Pyro Kaching. Arc taking the win here, of course.
2-0.
Look how happy he is. And here's our second game. Oh, this is second best of 3 actually. So Kong versus Inzaghi here.
And Inzaghi going, really taking the first loss here is a very big mental hurdle, but you know, sticking with the same deck again, able to overcome and kind of reverse sweep 2-1.
And that's kind of what he said in his interview, right? He knew he was going to win those last 2 games.
Well, he felt confident at the very least. You never know with Genius Invocation, you know, sometimes the dice and cards don't favor you, and I think definitely in this case did not favor Kong in the last 2 matches, but obviously very relieved. It takes a lot to get to the top 4.
Definitely, and this was our third best of 3 between Darian and Rev. Of course, Rev taking it 2-0, I believe again. So
Very calm.
very interesting deck here with Chi-Chi, Ocean, and Shangling. I hope we can see it today.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully no pressure, but, you know, Rev, one of the calmest players, you know, very expressionless and methodical as he takes out his opponents. But again, a convincing 2-0 win against his opponent.
His heart rate normally, like, it started very low. It was at about, like, 75 or something.
Yeah.
It did go up over time. You can see the heart rates on the screen here. You'll see them later during the semifinals. But, yeah, he was just going with the vibes, as he said.
Look at that. Look how slowly he takes off his headset there.
And this is our last best of 3 between Z Krimlet and Ian Ratan. Of course, Z Krimlet taking this one. So
yeah, I think one of the favorites of the tournament as well. One of the players with the most extensive tournament history that we are familiar with.
yes,
and again,
he's been playing since the Alphas and Cassiel's Gathering. So
yeah, definitely a very convincing finish as well. Taking the first game in a very flourishing finish. Definitely, if you have a chance to go back, watch that first game in that best of 3.
yes, and so I mean, seeing these 4 players participate today, I'm really excited, you know, having went through all those best of 3s yesterday in the quarterfinals. You know, Rev and Z Krimlet are kind of opposites here because, you know, Z Krimlet had his heart rate like 160 the entire time. His hands were like shaking, but Rev is just totally calm, you know.
Yeah, and we definitely have a very exciting match first up as well in our best of 3 between Arc and Inzaghi, which is a bit of a rematch. And we'll definitely get to more of the players and their personalities and their backgrounds a little bit more as we head more into our matches. We have a lot of TCG to bring you guys today. You know, day 1 was very action-packed. If you missed it, definitely check out the live stream. But day 2 is going to be better, I think.
Yeah, and if you're new to Genius Invocation, this is definitely a great opportunity to learn more about the game. You know, these players have brought very meta decks today, like decks that they're tried and true, and then also some creative ones unique to them. So hopefully we'll get to see a bit of both today. We'll be getting into that a little bit later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think for now we'll probably take a break and come back later with more action right here in the Sunway Pyramid.
We will be throwing to a break.
Magic should be mysterious, surprising, and defy logic. Magic is hard work. Every single movement has to be practiced thousands of times.
It's alright. We're used to that.
We're sorry. You've taught us so much, but we can't tell you the whole truth.
It's okay. Do you still remember what I told you? This world is full of lies and falsehoods. I only hope that one day you can find your own truth.
What about you? Have you found your truth?
Magic is my truth. I want to perform a magic trick so great that people will always think of me when they talk about it. For a magician, what greater honor could there be?
Behold! Lenny is sealed inside the box. Will he manage to escape? 10 years ago, Caesar attempted this very trick, and it was at this precise moment that...
Watch out!
Mysterious. Surprising. And logic-defying. Isn't that right? This honor belongs to you, Caesar. I'm just sorry it's a little late. Magic is an art of performance. But before the performance begins, a little preparation is needed. Welcome to Lenny and Lynette's Magic Show! Which is real, and which is an illusion. Take a guess, because our next trick is about to begin. Let's get this show on the road. This has been Lenny and Lynette's Magic Show. Thanks for watching.
It's just a rehearsal, you know? Aren't you overdoing it?
It's the only way to iron out the wrinkles. Well, Fermine, what do you think?
I think it was excellent. If I had to make a suggestion, how about giving Pear a part in the show? As you know, diving is one of the few things I'm any good at. I spend more time among the Tidalga than I do talking to people. Whenever I feel lonely at night, Pear is the one who's always there for me. Pear, I'll keep you safe.
Frost is coming!
I once swore an oath that I would do whatever it takes to protect this family and never look back.
Commence Instant cleanup! Getting gear!
So long as the light of the hearth still shines, I'll always have a home to return to.
Magic is a kind of real illusion, and those few who excel at making illusions that shock and amaze will become renowned among magicians. From the performance posters adorning the opera houses of Fontaine to the hearty recommendations of hotel concierges and conversations with citizens on the streets, it isn't difficult to guess who the title of most popular magician belongs to.
We'll be a traveling magic troupe.
Magic is not simply a stage performance for Lyney, for the tricks of the trade have become a part of his everyday life. If you were to liken the battlefield to a stage, Lyney's bow and arrows would be his props, while the talented magician himself creates surprises for anyone watching the show. Those who are keen observers are more familiar with their own blind spots. When Lyney is in the party, the location of items unique to Fontaine will appear on your minimap, making it easier to gather resources. Lyney's normal attack can combo up to 4 consecutive shots, dealing physical damage. With a charged attack, Lyney executes a more precise aimed shot that deals increased damage. The shot has different effects depending on how long the charging lasts. At charge level 1, Lyney fires off a pyro-infused arrow that deals pyro damage. At charge level 2, Lyney fires off a prop arrow that deals pyro damage. After hitting, a Grin-Malkin hat will be summoned. Grin-Malkin hats can taunt nearby opponents, causing them to attack the hat. Each opponent can only be taunted periodically. When a Grin-Malkin hat is destroyed, or its duration expires, it will fire off a pyrotechnic strike at a nearby opponent, dealing pyro damage. Only one Grin-Malkin hat can exist at once. It inherits HP in proportion to Lyney's maximum HP. In addition, if Lyney's HP is higher than a certain threshold when he fires a prop arrow, Lyney will consume a portion of his own HP to obtain 1 prop surplus stack. The number of stacks is limited, and all stacks will be removed once Lyney stays out of combat for too long. Lyney's HP cannot fall below a certain threshold in this way. After unlocking the talent Perilous Performance, if Lyney consumes HP by firing off a prop arrow, the Grin-Malkin hat will restore a certain amount of elemental energy after it strikes an enemy, and will gain increased damage based on its attack. Prop arrows periodically call down Spirit Breath thorns upon the location they hit, dealing Numa-aligned pyro damage. Using his elemental skill, Lyney does a flourish with his hat, unleashing a firework surprise when a Grin-Malkin hat created by Lyney is on the field. The fireworks will cause it to explode violently, dealing AoE pyro damage equivalent to a pyrotechnic strike. Damage dealt by the Grin-Malkin hat in this way is considered charged attack damage. When Lyney uses his elemental skill, all prop surplus stacks will be cleared, dealing AoE pyro damage to opponents in front of him. Damage will be increased based on the number of stacks cleared, and Lyney's HP will be regenerated based on his max HP.
Let's get this show on the road!
Using his elemental burst, Lyney unleashes his magic, turning into a fast-moving Grin-Malkin cat. This is not to be confused with the Grin-Malkin hat. They're 2 different props. When the Grin-Malkin...
Welcome back here to the Astra Carnival, the Prince Cup tournament, and things are getting excited right here at the Summer Pyramid. As we can see, there is a medal on the center of the table right now, and let's see who is going to be the champion to win this trophy back. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring you top 4 winner with us right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to give out to the first one, the top finalist here. Let's welcome Ark, Inzaki, Rave, and last but not least, Z Crumlet. These are the top 4 for today's tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause. All right, we can't wait to see the coming down of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. So right now, we shall pass it back to the caster.
Hello once again, my name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah.
And this is Blep at Blep the Cat. We have an amazing top 4, and I'm so
We
excited.
really
to
do
get
have
matches.
an amazing top 4. I know some of these players have really been looking forward to facing each other. So
Yes. There's some, I guess, grudges, I guess, to be figured out here. But one of the cool things about that, these top 4 players do actually know and play with each other.
Yes.
We're really at a stage of Geniusification where people start to form these almost like semi-professional teams. You see it sometimes in esports, and they're able to test and play together and really improve significantly more than anyone playing individually.
Yeah, a lot of the decks that are in the meta right now kind of come from these groups that have formed in the community. They all play with each other, so they have played the decks that have the highest win rate against each other and also against random opponents, and they've kind of fine-tuned them. So
yeah, and I think it's really going to show just how much strategy and skill is involved. I think something like Geniusification is very obvious to focus on the random elements, the cards you draw, the dice you roll, sometimes they do and don't go your way. But there is a lot of skill to the game, and the fact that we have consistent players who are consistently coming at high ranks into these tournaments, and this top 4 right here behind us at the Summer Pyramid really goes to show the difference that skill does make in something like this.
a lot of counting.
A lot of math, yeah.
A lot of math.
That's one thing that TCG people who don't really play TCGs all much don't realize. It's a lot of math and a lot of counting, which I love.
Well, every single number matters.
It does.
1 point of damage, 1 dice, 1 card could make the world of difference in this game.
Yeah, if you ever see one of the players in the profile camera start to stop and then look up to the top right and kind of think, they're counting. They're counting all the numbers, the exact damage needed, and whether or not they have what it takes to win.
And here we have our bracket. So to summarize, we played our quarterfinals yesterday at the Sunway Pyramid. Ark going 2-0 against Hua, Isagi going 2-1 against Kong, Rev going 2-0 against Diarin, and Z Krumlet going 2-0 against Ian Ratan. So today, you can see Ark versus Inzaki will be our first best of 3 in the semifinal match, and then our second best of 3 will be Rev versus Z Krumlet. And then the winner of those 2 sets will go on to the grand final today, where we will decide the final winner of the Prince Cup Geniusification tournament here at Sunway Pyramid.
Yeah, and it's a huge prize on the line here, right? Each of these matches, I mean, the best of 3 in the first semifinal and then a best of 5 in the final, you're playing for a lot. Every single game is like thousands of US dollars.
First
worth.
place prize, 16,000.
Yeah.
I think all of these top 4 players have already earned 4,500 each.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, if you would win the semifinals, you'll earn more, but that is like the base right now for 3rd and 4th place. So.
Yeah, I mean, more than the money, it is really more about the bragging rights. Like, not many of these tournaments come about, and to have the title of a Prince Cup champion of your respective region is a big deal.
It is definitely a big deal. And of course, so this region, there's 4 different regions here: Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. So these players come from many of those regions.
Yeah, and really exciting. And of course, big shout out to our 4 players who did not make the top 8 yesterday.
Yes, they did put on a good showing.
Yeah, and again, just to remind that it's so hard even to get here into the top 8, and those players are walking home with a exclusive golden card back. If you see them playing on the ladder, you'll be able to identify right away, because you bet they will be flaunting that golden card back to the rest of us.
And also just a shout out to the Cattails Gathering Tournament, where a lot of these players came to this tournament because they were seeded from there. So it's a community tournament. You too, if you're interested in playing Geniusification, you can go to the Cattails Gathering Tournament. Just sign up with your UID and player level, and we'll see you for Season 5, I guess.
Yeah, and tournament experience really matters. I mean, all of the it's a shame, but all the players who didn't have that tournament experience did actually get knocked out before they got to the top 4.
Yeah, I mean,
having more time to not only play against other skilled players and have the time to build up that tournament experience and not get so nervous up on the big stage here does make a huge difference when you know, get to these like really high stakes tournaments.
You know, we know from past tournaments that it's not the defining thing. You know, we've definitely had newcomers come up and succeed, right? But definitely we have a lot more consistent players here. So Arc will be our first player in this first best of 3. Of course, his most used character cards is Raiden, Shenhe, and Chongyun, which is Shenhe SC Superconduct. Very, very popular deck. If you want to try to play it yourself, I'm sure there's a deck list out there that's been procured by pro players.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see the player deck list here once we get into their matches and they select their decks. They will be blind picking against their opponent, but you can see there are a lot of variety in the decks as he's comfortable using. I mean, I tried to catch a quote from the players in the interviews after their best of 3s last night. You know, for Arc, the kind of thing that's something that he's got victory surprisingly. You know, one of the things that came out during, no, it's a good thing. One of the things that came out during this play interview is that he had very good results before in previous patches, but he's been a bit of a rut, I think, lately, not having a lot of top performances, but managing to have a very rocky entry even into the top 8 and then now getting into the top 4. Like, he must be feeling really good.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, he's up against Inzaghi, and we know that he's been really looking forward to this. It's kind of a, you know, the thing going on between them.
We'll get to that in a
like
second.
A rematch.
I think, as we see our second player.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm just looking at the match deck history real quick. So I see Agent EC, and then I see MNEC. MNEC, Mona Nahida Electrocharge, and then Agent EC is Futui Pyro Agent, and then Electrocharge. So a lot of Electrocharge, other than Shenhe SC.
Electrocharge and Superconduct are two of the most, I guess, meta reactions right now. You know, they're very damage efficient. It's very easy to build decks around them, and as kind of we add more cards to Geniusification, we've really seen those two types of decks take off above the other ones in the metagame.
And here we have our second player intro, Inzaghi. Oh, this beautiful Yoimiya Child Pendant Vaporized deck. 83% win rate. He did lose one game yesterday. You see that match history, Shenhe SC, and then all of this Vaporized deck. This is a deck that we're kind of unfamiliar with, but we kind of figured it out along the way. You know, he built this to counter many of the current meta decks. It's a combo deck. The support cards matter a lot.
Yeah, and you know, one of the cool things about, again, these high-level tournaments is that if you're used to playing against specific decks, bringing and building a deck yourself that is really good against some of the well-known decks, but your opponents not knowing how to play against it is a huge advantage. And this is really what this deck is aimed at, right? Like us at the caster booth, we can see this deck. We don't quite know who is the most important, what are the lines the deck plays, and Inzaghi can really use that to his advantage to surprise his opponents. But I say that, but again, these 4 players have played each other a lot, so that advantage kind of shrinks now because you know, they're probably very familiar with Inzaghi, his deck, his build, and his strategies as well. So we're going to see a lot of mind games, I think, in this top 4, because again, it is blind pick. They go in without knowing what their opponent's deck is going to be, and they are trying to predict it. And we saw that yesterday in Inzaghi's best of 3, where he tried to predict what his opponent was going to bring by not banning the Ito deck, but his opponent instead chose a different deck that was actually an unfavorable matchup, and he did end up losing game 1. But our quote from him was, "Losing the first match just means I'll win the second." That confidence that, you know,
and he did. He stuck by his word.
He followed through.
Yeah,
he did. He did lose his first match, but he came back in the second and then the third matches to take that best of 3, and is really confident in his consistency as a player.
Yeah. So I mean, we were saying earlier, just going back a bit, so these players are very familiar with each other and each other's decks, but I still wonder if Inzaghi might have an advantage if he picks this deck, because like part of familiarity is playing against it, part of it is playing with it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, even if you've played against it a bit, if you haven't gone and built it yourself, it could still be kind of hard to get an advantage. Like you have to know the inner workings of a deck to counter it, right? So
I mean, it's a lot of the matchup. It's a lot like playing rock, paper, scissors, especially, you know, if you're against someone you know. So, yeah.
No Electrocute today.
No Electrocute today. No, we haven't seen an Electrocute deck. But it's, you know, there are decks with favorable matchup against other decks which have favorable matchups against a different one, and so on and so forth. So, you know, you can really try and mind game your opponent here by figuring out what maybe they'll pick first. Maybe it's the deck they're most comfortable playing. You know, maybe they'll think, you know, if they think you'll pick this deck, you'll pick a different deck to counter the thing they think you're going to pick, and it's they can just go around in circles and circles. But
I kind of wonder if Inzaghi's going to leave Bin open again. So Bin, for those of you who don't know, it's Barbara Ito Noel. It's a stall deck, and it can cleanse elemental reactions. So Inzaghi definitely built his decks around Bin. I do believe like Arc's most recent match history uses a lot of EC, which is also good into Bin. So
Yeah.
have to see. I think all 4 players brought Bin and Shenhe SC today.
Yeah, there's a lot of
So-
similar decks, and we saw, as a reminder, these best of threes do have 2 bans. The deck players bring 5 decks. They get to ban 2 out of their opponents,
Yep.
and then the opponents have to play with the remaining 3 decks.
And the ones that they ban, they only see the character cards, they don't see the support cards.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, they have no idea what is in the action cards of their opponent's decks.
Yeah.
Unless they watched the stream yesterday
Yeah.
and saw some of the match
I mean,
previews. So.
definitely. I mean, these are competitive players. They would have reviewed their opponent's match history, so they can at least get a sense of what cards are in the decks that they chose to play. But of course, the ones that got banned are still hidden. I mean, the characters do matter the most here, and of course, we didn't see a lot of Ito on camera because it was pretty much banned every
Yeah,
time.
it was a very
played.
common ban, but Shenhe
Yeah.
SC made it through a lot, surprisingly. I almost wonder if we're going to see more bans on that today.
Yeah, it's pretty tough because I think there's 3 very much top decks right now. And here we go. We're going to see the back.
Oh, it's banned. I was wondering if it would get banned. So Bin and the child Yoimiya Vape deck are banned for
Wow.
Inzaghi. Arc is not letting him play that special deck. As for Arc, it looks like Agent EC and Pyro Kaching were banned. So both players are left with MNEC, which is Mona Nahida Electrocharge, Shenhe SC, and then Arc has Bin, while Inzaghi has Agent EC.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if these are the mind games at play here. I think Inzaghi, again, brings that child deck mainly because he don't expect his opponents to ban it, and then he leaves Ito open because he knows he has a favorable matchup into that deck, and a lot of players like to play that deck if it isn't banned. So Arc here, having access to Bin, the Ito deck, maybe he'll be playing it, but banning his opponent's counter to that deck could leave him in a really good situation.
It's not the only counter on that
It
list.
isn't. It
so
isn't.
I think Inzaghi knows that.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to ban out every single strategy here, but, these bans are already, I think the mind games are starting, so we see here.
Arc, classic SC. All right, so yeah, nothing surprising on this list at all.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good way to open into a best of 3 series, is to play something that usually has a good win rate against the field. I think one of the great things about the Superconduct deck is it's favored against some decks, but even across a lot of the field. It doesn't have a lot of terrible matchups. Everything, of course, has a weakness. You can always draw poorly or roll the wrong dice, but it's a very solid opener. And I think it's a good way to start the series and just build your confidence up. Get an easy win right after that.
Definitely. I really like Lucio in this deck. I see that Arc only takes 1 copy of it. I guess, it's a card that you only really need if you top deck it at the beginning, because it can help you get Shenhe's burst up faster, so you don't have to normal attack or skill a second time. I like the Star Signs. Single copy of Star Signs is also pretty good, if you want to go for Chomyun or Ride and Burst.
Yeah, and
So,
I kind of, as people get better at building decks, we see a lot of patterns emerging. A lot of people like to take 2 of any. The 2 of cards are usually cards you want to draw multiple times throughout the game. Things that you don't mind seeing 2 of. The 1 of cards are usually things that are only good in your opener. So if you draw them in your opener, they're really good. And then if you do get one, there's less chance you'll get another one later on in the game.
and it's a mirror matchup right off the bat. So Inzaghi is playing Shenhe SC as well. There's slight differences in the action cards here. Leo Resonance, Timmy's in this deck. No Star Signs, no Liu Su, but I mean, these are going to play very, very similarly.
Yeah,
So-
well, we say that, but a lot of the interesting things, mirror matches are, at the same time, the more interesting or the more boring. Boring in the sense that the 2 sides end up doing the similar things, but interesting in that the lines and the ways the decks play change drastically if you're facing the mirror, because it's not then, you don't have the same strategies that allow you to kind of get an edge over your opponent, so you have to play a little bit differently.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think for Shenhe SC, there's a lot of different lines you can play. And I think, it being a mirror matchup, you might even want to try playing a different line instead of going into the normal, riding skill and to swap to Shenhe skill.
Yeah,
So.
and we'll definitely see what the players decide to do. I wouldn't be surprised to see very similar openers, but again, it all comes down to what cards and dice they draw, right? I mean, one of the things I want to point out, both players taking 2 copies of Sender.
The trophy.
Yeah, that's a beautiful trophy.
It is a beautiful trophy. Of course, the winner today, we have to go through the semifinals first and the finals.
Yeah, they have a
but the
lot
winner of the finals
to do.
will be taking home that trophy. So
And it's not going to be easy. No,
It's
I mean,
not gonna be
our
easy.
top 4 are very strong players, each and every one. All of them deserving of that trophy, and so it's really going to come down to not only kind of the luck of the dice and cards, but also how well, again, they can mind game their opponents, pick good matchups where they can, and just kind of blaze through a path to that trophy.
Well, Inzaki seemed very confident yesterday, but his deck was banned today, a special deck. So
Yeah, I see him laughing over there. I wonder if he's laughing to himself, knowing that he may have Ark may have got him a little bit, banning one of the decks that he really enjoys and is good at playing. So we'll see if Ark can use that to his advantage.
But we've been talking about it a lot these past 2 days, where these pro players might not know how to play against certain decks that they are unfamiliar with.
Yeah.
And so I definitely believe that it's an advantage for Ark to be banning that deck from Inzaghi.
Yeah. And one of the things with Ark's deck choices, I think a lot of them are what I would consider pretty standard choices.
Yeah, he brought only meta decks, I think.
Yeah, looking over his 5 decks, he I would say probably just picked what people would consider to be the 5 best decks in the format right now, which means Inzaghi has a very good chance of knowing exactly, even though we don't see the deck list, he probably knows with pretty high certainty what cards are in those decks and what he needs to play around. But Ark banning the one deck that's kind of a bit of an outlier is not going to give an advantage.
And we got a thumbs up from Inzaghi, so I believe we're going into our first match here.
They're like identical.
Wait. Okay,
Almost.
send off. Send off is really good into
Yeah.
Shenhe SC because you send away her burst as soon as she uses it.
Yeah, standoff is definitely one of the key cards to look for in this mirror matchup. It can create a huge advantage, especially if your opponent...
Oh, there's a Liu! Let's single. Oh my.
Yeah, standoff can really matter if your opponent decides to go for the Shenhe burst line, but looks like Inzaghi's going to put this back. This is what I was saying about the mirror matchup is very interesting because the games can play out very differently. So a card like standoff that would normally be good against Shenhe Superconduct won't be as good in the mirror matchup because the lines are a little bit different.
Okay, so Inzaghi doesn't know that Ark drew Liu Su and put back the send off, and now Ark's gonna get Shenhe's burst faster because he drew Liu Su.
Well, we'll have to see. So I think one of them drew an Adeptus, if I recall. So I do remember we did cast a Superconduct mirror matchup recently where one of the big breaks in the mirror was being able to ride and burst with Adeptus. And both sides actually have an Adeptus in hand. So that's going to be something to watch out for. If you can snipe off your opponent's Shenhe before she gets her burst down, it can actually swing it greatly in your favor. But we're going to see very similar openings
true.
from
I
both
mean,
sides.
Inzaghi doesn't know, right?
No.
Inzaghi, I don't even know if Inzaghi knows Ark support cards. I mean, maybe, did
Oh,
Ark play
They probably will.
Shenhe SC yesterday? I think he did, right?
I think he did. I mean, again, these players have played and tested with each other. It's very possible that they're using very similar lists. I mean, single card choices do differ, but these openings have been very similar across the board. It's going to be interesting what Inzaghi does. I mean, right now we're mirrored. Both sides rolled well. They don't have to tune to use any of their skills. But here we go.
So Inzaghi choosing to do the standard start where you swap to wait.
No, this is what we saw in the previous mirror matchup, where if you have an Adeptus in hand, setting up Raiden for that burst right away puts Shenhe exactly at 7, which is enough for an Adeptus burst kill. So we're going to see if Inzaghi, I think he has to leave himself open to that.
He has no other option. There's no dice left to swap over. So very interesting start from Ark, actually. You're right. So Adeptus Raiden burst would just snipe Shenhe. That's kind of the game, actually.
It can
in a lot of ways.
It can very well be. I mean, Inzaghi has to know about it. He's holding on to his own Adeptus Temptation. So, he's hovering over it now. He's like,
he's
does
frowning.
my opponent have
He's
it?
frowning.
Yeah, I
He
think he
knows.
forgot maybe or missed that possible line. I think he knows that it could definitely be coming, and Ark does have it.
And Ark ends first, so we know how this goes, right?
Yeah, he does float one dice there, interestingly. I would have thought he would at least drop the Liu Su just to use that one extra dice, but choosing instead to throw it away isn't going to need it. But he is going first next round, and yeah, he rolls that crucial 4 Electro needed for that burst. So he is going to take out Shenhe. He's almost certainly going to take that line with this choice.
It doesn't really matter if you put Liu Su down. I mean, I guess it's more efficient to do it, but it's not really going to activate if there's any energy on Shenhe or Tongyun when you swap over. So
could be very heads up just to save that for a later tune. Would have definitely liked to draw that Gamblers a little bit earlier just so we could pre-equip it.
well, because he floated one dice, but I mean, you can very well equip it now. Go for the burst.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Gambler Adeptus Burst is definitely a good line here. I think he's doing the math. Again, when you see the players pause, that's when they're doing the math, doing the counting, and trying to figure out what is the best play here. But
And you can see from the heart rate monitors here, they're already running a bit high, both at like 125. So their heart rates are being monitored
yeah, here we
on
go.
screen.
We're going to see the Adeptus Burst. Almost certainly the Gamblers equip here
Gamblers,
as well.
right?
Yeah, I mean, Ark is doing the math, figuring out if Gamblers is going to make a difference.
Yep,
in this. I think it will. Because this will put him back up to 3 dice, which will give him enough for Liben. We're probably going to see a Liben pass at the end of this turn.
Probably, it could be even Liven Pass.
Yeah.
Because I don't know why you would stay on Raiden, and you could just normal attack, but...
I guess it depends on what he draws. Ooh, that send-off might
Ooh.
actually be really clutch here, actually. That might change Ark's plans significantly. Being able to send off that Raiden summon, especially with Shenhe down, could be a very big deal. So we'll see. Inzaghi drawing his own cards, drawing a Hash Brown and a Leave It To Me.
Ark is in a really good position right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the advantage in the mirror. I think, you know, you can only make that play, I think, going first. You do need to end first in order to make that play, but Inzaghi does have to play into it. It's still pretty even, all things considered. The game is still far from over, but definitely a significant advantage in Ark's favor right now.
I think one of the things I'm seeing, though, Inzaghi did draw an I Haven't Lost Yet and is sitting at 5 dice. So I think Inzaghi might be able to do a Know You and snipe out one of Ark's characters.
That's
well,
actually,
Raiden and also
that's
either
true.
Shenhe or Chongyun is going to fall here.
Chongyun, I mean, it's not. It's going to be just...
Or 1 HP.
No, it's going to be exactly right. You are right, actually.
Oh, no, because Icy Quills. Icy Quills.
Yes, Icy Quills and Raiden. So Chongyun's burst right now does 9.
Literally 9.
So Inzaghi has a line here to take out Raiden, and since Ark has already ended, he has no way to respond. He's going to lose a second character immediately to Chongyun. That's actually
wait,
being
and
really
yeah,
bad.
Ark did leave him pass. Wait, this is really bad for Ark, actually.
Yeah.
With Shenhe SC, the tide of the game can change really quickly. So of course we say Raiden fall to Chongyun's skill, and he is sitting on that Ito card there at the top. I Haven't Lost Yet. It will give him 1 more dice and 1 more energy point, and Inzaghi's burst will be up. Shenhe's gonna fall here.
Yeah, I wonder if Ark is going to regret. So if Ark had sent off that Raiden summon, the burst would have been 1 damage short. But because that Raiden summon is still on the field, adding 1 to the burst, Ark
You see him.
grimacing there because he knows that's exactly 9 damage. This is going to take out Shenhe. Inzaghi be like, which card do I want to tune to take out my opponent?
It looks so good for Ark, but you know.
No, yeah, I mean, against some of these decks where like they do big chunks of damage, you know, 1 health is the difference between losing a character and then having him stay alive to perform 1 more skill, right? If Ark had sent off that summon, next time he would have been able to put down the Shenhe burst and then make it really awkward for Inzaghi to actually finish off Shenhe. So that was a critical moment here, not playing around the I Haven't Lost Yet from the other side.
That did 9 damage.
Yeah, 9. It's the Icy Quills plus the Raiden summon plus Chongyun 7 was exactly 9. So that does take her out. So now Inzaghi is in a dominant position.
Yep.
Yeah, the only way that Ark really needed to come back from this, I mean, at this point he needs to draw his star signs, but he does not have it, I think. Although Liben is about to proc. If he can draw star signs and counter with his own burst, I think that's how he comes back from this game.
Also, I like Inzaghi's choice of tuning. So he tuned Leave It To Me instead of one of the strategize cards.
Yeah, when you're getting down to these last few rounds, you often have a lot of extra dice. And swapping is going to be... I mean, swapping to Raiden is not at all important at this point, right? You want to stay on
you see him
Chongyun.
re-rolling some of the Electro die here. Ooh, Cryo Res I haven't lost yet, but
Oh, 1 turn
it's
too
too
late.
late.
Yeah,
It's
that I
way
haven't
too
lost
late.
yet. If it come in this turn, would have been able to take out Chongyun, and then Chongyun has a very favorable finish against Raiden. So I think Inzaghi just had to dodge star signs, and he does this time.
If Ark had drawn that star signs, it might have been okay.
Yeah,
but
if star signs, I think would have saved him, but not drawing star signs here might have sealed it. He's still going to try his hardest. You know, we don't know. He doesn't know what dice Inzaghi has. If he rolls poor enough, he might be able to still mount a comeback, but it's looking very tough.
the Hash Brown here might be crucial, but you don't really have enough dice. There's no Woven here.
He needs to really think if he needs an Adeptus, right? Like, if he needs an Adeptus burst to finish off Raiden, then he can't Hash Brown heal.
Yeah, but you don't have enough dice to do that.
You probably do not.
Because
it's 3, 3.
Because you need to take out Chongyun first. You can't take out Chongyun without doing 2 different actions. So
yeah, I mean, you can definitely wait on the Hash Brown. The opposing Chongyun has already used their skill, so we're probably going to see a Cryo Res skill here, and then Raiden, and it might be enough. But I think with Lotus Crisp, Inzaghi's hand right now is too good. I think with defenses options like Lotus Crisp and Hash Brown still at his disposal, he can really prevent himself from going down when Chongyun does fall and we get to Raiden, which almost certainly will happen.
So, do you think Inzagi's going to swap off here, or?
I don't think it makes sense to swap because then you do. I mean, I guess that's 1 damage short, right? Chongyun's burst technically is doing 8 right now, so swapping to Raiden wouldn't be the worst move. But I think it's good for you right now because Chongyun is going to have a hard time taking out your own Chongyun. And once, and you definitely want to stay on Chongyun here. Let Raiden and the summon finish the job at the end of the round, and you have a Lotus to protect your own character. I think Inzagi
And of course, we see that Inzagi is sitting on a second. I haven't lost yet. So Raiden, without her burst, can't do enough damage to take out Chongyun. But we know she can get her burst up pretty easily here.
Yeah, and Ark has to be very careful about this. I mean, I think either way, it might be doomed for him right now. He needs to take out Chongyun, but he can't do that without exposing himself to the counterattack from Raiden.
They're thinking really hard. Look at Inzagi's heart rate. It's 135 right now.
Yeah.
It's coming up.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there's anything he can do in this position. That 9 damage burst from Chongyun was too perfect.
It really was.
Taking out Shenhe.
It was just the right amount of damage.
Yeah, and you know, that single point, that summon damage from Shenhe, that extra cryo damage buff from her burst would have really been enough to keep him in the game. But not, I mean, I think that send-off was so crucial in this match. You know, choosing to put Liben down instead of send-off.
He's going to play the cryo res.
Yeah,
I mean,
he has
this
to.
makes sense, but I mean, I feel like you really have to hash here.
I mean, hash isn't going to matter, I think, because your Raiden burst, I guess, does 5, but we know, of course, that Raiden does have...
Oh, Inzagi's getting on Adeptus.
Yeah.
So I think it's just over, actually.
I think it is.
I mean, it's just over.
So the problem is, Ark can't afford to... if he hashes here, he won't actually be able to finish off Raiden. So I guess he's going to try and do this and then hope to survive this turn. But with the opponent at 6 dice, it's just so hard. Like, he's praying that his opponent doesn't have it, but Inzagi has it.
But we know he has it. Inzagi does indeed have I haven't lost yet in Adeptus burst. So I think we're about to see that.
I think we are. Going to finish
still
it in
doing
a
the
forcing way. He's doing the math. I mean, again, this is a pretty high...
Tuning?
Everything is really high
Tuning?
stakes.
There
So
it
you
is.
need to make sure everything is...
I haven't lost yet coming
correct.
down.
Yeah,
Extra
Ark
energy
is
point
nodding.
there. And Adeptus. Here we go. And Chongyun falls to Raiden's first. The first game of this semifinal best of 3 goes to Inzagi in this mirror matchup.
Yeah, and even though it looked really dominating with their Raiden on 9 health versus the 0, that game was actually on a razor's edge. Because again, if that send-off had happened in round 2 on the summon for Raiden, it wouldn't have been enough to take out Shenhe on the opposing side. Ark would have been able to deploy her summon, and the game would have gone very differently. And Inzagi knows that it was a very close call there. And kind of just made it out, you know, with kind of a good draw, right? Like, he drew the right cards in the right moment, even after losing his Shenhe to the other opposing Adeptus burst.
Yeah, I think both sides were kind of high rolling, but Inzagi definitely consistently high rolling after round 1. You know, being able to snipe off Raiden and then also Shenhe right then and there.
Yeah, I mean,
so.
You know, they both kind of traded characters a lot at the beginning, but the way... I mean, this is something that doesn't come up very often in casual play, but breakpoints, you know, the idea that you can't really... It's not easy sometimes to finish off a character on 1 health.
Yeah.
So the more precisely you can take out a character on the other side with damage, the more efficiently you kind of use your skills. And that's when 1 damage can really matter. And, you know, being able to take out an opposing character exactly at 9 health is just such a huge advantage.
And here we see the post-match breakdown for this first game. Inzagi taking the victory in this mirror matchup. Shenhe SC. Chongyun doing 20 damage total that game and getting 2 kills. Raiden securing 1 more kill with 13 damage. As opposed to Ark's Raiden doing the most damage at 12 and 1 kill, and Chongyun doing 10 damage. Shenhe didn't do anything for Ark.
No, yeah, unfortunately not able to snap Shenhe. And, you know, I know the damage numbers look very disparate here, but you know, it's so close. Basically, Inzagi was 1 turn ahead by having that I haven't lost yet, getting that energy on Chongyun. Ark was ready to burst on Chongyun with the counterattack to finish off Raiden, so he was just 1 turn short of also equaling and kind of making a counterattack. But Inzagi had the right cards at the right moments and really kind of came out ahead in this mirror match.
35 damage to 22 damage. Cards pretty much equal card usage, but yeah, it's like you say, the damage can be kind of deceptive with how close that match was. You know, it's really just the difference between Adeptus Burst, right?
Yeah, and that was a very skillful game as well, because both sides drew very similar cards. So,
Yes.
you know, like, we can't say that the cards or the dice even favored one side, right? Both sides rolled really well going to that first round, able to deploy all the skills that they needed. But it was just a matter of, I think, again, that one missed opportunity that I'm sure, you know, these players, again, play with each other regularly. They will certainly go back and review every single match from this series in the top 4 and ask each other what they should have done differently.
Yeah,
and
I
I
know
really
there's-
wonder if that send-off had happened in round 2, the game would have completely flipped.
There's definitely some other pro players from other regions watching at home
Yes.
right now as well. So lots
Yeah.
of studying going on.
It's a very high-profile, you know, tournament here at the Sea Prince Cup. I mean, this is the last one in kind of the series. You know, we started the year off for us to at the NA and EU Prince Cup
EU,
finals.
yes.
We've crowned lots of Prince Cup finalists and champions in different regions, and we're finally here in Southeast Asia region, going to crown the very last one for the year, maybe.
Yeah. So, second game will be starting very soon.
Yeah.
Here we have Art
Okay.
Deg once again playing Shenhe SC. So he lost this round, so he's able to play that deck again. Meanwhile, Inzaghi is going to be forced to pick a second new deck because he won. So we've already seen this before. The action cards are all the same.
Yeah,
you
they're
can't really
all the
change
same.
anything.
No,
So
you can't change things in between games, of course. That'd be a little bit too good. But you know, this is I think this is a sensible choice. I think the fact that both players chose the Superconduct deck first means they think it has a favorable matchup into the remaining decks of their opponent. So even though Ark did lose the first round, obviously with a mirror match, you're not favored either way. But he's confident that he has a favorable matchup into the next two next two decks that Inzaghi could bring.
it's
So-
also just a very consistent
It
deck.
is.
Like it can go into almost anything and do decently well. I really want to say that Liu Sei come into play. You know, it's a single copy. He did top deck it after he threw away some cards,
Yeah.
and it didn't come into play because he took a different line.
Yeah.
But I really do think like it's always good to Liu Su and the Shenhe skill
Yeah.
first. So I mean, of course, your opponent could be running send off. You have to account for that. And but yeah.
Yeah, very similar decks list, but there's definitely some minute differences. And here we go.
Inzaghi
Agent
taking
Electrocharge.
Agent EC. So
Yeah.
normally we would see Fischl here, but Yamiko is also a very popular option because you know these players are building these decks. They cannot repeat character cards in each of their decks. So Yamiko's probably here because Fischl is in another deck, I believe. I think it's
Yes.
MNEC. So this is also Tubby action cards. Tubby gaining popularity this patch has always been, you know, kind of a silly meme pick for a while, but is now very popular
Yeah.
in the meta. So
I mean, I think Tubby has always been strong, but the problem is, you know, if you draw the games when you draw him versus the games when you don't are very different.
Yep.
So you really need a core set of characters that can kind of work well on their own without Tubby. I think a lot of the trap that people fall into before we're making Tubby decks is they focus a lot on Tubby, and then kind of the rest of the deck falls apart anytime you don't draw. But this Agent Electrocharge deck has been very strong. You know, it's starting to creep into the metagame here a little bit. And I think because the core is so strong, you have the room and the flexibility to run a card like Tubby and still be good even if you don't draw it.
yeah, so that Electrocharge core is just
Yeah.
very good. It's basically
good.
spamming summons and Electrocharge reactions, and then
Yeah.
agents there to kind of be the anchor and clean up at the end. And these rainbow decks have been coming out in popularity in the more recent patches, not just 4.0,
Yeah.
but also like the patches leading up to 4.0. Before, it was more favored to use two of the same elements, so you have the elemental resonance, but there are a lot more variety of cards at these players' disposal. So looks like we're getting into the second game, this first best of 3. Once again, this is the semifinals, first semifinal match. Inzaghi versus Ark.
Yeah, Ark, did you draw that Lisu like you were wanting him to do? He's got a pretty good starting hand here.
Again, it's one copy and he keeps top decking it. I wonder if he's going to take that line this time.
Yeah, and look, we see him deliberating over send-off. So does he? Yeah, he was almost going to throw it back. I think he's deciding if he wants to keep send-off in this matchup, which is pretty good.
You know,
but
I think it might be worth keeping because it's a very summon-heavy deck.
it is a summon-heavy deck, but one of the things about the Yai variant is that it's a little bit more resilient
Oh, there's
to
Tubby!
send-off.
There's Tubby!
Yeah, it's
no
actually-
location cards.
No location cards, which actually is a little bit bad. You know, you want to at least draw one location card. You see, I think Inzaghi's smiling like, yeah, there's Tubby, but what am I going to do with him?
Tubby, and so he's clicking Tubby and send off. He rolled all of his cards, got both of them. So, I mean, even if Arcus Liusu, we know that it would be pretty tragic if he puts down Liusu, goes for Shana Burst, and gets sent off right away.
And Ark look like he's going to opt to keep send-off. You know, it can be very easy to skip over how important that initial redraw phase is, but the first round of the game dictates so much about the pacing for the rest of it. And what cards, you know, you have those 5 cards at the beginning that you're keeping and what you keep really dictates how you play your game. So it's actually a very important decision, even though a lot of players will skip by it very quickly.
I've just been watching the heart rate monitors. They've both been sitting around like 120-ish consistently, but Inzagi's keep spiking a little bit, like up to 130. Like you can tell these players, there's a lot on the line, especially today. $16,000 first place prize is nothing to scoff at. So
Yeah,
we'll have to see who advances here.
Getting too nervous, of course, like messing up a play is not the way you want to go out.
Definitely.
So slowing down your play, making sure you have the calculations. And, I think a lot of people sitting at home, when you see that a player has the winning move, you might be wondering, why they don't play quicker? Why don't
Why not just go for it?
You got to cross all your T's, dot all your I's, make sure that you have everything figured out and you don't make any mistakes.
Yeah, a lot of match losing mistakes happen towards the end when you think victory is right in front of you, and then you make a mistake because you jump the gun too fast. So, you go right in skill. What doubly tough.
Yeah, Inzaghi off to a really slow start here. Not having any location cards possible for Tubby. He's hoping to draw into it with the double Liben proc there, but he's leaving himself open to a really strong opening from Arc side with Lisyu.
That ramp.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, so using Covenant here for the extra 2 dice, those will go to Liben. But it's not enough ramp to match what Inzaghi does. I guess he was pretty confident that he's safe here.
Arc has a very specific window here. Inzaghi being forced to play Tubby on round 1, but not using any location cards, is basically a turn behind of generating value out of Tubby. So Arc being very aggressive with his cards, trying to get as much damage out as he can before Tubby starts taking over the game. He's definitely the aggressive deck in this matchup, the one looking to put on damage, whereas Inzaghi is really looking to stall the game as long as possible.
With Shenhe SC, it is the most tragic thing ever when you put down a Shenhe burst and then it gets sent off, and we know we're about to see that. Well, there's location cards right away. If only one of them was in his hand before.
It helps. Sumeru City is a very important one to draw here because this actually lets him at least recoup a bit of the dice that he lost in the first round. Gonna give him access to 13 dice potentially on this turn.
Yeah, Arc is low on cards. Doesn't really have a whole lot of card draws. Gonna need to feed one more die even to help out with that.
Yeah, I mean,
Cryo Res, and I think it's a Lotus
it's
in
a
hand.
Lotus, yeah. I mean, he has exactly what he needs here to use up the cards and hopefully refuel with Liben at the end of the show. We're probably going to see a Shenhe burst and then go back to Raiden for a normal attack. But he's got to calculate very carefully. If he messes up even a little bit, then he's going to put himself in a bad spot. And you can see there Inzaghi hovering over the send-off. He's waiting. He knows the burst is coming. And he's waiting. Look at the dice rolls as well from Inzaghi. Look at the Hydro. It's insane.
So, Shenhe Burst right now would deal 2, right? Deal 2. Okay.
Yeah, I think Arc is thinking, does he actually want to take out... Oh, no, I guess he doesn't have that chance, yeah.
Well, Inzaghi's going first here. So, double summon. We see George, our beloved frog summon, giving Oceanid a nice shield there.
Yeah. I'm going to see what Inzaghi decides to do. He could choose to send off now, but I think you might want to wait until your opponent moves off of Shenhe. It's very normal for that to happen, but maybe you just fire it off now.
He's thinking about it. He's hovering over it.
Yeah.
But, yep, he's just going to go for it.
Yeah, take the more conservative line. You can be very greedy here and kind of get maximum value by waiting until your opponent stops off, because this lets Arc stay on Shenhe and just skill again for the turn.
Well, it's worth noting that Shenhe Burst, when it's active, it does 1 more physical damage, also 1 more cryo damage.
True.
So Inzaghi choosing to send off right away just to mitigate that extra damage coming out of Arc instead of waiting longer.
Yeah, I mean, you had 1 extra turn because your opponent almost certainly is going to swap off of Shenhe.
Yeah, slow swap.
Yeah, slow, so you would have had an extra round here. But again, it's always possible that they choose a different line than you're thinking. So Inzaghi taking the more conservative route. This does let Arc potentially stay on Shenhe though, but that Lotus...
Yeah, Lotus on the Yae, slow swap onto her. I think we have just enough dice to see Totem.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see the Yae Totem. I mean, this is what the Electro Charge deck wants to do. You want to summon on Oceanid and then put down whatever Electro, whether it's Fischl or Yae, and then start those Electro Charge happening. Usually that happens in the first round. So again, Inzaghi is behind a round, but being able to send off that Shenhe summon puts him immediately back in the game.
Wonder if we're going to see Sumeru City or Cathedral first. I mean, you could put Sumeru City down and then go for 2 costs. Yeah, I told him and use Mushroom Pizza even.
Yeah, I think it really depends on what Arc chooses to do here. You know, if Arc just passes in some way without breaking that Lotus, then we might see Sumeru City go down. But yeah, I mean, it really could go either way. I think you want to put down Sumeru City first, though, because the earlier you can get that dice advantage kind of going and getting that discounts, the better. Whereas Cathedral, you can kind of wait on it. It expires after some amount of time, so you don't need to generate value from it immediately.
Oh, we're going to see a swap on the Raiden, maybe swap stall.
Yeah, well, we'll probably... I think Arc is going to build towards Raiden Burst here. You know, when you get your... one of the reasons you take this line where you start Shenhe Burst and don't rush immediately into Raiden Burst is if Shenhe does get sent off, then you naturally are able to burst again once you get your Raiden Burst going. So almost certainly going to see a normal attack out here, feeding that extra dice onto Leibin and going from there.
Yep, having to tune the food there. You don't want to tune the Woven, you don't want to tune the Cryo-Res, and that last Cryo Die is going to go to Leibin. As for Inzaghi, he does play Sumeru City, which reduces the cost of Yae's skill by 1 because he has less dice than cards in hand. And opting to use Mushroom Pizza on Oceanid, which is exactly what I thought he would do.
Yeah, that makes the most sense.
Yep.
Yeah, you want to get Sumeru City down as early as possible because it is unlimited. You can keep that on the field as long as you want and it will generate that extra dice for you.
Oh, the summons coming out,
Here we
finally
go.
doing damage. You know, Arc was sitting at 10 to 10 across the board for a while there because Inzaghi spent the first round ramping and then the second round summoning.
Yeah, I mean, and Arc there during Lotus and Gambler is two of kind of the best cards that he could find at this time. Very impactful for the match.
I have to see how the dice go. Another Gamblers and a toss-up. Toss-up is great here, I think.
A second Gambler is actually, you know, it might seem redundant, but it's actually very good. It's very common for the character that does equip Gamblers first to go down immediately, and having a follow-up one can definitely surprise your opponent here.
Meanwhile, Inzaghi not drawing any more location cards, but he does get Agent's Talent, which will come into handy a bit later. It looks like he's going to go for...
Second summon on Yae.
That's interesting. Because he's sitting on Star Signs, but...
I mean... so one of the great things you can do with Yae that Fischl cannot do is if you get a totem past 3 stacks, then as soon as you end your turn, it will fire off an Electro Shot immediately. So by putting it past 5, you do get that double Electro Charged summon at the end of the round. And Yae's Burst is good, but you want to use it a little bit later when either the opposing characters are lower or your totem has used up a few more charges.
So Raiden's Burst coming out. Shenhe's Burst is up yet again. Chongyun is 1 energy off of his. Unfortunately, Inzaghi is sitting on his second send-off copy.
Yeah, he did draw the second send-off. Oh, this is going to be pretty brutal.
Oh no.
This is really playing right into what the Electric Charge deck wants to do, which is extend the game. You know, sending off that Shenhe summon is really going to hurt the ability of Arc to put any pressure onto Inzaghi.
This is kind of painful to watch from Arc's POV.
It could very. I mean, we'll see. We'll watch for the expression when that second send-off comes, because it will come. And Inzaghi's also, like, if you look at his dice, he's perfectly calculated this turn too to save those 2 Pyro dice going to send off, and here we go.
Here we go, Shenhe Burst coming out, the summon's back on the board, but yeah, Inzaghi has 2 Pyro dice, they're just waiting to use send off.
Yeah, and I think Inzaghi knows that he got a little bit lucky here drawing both copies of send off, because he knows this was coming, kind of like apologizing already.
His heart rate's going up, he's nervous, he knows the win is right here.
No, this is going to be Star Signs?
No? No.
Yes. Inzaghi almost misclicked there.
There we go. Send off coming down. Oh, look at Arc's expression. He's like, oh, he knows it's doomed. And the Cathedral coming down. You have free location from Tubby.
Yeah, as I mentioned, one of the goals of the Electro Charge side is going to be try and stall out the game as long as possible. And by sending off both Shenhe bursts, then that really slows the game down and allows Tubby to take over. You know, you could see at the beginning, Tubby not able to drop any location cards, but Inzaghi drawing into 3 locations now, able to deploy them one after the other, is going to start healing his characters back up, and then Agent is going to finish and clean up the game.
Yeah, so Arc swapping back to Raiden Liusu, giving her an energy point. Here we go again. Can't send off a 3rd time.
No, you cannot send off a 3rd time, thankfully. And one of the good things, at least, is that you're going to have the ability to drop the summon. But the summons are going to do so much damage to Raiden that I don't know that if she's going to be able to burst. You know, I think Arky is considering whether he needs to Lotus, but I don't think Lotus is going to take you out of range. He's going to do it. He
No,
might
have
eat
done
a
the
Star
math. He
Signs
might have done
burst.
the math. We'll see.
I mean, I think Raiden survives, but the problem is we know Inzaghi in his hand is holding on to a Star Signs. So we could see a Star Signs burst come out, taking out, although it's a bit of overkill, so we'll have to see.
Yeah,
as we saw yesterday, 2 health was really annoying for Oceanid to deal with.
It is. Yeah, I mean, Oceanid could do 1 point of damage with her normal attack, cannot do 2. All of her damage comes either from her burst or at the end of turn with her summon. So it's actually very annoying when Oceanid's like your last card left.
Yeah, I think this is the line that Ark has to go for, though. Hope his opponent isn't going to finish off Raiden. But honestly, if your opponent uses...
These ice rollers are bad.
Oh yeah, they're really bad. That actually could seal it, actually. For Ark, he really needed to get that Raiden burst off this turn.
He's shaking his head.
This is not the right time. This is a crucial moment in the game. Not the right time to be losing out on dice. And he's down. He's low on cards too. You know, already having to use and tune a bunch. And I remember at the beginning, very aggressively putting cards down to deal damage. But again, those 2 send-offs just so crippling for his game plan.
I wonder if there's a chance here. I mean, so Ark is sitting on a send-off. Is that a Lotus Crisp? I can't see the cards when they're down
brown.
like that. It's a hash brown?
It's a hash brown.
Okay. I don't know. Kind of on the edge of my seat with this one.
Yeah, it's not looking very good for Ark, unfortunately. You know.
Of course, if Inzaghi wins this one, he will be advancing to the finals later on.
Yeah. I mean, he's in a very dominant position right now. He just needs to make sure not to make the mistake. You know, Ark, unable to do anything on Raiden, he's actually forced to swap up here. There's no way he can tune enough cards to make Raiden work. So he has to do something with Shenhe and Chongyun. His plan of bursting again on Raiden is not going to cut it.
Yeah, I think, you know, he's clicking his dice there. Very rainbow. You don't really want to tune much here. And it, you need the hash brown. You need at least 1 Gambler's probably. You need the Wolven, you need the Cryores, probably need the send-off. I mean, tuning your send-off might be your best bet, but like...
No, I mean, it'll be too many cards to tune for burst. And additionally, like, it's really awkward for him right now because Oceanid is ready to burst, so he can't actually safely swap off a Raiden here. Yeah, this is going to force him to probably use a normal attack.
I think it makes sense, but I mean, like, what do? You have Raiden's burst up. What do you... You know that if Ark is tuning already to do something with Raiden, that he doesn't have enough Electro for Raiden burst. You wouldn't tune if you did.
Well, you know, when you get to these advanced players, you know, it could be very next level. Maybe Ark is
like next level Mind Game's just tuning a card.
If Inzaghi overthinks it, maybe he thinks Ark is trying to trick him into thinking he does not have Electro. Because one of the things that Ark actually wants to happen here, I think he does want Raiden to go down to the Oceanid burst, hoping that Inzaghi wants to deny him the second Raiden burst. But if Inzaghi doesn't fall for it, I think it's not going to look good for Ark here. But this is really his only play. He cannot safely swap to any of his other characters. He has no, basically has no good moves right now.
This feels like the beginning of the end. Like, we're trying to find ways for Ark to get out of this, and we're not succeeding very well. We just kind of end up going back to arguing why Inzaghi is going to take this one.
Yeah, I mean, that tune there, you know, also for time, but time is running out. Oh, he's going to go for the
send-off.
Okay, that was also just for time. He's thinking of what he takes to win. And you know, as bad of a position is, you know, this high-level players, it's not just about, you know, thinking about when a match is over or when you're at a disadvantage. It's about thinking about what possible ways there are still for me to win.
You have to play the best lines always, even when it looks like you're about to lose. And that's exactly what Ark is doing here, you know, tuning that Cryo Res, definitely a painful tune. You know, has to take his time to figure out which cards he really, really needs and which ones he's willing to throw away, so.
Yeah, but, you know, having to tune 3 cards there is a clear signal, I think, to Inzaghi at this point that Ark's dice rolls are not good enough to burst on Raiden, and which means he shouldn't fall for the bait here. He should just leave Raiden alive and force a slow swap somehow. You know, swapping to Yae here is probably a very powerful move. Threatening the Yae burst at this point could be pretty decent.
You know, Ark only sitting at 3 cards as well, so it's not even like he could tune everything to Raiden burst either way. It is really not looking great.
Yeah, and here we go. Here we see the swap to Agent, yeah. Inzaghi recognizing that Raiden is not a threat, not going to be able to burst this round, not going to play into Ark's plan at all. And also his dice just aren't very good anyway for the Oceanid burst.
So the winner of this game, by the way, moves on to the finals. And the difference in prizes between 3rd and 4th is actually non-existent, so...
No, we don't have the third and fourth place playoffs. You know, once whoever makes it to these semifinals will be, or whoever gets knocked out here will be equal. You know, fourth place or top four at the very least for the Prince Cup Southeast Asia.
Yeah, so first place wins 16,000 USD, second place wins 10,000 USD, and then third and fourth both take home 4,500 USD. So the jump from third or fourth to second is really big. There's a lot on the line here.
Yeah, here we go. The Agent Talent going on, going to use the skill on Chongyun, and those elemental applications on Arcside are really devastating. All of his characters are afflicted with some kind of element. Yeah, and you can see him waving around there, trying to figure out what is going to happen at the end of turn with the summons, but there's nothing good. There's no good plays.
Really nothing good. I think Arc he's trying, but
no, I think as soon as the dice didn't roll there, it was over. His main line, I think, was to Raiden Burst again and hope to be able to get Shenhe and Chongyun Burst back online. But, you know, the summons and Tubby have really taken over this game from Inzagi's side.
I was about to say, you know, board full of summons, Tubby with 2 location cards down. Inzagi has played the deck he's built extremely well and also gotten a bit lucky.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the power of this Electrocharge deck. You know, you start with a really solid core of characters already that can really hold their own, right? Like, we saw even without Tubby, the deck was able to deploy a lot of solid game plans. But once it draws Tubby and starts doing this, it just spirals out of control. And, you know, all it takes is one stumble. And in this case, Arc did stumble in that round. First of all, getting sent off twice, but then secondly, not rolling that dice. So he's had a real tough series here in the second game.
This is really, really, really unfortunate too, because Inzagi uses Star Sign here and ends, knowing that Arc cannot take down Fatui Agent whatsoever here with Shenhe. Those summons are going to Electrocharge twice, so Raiden's going to fall here, and it's going to be...
Yeah, I mean, Arc does have a Hashed Brown, so he could choose to save Raiden, but honestly, Raiden Burst is not even going to be enough to claw back from victory here. You know, we have the Cathedral's going to heal Agent back up to full. And, I mean, this is what the deck does best. You know, the summons are going to deal significant damage to Arcside. You can see him shaking his head. He knows this isn't enough.
There goes Raiden, falling to the piercing damage from Electrocharge. And then George, not quite activating there.
Okay, and again, so few cards left in Arc's hand. I think he knows that the window has closed on
he's shaking
coming
his
back
head
on the Tubby deck.
I wonder if it would have been better to put Hash Brown on Raiden there just so she survived.
You know, after the second send-off, the game was really much in Inzagi's court. It was. If he doesn't make any mistakes from that point forward, he's just built up such an overwhelming advantage because.
Of course, yeah.
The deck, you know, especially with a start like Lee Su, you're using a card to generate energy, not adding to damage, but you're trying to rush out Shenhe Burst, and both times.
Both times it got sent off. Like just drawing both send-offs when you're Inzagi is probably the luckiest thing you could do into Shenhe SE, which is heavily reliant on her burst.
Yeah.
We see Agent Burst coming out right away, taking down Shenhe, and Chongyun's gonna be left to fend on his own, but I don't think it's gonna be enough.
No, and Agent, you know, is perfectly equipped to take out characters one by one. I mean, you know, there's maybe a line here that if Arc had a I haven't lost yet into a Chongyun burst, but even then, both Yae and Oceanid are ready to burst as well. So any counterattack from either of them is going to be enough to finish off Chongyun.
You know, I can't even say that Arc played poorly this game. He just really ran into a very unlucky situation with those 2 send-offs.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to know which... I'm actually not sure which deck is normally favored in this matchup here. It might be pretty draw dependent, but definitely those 2 send-offs were too much for this Superconduct deck to overcome. It's one of the main cards that you can bring in to combat against what is normally a very strong deck.
I would also assume it's draw dependent because, I mean, Inzagi got Tubby early on. And both of those send-offs, and that's basically what he needed to get by.
I mean, to Inzagi's credit, you know, knowing that Tubby is so important after drawing that first card, so choosing to spend his first turn deploying Tubby and 2 Libens, and then not doing anything at all with his turn and delaying things definitely was a dangerous, it was kind of a gamble, you know, very much if Arc was off to a quick start and if Inzagi had not drawn into send-offs or location cards, that could have really quickly turned the game around. He invested so many resources, but it did end up paying off.
Here we go, Oceanid Burst coming in. The summons on the board giving her just enough damage to take out Chongyun, and Inzagi takes this second match in the first semifinals best of 3. He's now the victor. Congratulations.
Yeah, and I think Inzaghi knows that he got very, very lucky in that second match. You can say he's not super happy even about that victory. It wasn't a close game. He drew so well, into that matchup, getting the right cards, and really, no way for Arc to really fight against that.
There was no way for Arc to fight against that whatsoever, but I mean, he definitely tried his best. He always considered the best lines he could take, even when it looked very doomed. And these players are going to have a nice friendly handshake here. Oh, it's a hug! So we're going to pass to the host real quick for a brief player interview.
All right, that was really amazing at the match, all right? Once again, congratulations to Inzaghi. How do you feel right now?
Pretty good.
Pretty good, it's only pretty good. That's only pretty good.
Yeah.
You don't have any other feelings?
I got lucky for the first game.
You got lucky for the first game. All right, so right now, you are going to the final. All right, so do you think you're going to be the champion or not?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, you think so? Wow, we love that confidence. All right, once again, congratulations to Inzaghi. We hope you're going to win this round, the next round, I mean. All right, congratulations. All right, so back to the caster.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so very calm and confident answers from Inzaghi. So
Yeah, I mean, he admitted that he did get lucky, and I think we can see that here at the caster booth as well. I mean, when these plays are so evenly matched, it really can come down to single split decisions, one thing under another, but then it ultimately can come down to luck. And I think, especially with a mirror matchup, coming in with the mirror matchup and winning is a pretty big advantage because it's the least skewed matchup you can possibly have, and then that gives you a lot of momentum going to the next two rounds.
yeah, I think it's just really, really unfortunate. And we've said it quite a bit, but it was definitely the turning point in the game, having both send-offs in hand for Inzaghi. So,
but big props to Arkia in the top 4. Again, amazing achievement in of itself. I think very much proving that he is a very capable Genius Invocation player and something we're very proud of.
taking home 4,500 USD and also that beautiful golden Dragon Spine card back. I mean, all of our players, even the ones yesterday in the quarterfinals, will also be taking home that card back. So, definitely a lot of prestige and fun just coming here and being able to participate like that. And both these players definitely played very well.
Yeah, and when we see now we have our first finalist, Inzaghi, going into the grand finals, facing off against either Rev or Zeke Krimlet. I mean, definitely favored in there, but man, that was a pretty close kind of set of games there to watch.
Yeah. We'll get into that second best of 3 a bit later. I think we're going to have a brief breakdown first.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get to see some highlights. I mean, as we mentioned at the beginning, this was kind of a rematch. If you watch the play interviews, you would have known that Inzaghi did originally knock Arc already out from the top 16 and was hoping to mount a comeback here, try and get his revenge on one of his friends. But again, ultimately not able to do it, but it was still just very close. I mean, just not quite there.
And if any of you guys are here at the Sunway Pyramid Mall, please stop by our Genshin booth. We would love to see you. Come wave hi to us. We're right in the middle of the mall here in Malaysia. It's honestly so awesome to be here.
Yeah, and we'll be here for quite a while yet. I mean, that was our first best of 3. We have another one lined up shortly, and then after that we have our best of 5 in the grand finals.
Oh yeah, the format changes a bit for the finals.
Really
so
does.
they have to change. They have to bring 2 more decks. They've already submitted 5, but it's still 2 bands, so they don't have to play those last 2 decks that they brought. But it'll be kind of interesting to see what they bring and if they will be able to pull them out for us. Something different. But looks like we have the match breakdown on the screen here. So Inzaghi taking the victory with Oceanid, 2 kills, 22 damage. Agent also with his burst getting 1 kill. As for Arc, he definitely fought hard, right? And doing 15 damage, Chongyun doing 10 and taking a kill, Shanna doing 8. But unfortunately just wasn't enough.
Yeah, the Shanghai number should have been much higher, but again, those send-offs, such a big piece to that game and able to really let Inzaghi... I mean, Inzaghi was really behind, I think, in that first round. He had no other good plays except for that double Liban into Tubby, but I was hoping that his opponent wouldn't be able to punish that, and unfortunately, he drew the right cards needed to kind of come back from that stumble.
And I had said during the first match that I really wanted to see the line replay Liu Xu go into Shanghai Burst right away, but this match kind of demonstrates why it can be tricky if your opponent is bringing send-off. Of course, these players aren't really familiar with the support cards in each other's decks when they're picking their bands. They only know the first 3 characters that they're bringing. they're banning based off that alone. So you don't really know if your opponent has send off unless you watched the match yesterday and they had it in their deck. So
yeah, but because these are blind pixel, and I think summons right now are very popular in the metagame. A lot of the good decks are running some sort of summon. So send off is rarely a dead card. It's not always as good as people think it is, but specifically against any bursts that are summon heavy, it's very good.
And here we have the recap for this first best of 3 in the semifinals. Raiden first coming down to take out Shenhe, sniping her, but then Inzaghi comes back with Chongyun, takes out Raiden. Does I haven't lost yet? Chongyun burst, takes out Shenhe right away.
Yeah, that was a really key piece there. You know, I think Arc was in a good position there, being able to take out Shenhe, but you know, Inzaghi having the exact number of dice and cards and damage needed to take out the opposing Shenhe as well. It's the perfect counterplay to that.
Inzaghi taking that first game in the mirror matchup, and then we have Agent EC versus another game of Shenhe SC, and you know, just we're gonna watch those send-offs. We're crucial.
I mean, one of the things is that Inzaghi did start with those send-offs to begin with, right? He drew into those with those Libans, so you know, it was very much not something he could have planned around.
The double ramp was really good.
Yeah.
when you're playing Agent EC, you have Tubby out right away, like it's it's pretty good to put down that ramp, knowing your opponent can really match it. So this is an update for our brackets. We've done all the quarterfinals yesterday, so we just got through the first semifinal match between Arc and Inzaghi just now. And then after a short break, we're going to be going into Rev versus Z Kremlin. And then the winner of that best of 3 and also Inzaghi will go on to the finals. Yeah. And we'll see who wins that.
Yeah, it's going to be a action-packed day. I mean, we're already off to a stellar start.
Yeah, seriously.
I think. You know, mirror matches are always kind of can be difficult. You know, some of them can be very annoying to watch, not very exciting and fun. But you know, something like Shenhe Superconduct, because there are so many different lines, it's very dynamic.
Yes.
And we kind of saw that. You know, both sides trading characters, and then it really that matchup just hangs on a nice edge. And we saw Inzaghi here able to eke out the victory in both sides, in both games here. But I mean, it's a 2-0, but I think, again, it was a much closer series than that lends itself to.
It definitely was close, and I definitely think part of it was down to luck of the draw.
Yeah.
Just.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll see Arc again, you know, whether not be on this stage, but at future Catsdale Gathering knockouts streams as well.
Definitely. I'm really excited to get into our next best of 3 to Rev, very chill player, versus Z Kremlin, who's high heart rate player.
But we have a little bit of dynamic.
Very different dynamic here. But first, we're going to have a short break, so we will catch you soon. Thanks so much for watching.
Yeah, don't go anywhere.
As you know, diving is one of the few things I'm any good at. I spend more time among the Tidalga than I do talking to people. Whenever I feel lonely at night, Pear is the one who's always there for me. Pear, I'll keep you safe.
Frost is coming!
I once swore an oath that I would do whatever it takes to protect this family and never look back.
Commencing cleanup! Getting here!
So long as the light of the hearth still shines, I'll always have a home to return to.
People yearn to transcend the mundane world. That which is mysterious captivates us all. So, did you have a good look?
Yep. The hat's definitely empty. Whoa! Amazing! How did you do that?
In the space of a short performance, a magician must shatter the barrier between reality and fantasy, giving the audience a glimpse of the extraordinary.
This isn't what I ordered. I clearly asked for a cider.
Hey, you asked for a glass of our finest wine. Maybe you've had enough.
Oh, yeah, right. You think I don't know what I ordered?
There. How about you take another look at your drink?
Yeah, that's the stuff. The sweet smell of apples. What the? I swear I was just holding it.
In the eyes of most people, magic tricks are like miracles. But as magicians, we prefer to think that great miracles are like magic tricks. Magic is an art of performance. But before the performance begins, a little preparation is needed. Welcome to Linny and Lynette's Magic Show! Which is real, and which is an illusion? Take a guess, because our next trick is about to begin. Let's get this show on the road! This has been Linny and Lynette's Magic Show. Thanks for watching.
It's just a rehearsal, you know? Aren't you overdoing it?
It's the only way to iron out the wrinkles. Well, Fermine, what do you think?
I think it was excellent. If I had to make a suggestion, how about giving Pear a part in the show?
Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Linny's magic assistant, and if you have work-related inquiries, please ask Linny. If you have questions related to seeing a magic show, please ask the ticket office. Seems Linny is saying some strange things again. It's really worrying. I can see the conditions for victory now. After the sun goes down, the desires hidden in people's hearts will rise to the surface. Let the magic begin! Let me take the heat.
Why don't you let me take the stage?
Yes, take me with you.
Evening shows are spectacular. Should I reserve a ticket for you?
Magic is a kind of real illusion. And those few who excel at making illusions that shock and amaze will become renowned among magicians. From the performance posters adorning the opera houses of Fontaine to the hearty recommendations of hotel concierges and conversations with citizens on the streets, it isn't difficult to guess who the title of most popular magician belongs to.
We'll be a traveling magic troupe.
Magic is not simply a stage performance for Lyney, for the tricks of the trade have become a part of his everyday life. If you were to liken the battlefield to a stage, Lyney's bow and arrows would be his props, while the talented magician himself creates surprises for anyone watching the show. Those who are keen observers are more familiar with their own blind spots. When Lyney is in the party, the location of items unique to Fontaine will appear on your minimap, making it easier to gather resources. Lyney's normal attack can combo up to 4 consecutive shots, dealing physical damage. With a charged attack, Lyney executes a more precise aimed shot that deals increased damage. The shot has different effects depending on how long the charging lasts. At charge level 1, Lyney fires off a pyro-infused arrow that deals pyro damage. At charge level 2, Lyney fires off a prop arrow that deals pyro damage. After hitting, a Grinmalkin hat will be summoned. Grinmalkin hats can taunt nearby opponents, causing them to attack the hat. Each opponent can only be taunted periodically. When a Grinmalkin hat is destroyed, or its duration expires, it will fire off a pyrotechnic strike at a nearby opponent, dealing pyro damage. Only one Grinmalkin hat can exist at once. It inherits HP in proportion to Lyney's maximum HP. In addition, if Lyney's HP is higher than a certain threshold when he fires a prop arrow, Lyney will consume a portion of his own HP to obtain 1 prop surplus stack. The number of stacks is limited, and all stacks will be removed once Lyney stays out of combat for too long. Lyney's HP cannot fall below a certain threshold in this way. After unlocking the talent Perilous Performance, if Lyney consumes HP by firing off a prop arrow, the Grinmalkin hat will restore a certain amount of elemental energy after it strikes an enemy, and will gain increased damage based on its attack. Prop arrows periodically call down Spirit Breath Thorns upon the location they hit, dealing Numa-aligned pyro damage. Using his elemental skill, Lyney does a flourish with his hat.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we have a super amazing match in the earlier section, and congratulations, Izaki, for winning and making your way to the grand final. Okay, so right now, coming down, so we have another bracket. It's about to start right now, but before that, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys would have any comments about this event, this tournament, or this live stream, okay, there is a QR code right here, all right? Scan it and feel free to tell us what is your thought and how do you feel about this live stream, this event, or even this tournament. Tell us, all right? So we are getting down to the next match right now, ladies and gentlemen. At next bracket, we have Z Kremlet versus Rave, and we're gonna see who is going to making the way to the grand final. So back to the caster.
Hello, welcome back. My name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah.
This is Blep at Blep the Cat. We had an amazing last best of 3 here, but really excited now to get into our next one and find out who is going to make it to the finals.
Yeah, so we have Rev versus Z Kremlet coming up. Z Kremlet's heart rate yesterday was a little high with 160.
Yeah.
The little indicator was shaking. Meanwhile, Rev was nice and cool, just going with the vibes, he said in his winning interview. So.
Yeah, we have our highest heart rate competitor going against our lowest heart rate competitor. So
yep.
One is calm and one is, I guess, very nervous about things. But I mean, Zcrimlet, despite that, has the most consistent results. I think definitely the tournament favorite, just based on past records.
Yes,
You know,
has
having
been a
them-
consistent player since Castiel's Gathering Alphas, right? So
Yeah.
he's been in the top 8, top 16 very many times. He's taken home first place. I think it was EU.
I mean, he's taken first, second, and third in different seasons, and so he's got like that whole range, as well as making top 16 several times. So
first place EU Season 1, second place in Asia Alpha 1, third place in Asia Season 2, and then a bunch of other placements in the top 16. Now he's here, so...
yeah, I mean, Rev does also have a top 16 finish in the Season 3 Asia. I mean, that was one of what qualified him into this event here at the Prince Cup Southeast Asia top 8. But again, the journey to top 8 already is impressive enough. You know, that's one thing we're overlooking here in their tournament history. But the fact that any player who makes it here today to this stage, even the ones yesterday, you know, the 2 players we just saw, already are very deserving of being labeled a very high-level player.
Yeah, they've definitely proven themselves, you know, whether they got seeded in from the Castiel's Gathering or from the other qualifier tournament.
Yeah.
There were a whole lot of players to get through to get here.
Yeah.
A whole lot of matches.
Yeah, a whole lot of very, very good players. I mean, I'm sure there's other players in that group that are not deserving. I mean, you saw how close these matches can be between these competitive players, and that can be what decides whether you make it into one of these tournaments or not.
And here we have our first player, Rev. Most used character cards, win rate 100% with Shenhe SC, our beloved deck that we've seen very many times this tournament, both yesterday and today already. A match deck history, consistent wins across the board, 2 games of Shenhe SC, and then 2 games of this very fun Chi-Chi Oceanage Jungling deck. So, I mean, in the first best of 3, we saw that Arc decided to ban out Injagi's Yoimiya Child Vaporized deck with Bennett, and because it's a very unusual deck and he didn't want to go against it.
Yeah.
I wonder if we're going to see something very similar here with Rev's cool deck that he brought today, very creative.
Yeah, I mean, that deck did win on camera yesterday as well. Again, very unusual, a summon-heavy deck. And, you know, obviously also a very capable pilot of the Shenhe Superconductor. With 100%, I mean, that's really hard to do against this type of field. But also, this deck does get banned a lot, so you don't get a lot of opportunity to play it. But definitely, among professional players, there are decks that they're going to be better at than their fellow players at playing. And maybe Rev is just a really good pilot of the Superconductor. And he's certainly got the cool and the composure and the calmness to play a double cryo deck.
He's just drumming his fingers across the table, waiting for the game to start, all calm and collected, just like yesterday. You know,
If Rev
ready to go.
If Rev had a vision, it would definitely be a cryo vision, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
I see.
You know, I'm calling it now. But
You're going to sign visions to other players?
yeah, I mean, you know, it doesn't really matter though how high your heart rate gets, as long as you're still able to make these decisions. And even though we saw Zcrimlet reaching the highest peaks that our heart rate monitors can have.
Yeah, here he is. Again, we see Shenhe SC, 100% win rate, most used character cards. Meanwhile, match deck history, we see some Saramona. We saw that yesterday.
Yeah.
Very good deck. Agent EC, Bin, and then Shenhe SC. We saw Bin played once yesterday, but it's mostly getting banned. I think Pyro Kaching is also a very popular ban, but Shenhe SC keeps making it through.
Yeah, it did make it through. I mean, I think it got banned quite a few times yesterday. We might have seen it 1 or 2 times. A lot of the players are favoring to ban it. But the problem is, you know, there's 5 decks. If your opponent is as good at any of those 5 decks, it's really hard to pick your ban. So you might just have to be very strategic and ban decks that you know you have bad or good matchups against. But the problem with Shenhe Superconductor is it's so solid as a baseline that it's hard to have a good or a bad matchup into it. So sometimes, you know, as long as you're able to comfortably play against the deck, I think it's a fine thing to leave. But we'll see what the bans here are pretty shortly here for each player.
Yeah, so I mean, all 4 of these players brought Shenhe SC and Bin. Bin is the one getting most consistently banned, the Barbara Ito Noel stall deck. But Shenhe SC keeps making it through. We even had a mirror matchup in our first semifinals if you're joining us for the first time right now. And again, you know, Pyro Kaching just keeps getting banned. 3 players brought it today, and also 3 players brought Agent EC, and then 2 players brought MNEC. So
yeah, Pyro Kaching, you know, it's a deck that we saw a lot of in the previous tournaments that we've casted. It's fallen. I mean, we haven't seen it as often, but it's kind of this deck that has been figured out and hasn't had much change since, you know, its early versions. And so players are pretty comfortable playing it. They just don't need to try it or practice with it as much these days, I think. But you know, always a solid deck. It, again, is similar to the Superconduct deck that it has a lot of different lines that it can take. And so it's a tricky deck to both play and play against.
I think even more so than Shanna SE. There's just so many things you could do. And so we have the picks and bans here.
Wow.
Looks like I was right on my money. Chi-Chi, Ocean, and Xiangling, that deck getting banned out for Rev, and then also Pyro,
Wow.
Kaching. Bin makes it through. The Quicken deck 3 makes it through, and Shanna SC makes it through. Looks like
Yeah.
as for Z Crimlet's side, Shanna SC is banned and Bin is banned. So we're left with Pyro Kaching. I wonder if we're going to see it play today. Agent EC, and also that beautiful Saramona deck. I
Yeah.
really like it.
Really interesting set of bans of Zinc Krillnet. Really opting to ban, I guess, the deck that is least familiar playing against with that Chi-Chi, Ocean, and Shelling deck. Again, we're still not quite sure how that deck really works, but that does leave two very... I mean, unfortunately, that does leave him playing against the Ito Bin deck there and Superconduct. And particularly, I think, the if the matchups go kind of the wrong way and he puts his Pyro Kaching deck into the Bin deck, could be a very tough uphill battle because that is it's one of the more lopsided matchups you can have in Genius Invocation.
I'm really excited to see Pyro Kaching. I know I've said in past tournaments there's too much Pyro Kaching, we want to see something different, but we haven't seen much Pyro Kaching at all.
No.
So, okay, looks like Rev is going with this Quicken deck first. Wow,
Yes.
you want to talk about the action cards here?
I
But
do want to talk. So this is one of so as soon as these cards revealed, I went cooking on this deck. I mean, I'm really excited to see Rev play. He's a better player than I am and a better deck builder, I'm sure. So he's probably built a better version than I could. But this is Quicken, but specifically with the Unseen Razor and
Yep.
Golden House weapon package.
Yep.
You know, I don't want to explain too much because I think it's really fun to watch. I'll definitely point out the lines, but the way this deck plays is it's looking to return weapons that have play effects like Fruit and King Squire with Unseen Razor, and then getting that discount from Golden House. I love
yeah,
this deck.
so Fruit is that first catalyst
It
looking
is.
weapon there.
Yep.
And I believe it gives you card draw if you equip it. And then King Squire reduces the cost of your elemental skill or talent by 2 dice, I believe. So, and then there are cards in here like Where's the Unseen Razor?
Yeah.
And also I think
Rhythm of the Great Dream and
yeah,
Golden
yeah,
House.
that
yeah.
will unequip the cards.
Yeah, this is a really cool deck. Ooh,
Oh, and
I was
Secret One's
wondering.
playing the Saramona deck, Venti.
Yes.
I really like this deck too. So these 2-cost artifacts have risen in popularity recently. They weren't favored before, but I mean, some players have figured out how to build decks using them to their maximum efficiency. See Ancient Courtyard, which is very useful if you already have an artifact or weapon equipped. If you play that card, it will reduce the cost of equipping a new one by 2. So.
Yeah, very powerful. I mean, these 2-cost artifacts, and specifically, you'll notice they're using the, I guess, the weaker or the smaller effect of the two. You know, we have the other version, which also recently got buffed, but that gives you element dice at the beginning of the roll. But these are actually the better ones, despite not having that dice fixing effect.
Oh, we get a shot of the trophy here in the stage. You know, the
That's really
players are
Taunting them, like it's right in
is.
front of them behind the
right
screen.
there.
You just look at the trophy the whole time.
It's a reminder of everything they're fighting for.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it was me, I was just fighting for the golden card back. But I guess if I'm
If you're already
already,
if you're already here in the quarterfinals, you already get the golden card back.
I know. That'd be happy enough for me already. But I guess that's where I am right now. You know, I definitely don't not competitive enough to play against these high-level players anymore.
So, who are you expecting to win this first game? We're going into it right now.
Yeah, weapon. So I've been playing Weapon Quicken a lot. The main thing is that it can be highly draw dependent. And you can see here Rev throwing away every single card because he didn't draw any weapons. And
Yep.
that's kind of the weaknesses I found with the deck. It's got a lot of really strong openings.
Oh, there's a
Ooh,
weapon,
okay.
and there's Unseen Razor.
This
There's
could
a
be
lot,
pretty good.
actually.
This is pretty good. And Z Kremlin during, again...
A triple 2-cost artifact
Yeah.
in Ancient Courtyard. That could actually be pretty good, but I mean, there's nothing you can really do after you use them. Not a
Right.
lot of card draw, not
Yeah.
a lot of anything else. Also, I just want to point out Z Krumlet's art rate is already at 150, and he's
already shaking.
fighting his nerves. I mean, we saw him prove himself yesterday. He was so nervous playing, but he still made all the right moves despite that. We know nerves can definitely trip players up, but he's been a very consistent player despite that. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and we might actually see, I have to do the math here, but with a 3-artifact hand, I don't know if that perfectly lets him use 8 dice to use 3 skills across all the characters. So, as we saw yesterday, the way the Ceremony deck works is you're really on a fixed rotation. You start from one character, equip an artifact, and then cycle through your characters one by one, and then rely on both the discount from those artifacts and Venti's discount on swapping to generate value over time.
Yeah, so I mean, Mona has a passive where if you're swapping away from her once per round, it's a fast swap, so it doesn't take an entire turn to swap characters. Meanwhile, Venti has a passive that basically reduces the cost of swapping by 1 dice, so it's basically like a free changing shift. So we also see changing shifts in Z Crimlet's hand, which reduces the cost of swapping by 1.
Yeah,
so
and he might need that in order to execute a 3-skill first round, which is actually really powerful, and it's one of the ways that this deck gets ahead of other ones by allowing you to use a lot more skills in that first round.
There we go.
But that should be, I think is one shot. We're probably going to see Ancient Courtyard into skill and then into another equip here.
Yes.
But we'll see what Rev here. Rev unfortunately has a lot of card draw effects right now. So one of the things that he can do now, so if you remember I was going to talk about that once we reach that point, but he has the Unseen Razor, which returns a weapon to your hand. So he has the ability to return that fruit that he equipped onto the heater back into his hand, reduce the cost by 2, and then play it again with a discount on Golden House to give 2 free cards. We're almost certainly going to see that next round. We can't do it this round. But
Basically, all these support cards are in combination with each other to pull off a really, really good effect. And you kind of have to have them all in your hand at once for it to work out well. Otherwise, it's really risky, right?
It is, yeah, and that's why like this deck, it's really hard to get working consistently, because if you don't draw any weapons, it's very susceptible drawing the wrong half of your deck. Sometimes you draw all your weapons, but none of your other cards, and look at this, this is tuning 3 cards.
Had to tune Dangerous, and I haven't lost yet.
Wow, you can see Zim Krillin is really happy about that, giving him the thumbs up there, knowing that that puts him at a really big advantage going into the next round. But, of course, one of the things going for Rev, he does have that combo of Fruit and Unseen Razor to fill his hand back up next turn. But yeah, having to burn 3 cards there is really painful.
Yeah, and you know, Ancient Courtyard came out for that free equip onto the artifact that went onto Mona. So, I mean, she's so good. These 2 cost artifacts, you just equip them for free if you have that Arcane Legend.
Yeah, so he's currently deciding how he wants to end his turn there. You're going to see a swap back onto Sarah. So this is to reduce the amount of elemental application here. Unfortunately, wasting the fast swap off of Mona a little bit, but deciding it's more important to not apply Electro or trigger Quicken. And this is one of the things you want to do against the Quicken deck. If you can deny them the Quicken reaction for as long as possible, it really hurts their damage over time.
Yeah, because those Quicken stacks can definitely hurt you hard if you don't avoid them. You typically want to cleanse off these elements applied onto your characters, or just make sure that they aren't, you know...
Yeah, there's all the Dendro dice now. Finally coming in, and here we go. I think we're going to see the Unseen Razor unequip here.
Yeah,
this is my favorite. This is my favorite thing to do in Genius Invocation.
Look, it's 0 cost.
It's 0
you just
cost.
equip it again.
Again, I don't know how competitive this deck is. Obviously, if Reb is bringing it, he has faith in it.
You don't know how competitive this deck is, but it's right here in the semifinals.
It is, but you know, at this point, you kind of run out of gas a little bit. You know, you don't have any more weapons, and you've used up a lot of cards. But here we go, 4 damage skill there, getting additional damage. So one of the great things about these cards that have on-play effect, you're not only getting the effect of something like drawing 2 cards, it's also adding 1 damage to all of your attacks here.
Changing shifts. I wonder who we're going to go to. Probably Venti, if I would guess. To swirl that Hydro and Nahida, because I feel like Steve Crimlet thinks that Rev's going to go for Nahida Burst.
Yeah, but I mean, one of the downsides of getting off of Mona for that fast swap, yeah, Rev is hovering over Kale there. Rev has the opportunity, and this is the most annoying thing you can do against Anemo opponents, is if you swap to the character without any element applied, deny them the swell, it severely impacts the damage. I think he has to do this right now. He's a little bit behind in terms of elemental applications, and not having been able to trigger Quicken until this round, but I don't think he can afford to let Venti swell here.
Yeah, he's thinking through all of his options. You know, we see him checking the skills of his opponent's characters. We are going to see a swab onto Kale, so we don't have that swirl from Venti onto Nahida's Hydro onto all of those adjacent characters. It would trigger Electrocharge too.
It would trigger, yeah. And this is one of the powers of this deck, is that it combines the already powerful Electrocharged reaction with swells that generate Electrocharged as well for like -2, -3 damage across all the backup characters. We'll see what Zim Krillin decides to do.
Yeah, he has to think pretty hard here. The heart rate monitor is taken away.
Yeah, and this is the downside with Venti's skill. By itself, it only does 2 damage, which is not great. Obviously has that discount on swapping, but unless you can trigger a swell, it's harder to get value. But he might still opt to do it. Yeah, he's going to go for it.
Still going for it, yep. I mean, it does give him the reduced cost to swap passive, so. And then, you know, staying on Venti is also good here because you can either, you kind of force Rev to stay on Cole. Because you don't want to swap off of Cole, you're just going to have a swirl from Venti in that case.
I think that's fine. If Venti uses skill again and doesn't use up those 2 stacks of the discount, because you can't stack them infinitely, I think that's actually good for you. If I was Rev, I might have actually swapped off there, I think. I mean, he obviously wants to end first, but when your opponent is on 5 dice, it's very likely that they're going to follow up with another skill. So I think I like the swap to Nahida there myself, because your opponent is pretty likely to go Mona from here.
I don't know. I mean, swirling that Hydra to get the Electro Charge reaction off would do a significant amount of damage, though. It's just free damage and then also elemental application.
It is. But I mean, if that's going to happen, that's going to happen anyway at some point in time. But
here we go.
Yeah, this
Sara skill coming out.
This is where the deck is really starting to shine. You can see here, Venti able to provide basically 2 free dice, allowing Z Crimlet to use 2 more skills from Sara and Mona. And this is why I didn't think it was such a big deal to swap to Nahida, because your opponent is already going to be performing those swaps.
And right away, we see Z Crimlet going back to Venti, giving a nod to the camera here. I think those summons are going to take out Cole, and Rev is going to be forced to go onto either Nahida or Fischl. You know, Venti is sitting at a healthy 9, even though he has Electro applied onto him. So if he gets another swirl off, it could be pretty bad. Though, Nahida's burst is up.
Yeah, burst is up, but not going to be enough to take out Venti here.
I don't remember if Rev brought Adeptus. I mean, I think you bring Adeptus in Quicken, right?
I think there might be some copies, but I don't think he's drawn it. I mean, I think we might need to wait for that Lieben to proc to see what the 2 cards are that he draws into.
I mean, you could look for it, strategize. Also, Subaru Res, you can definitely go looking for it if that's what you want.
Yeah, I want to see what Rev decides to do here. That Lotus Crypt. Lotus Crypt, one of the cards a little bit weaker against this deck because it doesn't actually put together a lot of damage.
I think you really want to snipe off Venti here, but...
Yeah, I mean, it's almost certainly Venti's going to skill. And do remember, that Venti's skill is going to be buffed by 1 by that damage. It's not going to be enough to kill Nahida, except for that Electro Charge reaction is going to come up. So it's actually exactly lethal.
Well, I feel like, you know, the Sara Mona deck isn't about doing a lot of damage with those swirl. It's kind of like a cumulative damage across the board, right? With the summons and Electro Charge reactions and the swirl, instead of like a lot of damage onto one character. So I think, you know, Z Crimlet is just focusing on chunking out Rev's characters here. So we just see the burst coming down. No searching for Adeptus. Quicken Stacks procced again. Venti is at 2 HP. I feel like you just swirl and then you don't really need Venti after that because you have the reduced swap cost passive already.
Yeah, so Z Crimlet in a really good position. And this is, you know, playing against the Sara Mona Venti deck, it's actually really surprising how quickly your characters get low. You know, you don't expect it, but those Electro Charge reactions, along with as soon as they get 1 swirl off, really start to add up over time. We'll see if Rev can pull something out here, but...
Well, I also think Z Crimlet had like the perfect starting hand. You know, all of those 2-cost artifacts, and then also Ancient Courtyard, of course, and also Changing Shifts. Kind of guaranteed he had what he needed to get this deck going.
Yeah, and that's kind of the strength of the deck. It's basically trying to draw or use multiple skills on the same turn. And we're seeing the weakness here of the Weapon Quicken deck a little bit. If it doesn't draw the right cards to combo, it can often run out of gas here. And you can see here, Golden House and Rhythm not very good until you draw that weapon.
Yeah, and that's why you take Sumer Resonance here. You can go searching for the cards that you want. And there's a lot of good cards here. I wonder if Rev has found what he needs.
So this could get really interesting. So when you have King Squire and Unseen Razor, it lets you use skills for cheap. The unfortunate thing is Cole is no longer active, and it's one of the cards that are much better on Cole than it would be on Fischl. You know, Fischl only has a 1 damage skill, and so isn't able to take advantage of King Squire as much. We might just see the Gamblers
equip. Gamblers equip onto Nahida. Gonna go for a kill on Venti, refresh 2 Omni Die. I think that's all you can really hope to do. Tuning?
Yeah, he is going to have to tune a card here.
I think it makes sense to tune...
you could just normal attack. Yeah, here we go. You should just normal attack.
You could normal attack, but I mean, I think it makes sense to tune it as well because you anticipate Nahida's going to fall, right? You don't really need Quick Swap anymore.
I mean, you don't need Quick Swap, but you might need that dice to tune in a future turn. I mean, the card to tune. I mean, you don't... Like I said, the normal attack there was enough to finish it. There was no reason to use anything other than normal attack. So Z Kremlin here now just to figure out if he wants to take out Nahida.
And, you know, on Rev's side, it doesn't really look like there's a lot of resources here, but with that Woven, and then also the Covenant and the ability to equip and unequip things, like... We'll just see. Nahida falls to Raiden's skill, and Sara's burst is up, but there's no way for Z Kremlin to cast it right now.
Yeah, so Rev needs to try and find a line to finish the game this turn. I don't know if he'll be able to find it, but if he can, I mean, yeah, that's definitely step one. I don't think he has enough dice there, unfortunately.
King Squire going on to Official. Covenant.
He's going to be able to get two. If this was Collei, I think he would have had enough to finish it. But because it's Official, it's not enough. And especially, yeah, this breakpoint is really bad for him. You know, leaving Sara on 1, he needs to use another skill to finish Sara off, but that's going to leave Mona still at a very healthy life total.
Mona is very healthy. I mean, Official's burst will be up, but I do think that, I don't know.
Yeah, and with no other way to proc reactions as well, those seeds are no longer able to proc. So, yeah, I think Z Kremlin is in a dominant position here, is going to be able to take this game out. Oh, Rev's heart rate is now finally going up.
Oh, it's finally going up. The calm and collective player is being threatened right now. I mean, he didn't lose a game yesterday, right? I think he went 2-0, so I think he knows he might be about to lose. Both of these heart rate monitors are definitely shaking. I mean, Z Kremlin yesterday, even when he was winning, he was doing really good. He's still really nervous.
And here's the fun play here that this deck can do. Can return King Squire back to the hand and play it again for 1. So it lets you use another card. And here we go, tuning the last card. But again, only able to use...
Oz summon.
Yeah, but only able to use Oz, which is not going to be enough. He's going to need to set up for the burst next round. But I think that Electro Charge next round might be enough.
So
actually.
Mona's skill does 1 on cast.
1 short right now. Oh, that's a Tandoori.
Oh, Tandoori. Oh, no. It just gets exactly what it needs. On a high roll. Look at him smiling up there.
Smiling. I mean, I think he would have had it anyway. I believe Official's burst is only 4 damage to the primary character, so it wouldn't have been enough without a Adeptus or something. But this seals it in Z Kremlin's favor.
It does. You see him laughing.
Yeah, I think Rev also knows that he needs to jump, but he's going to see...
Oh, he's shaking his head. Oh, he knows. Oh,
he has the Tandoori.
And Official falls to Mona's skill. That Tandoori coming in clutch to do 2 extra damage. So the first game of this second best of 3 in the semifinals goes to Z Kremlin.
Yeah, that was really interesting because, you know, Rev being forced to go to Collei in order to avoid the Venti swell. And then Z Kremlin still deciding, despite not being able to swallow Venti, to use his skills. And that put Collei low enough that she went down eventually to those summons. And then once Collei goes down, your King Squire becomes a lot worse in that deck. There's no character that you can equip it to that is able to reduce the skill and able to repeatedly use the skill. You saw how effective it was that at least the Unseen Razor were able to return the King Squire, play it again, use the skill immediately, but Official is not the character you want to be doing that on.
Yeah, you know, Nahida and Official are both really good characters, and they're super, like, popular to be put into different cores of decks, but like on their own, they don't do a whole lot of damage unless they have their burst up. So Collei is pretty good at doing damage on her own, but she is the first one who went down, as you were talking about.
Yeah, Collei is generally the character you want to finish on in that matchup, but unfortunately, the way the game played out, that didn't end up working out.
And here we have the post-match breakdown for this first game between Z Kremlin and Rev. Sara getting 1 kill, 30 damage. Mona getting a double kill, 14 damage, but Nahida doing a lot of damage, 18 damage and 1 kill, but not quite enough. Official doing 8 damage and getting 1 kill, but Collei not able to do much at all here.
And it's really exciting to see Venti kind of start coming out. You know, his card came out quite a while ago, but really hasn't been played at all. I think a lot of players started trying him out in the double Anemo decks that are very popular with Anemo characters, but he's actually not at his best here. I think being able to find this specific build, which uses a lot of I mean, Sara too is an underutilized character, and the characters that like have slightly lower than normal skill damage, so you don't quite think they're as strong, but again, the electro charge damage with the swells just adds up so quickly over time. You can see exactly 31 damage, able to pick you off very efficiently.
There's a lot of ways to cut down on dice cost. There's a lot of ways to generate dice. There's a lot of ways to fix the bad dice that you get. You know, luck of the draw and the rolls are also always important, but there are ways you can build your deck to mitigate that. You know, you can see this deck is really nice when it works out well. Sara, Mon, and Venti are all different elements, but, you know, Z Crimlet was able to make it all work really well. I think getting all those 3 2-cost artifacts right away in the changing shares, like I said this earlier, but I think that first round kind of set him up to do what he needed to do with that deck.
Yeah, I mean, I think the deck building here is really set up to make the most use out of Ancient Courtyard especially, but that first round and having really efficient turns, it's definitely like, how to describe it? It's like it really uses the dice most effectively. If you look at how many skills are used during the game, like it's going to have more than your opponent. It's just winning on that level alone.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, I do think that Rev definitely tried his best. You know, his heart rate went up at the end there because he knew it was over for him. But I think we're about to get into the second game in this second best of 3 semifinals today. So it looks like Rev is choosing to take a very safe deck. Shenhe SC.
And this build looks very similar to, I think, the list that Inzaghi was also bringing, you know, not with that Stone and Contracts, 1 copy of, and not any Star Signs, but double issue.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any surprises here whatsoever. I run double Liusu in my Shenhe SC deck. I think it's a very good choice.
Yeah, we do have the one of Northern Smoke Chicken. Only 1 send-off, though, so if there ends up being a mirror matchup between these 2 decks, you know, less likely to draw one of the key cards in the matchup.
I actually feel like, you know, Liusu can be pretty good, but as we saw earlier in Arc's semifinal, I think, you know, can be kind of a trap as well if you're up against a deck that is running standoff.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful with what line you take, even if you draw Liusu early.
Yeah, if your cards don't quite line up the same way against your opponents, can definitely come back to bite you. I mean, it's still a very efficient card. It allows you to rebuild even after a send-off, but we'll see if the opponent can draw 2 of them against this turn. But we'll see what Z Crimlet is going to bring.
Oh, Pyro Kaching, there it is. Okay. Sumeru City, Sack Sword, Bennett Talent. 2 send-offs. Oh, no.
2 send-offs. Yeah, we're seeing send-off a lot. Again, these deck lists are closed for these players. They don't actually know what the opponent has in their deck. The only thing they know is their character cards. I think even that was hidden until just before the ban. So in this kind of closed list format, you really want to kind of steer towards safety, and having send-off is a great way to mitigate kind of those uneven matchups of the very high roll decks. But this looks pretty good, I think, actually for Z Crimlet. I think Overload is a great way to disrupt the Superconduct deck who likes to stick on specific characters.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, this deck list looks very standard for Pyro Kaching. Pyro Kaching is a deck that has gone through quite a lot of changes since it was first created a couple patches ago. You know, these days it runs Klee instead of Agent, but you always have that Bennett and Kaching core there because Bennett Burst is too good, especially with this talent.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons to be playing the deck. You know, one of the few decks that can utilize Bennett to full potential. And, you know, there's some minor adjustments that have happened over time. Sacrificial Sword, Sumeru City, and kind of newer additions, I think, to the deck as people have figured out how good those cards are in this deck. But like I said, a lot of players have already figured out how to play this deck. So, you know, even though we haven't seen it too much on camera, I was very confident that Z Crimlet can pilot this very well. So it should be a pretty close matchup. Should go pretty quickly either way.
I think it's definitely look at the draw sort of matchup. I mean, there's a lot of different lines you can play with both of these decks. I think, you know, Pyro Kaching isn't so good into Bin, but we haven't seen any Bin. It keeps getting banned.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Pyro Kaching is favored a little bit. You know, the Superconduct deck likes to swap characters around quite a lot, and one of the ways Pyro Kaching gets you is by repeatedly applying Pyro to your characters with Bennett while building up to his burst.
Here we go. Looks like Rev has calmed down a bit. His heart rate is it's the lowest we've seen it today. I think he started at like 120 at the beginning of last match. Z Crimlet's still running pretty high. The nerves are still there, even though he took the first round. So, I mean, there is a lot on the line for these players. You know, each of these players has already won $4,500 for third and fourth place, and also US dollars, I should say, and also that golden card back. But they are currently fighting for a place in the finals against Inzaghi. So we'll have to see how this last match goes, if it's the last match.
Yeah. We'll see what decides. I mean, I think who's starting first? It looks like Rev is going to be able to start first on Shenhe Superconduct. So Zeke, I'm going to choose to start Kaching, which is pretty unusual for this deck.
You see, Rev and I haven't lost yet in this hand. I mean, it's a bit early to have it, but I think against Pyro Kaching, it's actually pretty good.
Yeah,
Because Pyro
definitely.
Kaching is very fast.
Very aggressive. Of course, Pyro Resonance, not many decks running it, but one of the best cards at dealing damage. And I really like the Kaching start from Zeke.
Yeah, me too, yeah.
You know, I think the idea here is once you have that Stiletto in hand, you can threaten your opponent with a swap off of Overload anytime. And I know one of the weaknesses of the Shenhe Superconduct deck, especially things against cards like Double Anemo, is getting pushed off of the characters that you want to be on.
Yeah, and I know yesterday I think we saw Pyro Kaching played once, and Kaching wasn't really able to come out and do anything.
No.
So I do like this start as well, just because it can kind of be hard to swap later on.
Yeah, it
Kaching
looks
is very
like
popular. I mean,
no-
very important card here.
No Bennett talent out of Zeke-Crimlet, so he's opting to go to Klee instead of Bennett, which makes sense. I think in this matchup, you want to be aggressive, and definitely Bennett is a little bit more passive play, whereas Klee is the best at piling on damage quickly.
Yeah, you normally, it depends on what you draw. Like, if you draw Liu Su and Bennett Talent, you're going to want to go for Bennett Burst first. But this start is also really good, starting with Klee, and then you're able to... we'll probably see a Gambler's Equip into Covenant Charge Attack.
I think so. That does waste the Pyro application a little bit, so I wonder if we're just going to save that. You know, he might... You know, yeah, no, that makes sense. If you do a charge attack, you threaten Shenhe with the Kaching, but Rev able to actually get...
Oh, ending
Shenhe
no
burst up.
charge check wants to go first. I think it makes sense,
I think, so what Zeke-Crimlet is hoping to draw here, I think, is an... Actually, does Tandoori do it? I think Tandoori does it.
I think so. Wow. Sack Sword and Bennett Talent if he needs it.
Yeah, so that was actually an action-packed first turn. So if you didn't notice, Rev was able to use Northern Smoke Chicken to discount Shenhe's normal attack to 2, which actually let him build up that second energy. Normally, Zeke-Crimlet were able to threaten Shenhe immediately with the Stiletto, but countering that play is Zeke-Crimlet waiting for the next of his turn and is going to be able to snipe up Shenhe regardless.
Yeah, Tandoori into Stiletto, right? Here we go, Stiletto. And you see Rev shaking his head. Shenhe's going to fall here without using her burst. This is, -7. There she goes. And of course, the Overload forcefully sends Chongyun out into the field.
Yeah, and that Gamble is perfectly equipped onto Kaching there, getting that 2 extra drive. This is a really rough start for Rev here now.
This is a very rough start. His heart rate is a little bit higher, but I think he's still pretty calm and collected. He's thinking about the best thing he can do to come back from this. That's the scary thing with Pyro Kaching. The overload reactions just do so much damage.
Yeah, and definitely here forcing it onto Chongyun, which is probably fine either way, but we'll see. There are 2 I haven't lost yet in Rev's hand, so there's actually quite a potential for a comeback here if he can make use of them. We might actually see a swap into I haven't lost yet Raiden Burst, or maybe even just I haven't lost yet on Chongyun at the end of the turn. We'll see which way it goes.
I like this from Zeke-Crimlet. You draw that Bennett Talent. I think it only makes sense to slowly go for that burst now.
Yeah, with
Well, not slowly, but
with Shenhe no longer threatening burst, it really reduces the amount of pressure that the Superconductor can put on you. So you have time to kind of slow the matchup down. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Zeke-Crimlet build up to that Bennett Talent. But honestly, that could take a while. It might just be the swap here might just be because Bennett's one of the healthier characters.
Yeah, I don't think that Rev can really... Yeah, I think he's going to go for Chongyun Burst here. Because Raiden's Burst is 4 cost, so if he does anything with Chongyun, he can't swap over even with changing shifts and use her Burst with I haven't lost yet. It has to be Chongyun Burst.
Yeah,
so I think Bennett might get sniped off here.
Yeah, I think Zeke-Crimlet knows and is okay with that. I think one of the reasons to go to Bennett here is that he won't die to maybe something like a Cryo Res, and is able to make use of Tandoori. Tandoori affects all of your characters, buffs all of their skills by 2. So it's not very efficient if you only get 1 skill off with it, but able to swap to Bennett, use another skill, get some extra damage on. But here we go.
There's I haven't lost yet, giving Chongyun that last energy point. We'll see if Rev tunes for Burst. I think we might see it. I don't know if he's going to go for Burst or skill. Probably it has to be Burst, right?
Has to be Burst.
Has to be Burst.
Yeah, you can't...
Icy Cool doesn't... I don't think Icy Cool does enough.
Not with Shenhe on the field there. You have to Burst here. I was thinking, does he want to tune his second I haven't lost yet? Seems like a card you might want to keep just because...
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you need changing shifts because I think you're anticipating for Chongyun to fall. You're not really going to be swapping.
Yeah, if you burst with Chongyun here, you're almost certainly expecting your opponent to go to Kaching. But the problem with that is it lets them use another Gambler, so then you're trying to finish with Raiden, which is not the best. Yeah,
well, either way, you're going to be taking out Bennett here, right? So...
Yeah, I think you have to. I mean, you really want to use that burst on. If he had anything else to do with his dice, we could have seen an end turn.
Oh, tuning. Oh, he's gonna go for a skill.
Not wanting to take out. Oh,
I wonder. He wants the summon to take out Bennett. So either Z Kremlin has to swap off, or
yeah, he's choosing to save that burst. Oh yeah, so this is where the changing shifts comes into play.
Okay, yeah, this makes sense.
Yeah,
so now Chongyu is safe with his burst.
The burst needs to be safe for Keqing. I think Rev is hoping to find something like a quick swap effect that will let him go on to.
Oh, there's Pyro-Res.
That's going to be enough to take out Raiden, I think.
I think so. Is it?
With a
3,
Klee skill, it should
4,
be. I mean, Pyro-Res plus
5,
skill is usually 8
6,
damage.
7, yeah, 8.
Yeah, so we'll see if Z Kremlin decides to go for that here. Unfortunately, no gamblers on Klee, so not going to be able to recoup that 2 dice. But he does have a winning line just to go from Klee skill into Keqing.
And you can see with these 2 decks just how fast the tide can change with one single card.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you know, Z Kremlin was in a great spot having taken out Shenhe with that overload reaction, Tandori with Keqing Stiletto. But now, Rev might be about...
Have to recover, yeah. Z Kremlin trying to... You definitely would have liked her to just normal attack here. Unfortunately, the overload is going to send him onto Chongyun either way. Maybe that's what he wants. He'll very carefully decide what dice he wants here. The thing is, I think he's trying to, he's definitely playing around the second I haven't lost yet. We know, of course, at home that Rev has already tuned it, doesn't have access to it, but he's got to be thinking about if he kills Chongyun here, a Raiden burst counter onto Keqing could be pretty devastating.
It could be pretty devastating. I wonder if he... It looks like he wants to keep Raiden alive here instead of using the Pyro-Res.
Yeah, not using Pyro is interesting. One of the things, though, is that Covenant in his hand is soon not going to be very useful. The window is closing in on that, so we'll see what he decides to do here. We might see a swap stall back onto Raiden.
If only Z Kremlin had I haven't lost yet. Keqing Burst would be...
For sure.
Be really big here. Especially if Chongyun active character has Pyro applied onto him, would just be...
Yeah, I think Rev here is forced to go to Raiden because there is no way that he can actually take out Klee here. If he takes out Klee, it's immediately going to go to Keqing, and Keqing's skill is going to finish it off, and I don't think he has the cards for Raiden to finish it off.
Yeah, I mean, Z Kremlin doesn't know that Rev doesn't have the second copy of I Haven't Lost Yet.
But I don't think it matters because if you kill Klee here, there's really only one play that Z Kremlin can make, which is to kill your Chongyun. So you're forcing him kind of to make the play that would win anyway. So you're better off swapping here, leaving it up to Z Kremlin to maybe make a mistake here and make a play that lets you win. But he's probably just going to skill or swap might actually make sense.
Yeah,
This is kind of a dance between Chongyun and Keqing to see if one can take out the other, because both are within lethal range of the other one.
You don't really know what your opponent has in terms of cards. Like, you could have a quick swap, you could have I Haven't Lost Yet, you could have Resonance card. There's so much you could have in your hand that would change the game significantly.
Yeah, Z Kremlin definitely thinking about Cryo Resonance normal attack from Raiden here would be enough to finish our Keqing. I think he's decided he cannot play around that, so he's going to swap to Keqing, which is actually going to be a very good move here.
Yes, it is a very good move here.
Because if Keqing can take... Well, if Keqing takes out Raiden here, that's actually pretty bad, but Rev doesn't really have any better plays at this point.
Look at Z Kremlin's heart rate monitor.
Yeah, based on the cards in each of their hands, I think, yeah, they're going to be forced to make this play.
Normal attack. It's not enough.
No Cryo Res. I think Z Kremlin's going to breathe a sign of relief because a Cryo Res would have ended the game there on the spot. It's very close.
It is very close.
I think Z Kremlin, yeah, is probably going to have to attack. He's going to get 2 more dice back, but Klee, unfortunately... Oh, but he does have that Covenant.
He has Covenant Pyro-Res, so I mean, 3 cost stiletto.
But at the same time, Rev has the double woven. I think Rev actually has this. You know, both sides have 2 extra dice in hand, but with the way the turns go, I think Rev is
Oh
going to come out
my
on
gosh,
top.
well, you're right. So normal attack takes out Keqing here. And then we know Rev is sitting on 1 Omni and 2 Woven, so that will be enough. You know, Z-Kremlin is not quite able to take out that Chongyun.
These 2 Woven Z-Kremlins.
There it goes.
That his one. He knows. He's got to know. There's the second
oh,
one.
He rolls his eyes. Oh my gosh. Chongyun first coming down to take out Klee, and Rev is 1-1 against Z-Kremlin in the second semifinal match. That we were on this edge of our seat here.
Yeah.
Oh, look at him, so
so
calm and
definitely
collected.
one of the things, you know, we saw that Pyre Resonance stuck in Z-Kremlin's hand for the whole round. He was never found an opportunity to use it, and that 3 damage would have been crucial at some point during the game. You know, I really wonder at some point if it would have made sense for him to use that Pyre Resonance when he had the opportunity, get that extra 3 damage on Raiden, and finish her off quicker, so that he would have had a better last round. So definitely going to be looking back over that match to see what he could have done differently, because I think he was in a good spot right up until the end. But of course, you know, at the same time, Rev drawing double I haven't lost yet. He did tune 1, but he did draw both, and then double Woven. That's a lot to play around.
And you see, you know, it was taking a little bit. It was a very, very hard match. I mean, there was a lot on the line here. Z-Kremlin taking the first match in the semifinal best of 3, and he finally, you know, he got one. He got one off of him.
I mean, he knows that he kind of scraped through by the skin of his teeth there with that double Woven at the end there. If he had not had, if he had 1 less of those Woven effects, if he had tuned the wrong card or played slightly differently, I mean, that's all it takes to have 1
That's
dice
all it
difference.
takes. Exactly. That game, you know, I feel like Pyro Keqing versus Shanha SC is like a very classic matchup. And, you know, that game still had us on the edge of our seats because these players are so good. But you see Chongyun taking the victory, 2 kills, 22 damage there, doing a whole lot of work. You know, Shanha got sniped off very early, wasn't able to do much, and it didn't look like Z-Kremlin was going to take a win from that. But, you know, with these 2 decks, they're very fast-paced. Anything can happen, and that's what Rev showed us today.
Yeah, definitely, you know, in the early on stages, that Keqing stiletto with the Tandoori backup, you know, really surprising Rev out of nowhere, taking out Shenhe when she was ready to burst. But again, one of the things you have to keep in mind, and one of the things that players at home should keep in mind, when you lose a character early like that, you know, your opponent doesn't do it for free. Your opponent has to spend cards, dice to make that happen. And so you shouldn't give up. Because as long as you can mount a similar comeback, use your resources the same way. I've seen that a couple of times, you know, in that mirror matchup in the last best of 3 between the 2 superconductor decks. The first takedown wasn't the player that won the match ultimately. You know, the other player came back from that early first or early second turn kill and managed to turn it around on their opponents.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I think we've seen that, you know, a couple of times. Yesterday, too, not just today, just now, where, you know, someone gets a character sniped off early, and then it doesn't, you know, mean that the person who did that is going to win the game. It's still really uncertain. So.
Yeah, I mean, the mental part is a lot of why also these players are here in the top 8, and you know, people like us here on the casting bench, is that it can be very easy to give up or feel discouraged after losing characters early, you know, being denied bursts left and right when your characters have the card. They always have it, right? They always have the right card at the right moment. But, you know, your deck, assuming you built your deck well, you know, you also have cards that can bring you back from the kind of the edge of losing and then come back in that way. So very well done to Rev for hanging in there. And then again, drawing a little bit well, but sometimes it does take, you know, drawing well and playing to the cards that you have left in your deck in order to come back for a victory.
Yeah, and you know, so just following the dynamic of these 2 players too. So yesterday we saw how calm and collected Rev was with a very like low heart rate. We have these like heart rate monitors here on the screen, which you can see. And meanwhile, Z-Kremlin has had his heart racing both yesterday and today. And like despite the nerves, you know, they're able to make really good decisions through those nerves. So Rev taking Bin. This is the second time we'll be seeing Bin this tournament. We saw it once yesterday. It's normally getting banned out, but, you know, it got through in this semifinals. So very, very normal action cards here for this deck, I believe. For those of you who don't know, Bin means Barbara Ito Noel B-I-N, and it is a deck that can make games take a very long time. So we might be in for a long 3rd match here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing that it does get banned pretty often, but I'm excited to see it on camera. It's actually one of the more interesting. It's not a fun deck to play against. When you play against this deck, it's miserable.
It's fun to watch.
It makes you think your deck doesn't do anything because you just you know, you fight and fight against Ito, and then they end the game in one round, and everyone's at full health. But it's really fun to watch because it's a very reactive deck. You're really relying on knowing what your opponent is doing.
Oh, you know, and I just realized, I wonder if Secret's going to go for Pyro Kaching
That
again.
could be bad. Yeah, I was wondering
That could be really, really bad. I think we're going to see in a second here what Secret chose. And it's not Pyro Kaching. He had the option to play it again because he lost with it. But it looks like we're going to see Agent EC right now, which is actually really good into Bin. So I think there's kind of like some mind games going on here because Bin is really good into Pyro Kaching, can cleanse off those elemental applications from, you know, both Pyro and Electro with Barbara Scale. But I think, you know, Electro Charge reactions and Superconduct reactions are really good into a deck like Bin. You know, with those shields, it gets under the shields.
It does, but I mean, either way, you know, you are still needing to do regular damage to Ito. So I actually don't know if this does favor the Agent Electro Charge deck. I'm not as familiar with this matchup. It's been a while. Should have talked with the pro players before. I believe actually Bin might be favored a little bit because the Agent Electro Charge deck is a bit of a stall deck. And generally, the decks with combo finishes, like decks that run Ito, tend to be favored because the longer you drag the game out, the more time you have for them to set up. And while it's true it's harder to cleanse against decks like Oceanid, it also lets you use Barbara more freely because you're already getting hit with Hydro. There's less of a chance you're going to have that Hydro aura you know, backfire on you.
I feel like it might depend on the luck of the draw here a little bit because I'm just thinking like, you know, those Electro Charge reactions get under the shields. So
yeah, I mean the brunt of the damage still though is from like the summons damaging. I mean, one of the advantages the Electro Charge deck is going to have is Tenacity of the Millith is a key card for the Ito deck, and you can't make use of it as easily when your opponent's damage is mostly coming from summons because, you know, it generates a die when you get hit, but unless you can make use of that die with something like Vanarana, it's going to be very difficult to generate value.
Those of you watching at home, I would like to see in chat, who do you think is going to win this last match of the second semifinals? These players are 1-1 right now. We're about to get into our last match here. So
there's a Tubby.
There is a Tubby. Oh, there's Tubby. Woo!
Okay.
Tenchikaku and Vanarana is a very, very good combination of cards.
Yeah, Red here into a pretty interesting start. Unfortunately, Z Krumlet not drawing any location cards with the Tubby. It is going to be a longer game, so you know he's definitely incentivized to play that and hopefully draw into something with Liben.
Yeah, I mean, so when you're playing a Tubby deck, you want to get Tubby as fast as possible, but if you get Tubby without any location cards, because what Tubby does is it's 2-cost card, and then every round you get a free location card to play. So if you don't draw those location cards, you're not actually making use of Tubby, even if you have Tubby.
Exactly.
So you have to get both. You have to get both.
Yeah, so not the strongest start from, but very good dice rolls actually though from Z Krumlet's side. So going to be able to at least deploy 2 summons this round if he chooses, or just 5 cost.
Well, I think that those 3 Pyro dice might actually go into a Tenacity of the Millith equip.
Almost certainly, but yeah, and actually drawing Vanarana with Tenacity is really huge here for Rev against Z Krumlet's deck, because that's one of the only ways that he's going to be able to make use of it. So we're almost certainly going to see Tenacity, Tenchikaku, Vanarana end turn for Rev, and Z Krumlet here, of course, Tubby, Liben to end the round as well, hoping to draw into a location card.
Yeah, Tubby, Liben, Tenacity and Millith coming down with those 3 Pyro die. We see Vanarana, Tenchikaku. So it's important what order you play these 2 cards in normally. I mean, right now there's no dice being fed into Vanarana, but Tenchikaku... Is there?
Yeah. The Tenacity.
Oh, yeah, Tenacity in the Millith gives you 1 Geo. What I
Finish
was
explaining.
saying. So if you play Vanarana first, it will take in dice and then give you them at the start of the next turn. And then Tenchikaku will activate after if you play after Vanarana. And if you have 5 dice of different elements, it will generate Omni for you. So you normally want to play Vanarana first to heighten the chance of, you know, actually proccing Tenchikaku.
Yeah,
so
yeah, this is one of the more technical things in Geniusification. The order of the cards you play matters for not only summons, but location cards, and they can interact with each other in these ways.
Yes.
So
Trying to decide what dice to keep and roll.
Yeah. Ooh,
Oh, Lucky Duck, Circle it, 2 Agent, Talent.
Okay, so Zekrom able to draw Liyue Wharf, which is actually really big. One of the best location cards that combine with Tubby is obviously Liyue Wharf, because it lets you draw into more location cards and kind of fuels itself. So a bit of stumbling, but that Liben and the 2 cards at end of turn is able to recover from that, and now has a full field of summons ready to go into next round with more cards.
And we already know that this game is going to take a while, considering both of these decks build up pretty slowly normally, unless you like super high roll at the start. So I think it's okay that Toby wasn't able to put out a location card right away. I think you're right that Leo Wharf is going to lend to more location cards. I also see a Cathedral there. So just have to see what the Wharf gives the equivalent here.
Yeah, the 2 things to look for in this matchup is one, how high the health Itto is on and how much Z-Crimlet can reduce Itto's health down to be within range of an Oceanid Burst. Oceanid Burst is one of the ways that this deck is going to be able to take out Itto, as well as something like Agent. So something like Quick Swap Adeptus into an Oceanid Burst to snipe off Itto at a key moment. Rev needs to play around some subset of those cards, but we've seen more than one Itto fall to that combination before.
Yeah, and Star Signs could be really dangerous here too.
Yeah.
Like you have to really be careful if Oceanid is anywhere near her burst with the full board of summons, because it could be very deadly. Rev playing Ancient Courtyard in his bin deck, I think he's looking for that bell to equip onto Itto.
Yeah, so Z-Crimlet switching over to Pyro Agent here, which is a little bit unusual. You normally go to Fischl. I think what he's trying to do is threaten Itto and force Rev to swap off. Because Rev ideally here wants to put down Ushi, which actually gets Itto up to 3 energy, which is really where you want him to be. But Pyro Agent does threaten him a little bit more. But looks like Rev is still going to go for the Ushi play.
I don't remember how many copies of Mondstadt Resonance that Rev brought. I don't know if it was 1 or 2, but he has to choose carefully which card he wants to tune here to cast out Ushi.
I believe there's 1. I'm not sure if I like tuning Mondstadt Resonance there, to be honest.
So he's going to cast Ushi anyway.
Rev is holding onto the Ancient Courtyard, hoping to draw a second weapon or equipment in order to reduce the dice by 2. The reason why I don't like tuning Mondstadt Resonance there is you're not guaranteed, without any more card draw, you're not really guaranteed to be drawing into a Bell anytime soon or a Tenacity. I'd much rather play the safer route, keep a very powerful card like Mondstadt Resonance ready for that critical turn when Itto can burst and take out Agent, rather than hope that you draw into a second equipment.
Yeah, and so you see Rev clicking back and forth between Noel and Barbara, trying to figure out who is smarter to swap to right now. We see three Electro, 2 Cryo dice. It is... we know Rev's not going to actually do anything with those dice. Maybe a normal attack at most, but... we know that Z-Chroma is going to go for the Oz summon, and I think Rev has to figure out who he wants that damage to fall on, and if he wants to end the turn on that character when those summons are going to do a bunch of damage at the end of the turn. Like, there's a whole lot going on here that looks very simple in practice, but, applications like...
Yeah, and definitely, we're probably going to see 2 of those dice go to Vanarana at the end of turn.
Yes. Or maybe it just ends now.
Might just end now, yeah. That's really unfortunate. Losing 2 dice there.
Wharf coming down
this
as
actually
expected.
Been a huge hit. I mean, both of these decks are aiming for the long game, and what that means is you're trying to generate value by having effects that are, generate or efficient in usage of dice. Anytime you lose out on that efficiency by not using up all your dice at the end of the turn, just hurts you so much.
And Barbara just surviving.
Oh, there is the bell. Okay.
There's the bell. So with Ancient Courtyard, Rev will be able to equip that bell onto Itto for only 1 cost. It's going to be really good.
Yeah, so Rev, they're making me eat my own words. I told him it was bad to keep Ancient Courtyard, but of course he draws the bell, proving me wrong.
I like Ancient Courtyard. I mean, I think it makes sense for Bin because you want both of those equips onto Itto. Of course, you have to draw into them, but I think taking Ancient Courtyard is not bad.
I mean, it's good, but it's very greedy is kind of why my thought was. But sometimes the greed does pay off. You might need to take risks in high-level games, and the risk definitely paid off in this case.
Ezekiel's heart rate is the lowest I've seen it. It's been at a consistent 160. It's hanging around 150 right now. Obviously, the nerves are definitely getting these players. Rev's heart rate is higher today than it was yesterday. There's a whole lot on the line here. Barbara's still coming out. I guess Rev is okay with sacrificing Barbara, but that's not what's going to happen here. Ezekiel swapping over to Oceanid instead of going for the normal attack onto Barbara. So
no, probably not. I mean, Barbara, once the skill comes down, it's not too important to take her out. The more dice you spend killing characters, there's a common joke among the community. Itto decks are basically Itto plus 20 other health of characters, And what that really means is Ito can carry a game by itself. The other characters are very expendable. And so if you waste too much resources killing the other characters, that's when Ito can come in, sweep you from behind using a very powerful discounted set of attacks.
Yeah, so Z-Kremlin using Toss Up here to get a bit better dice for Ocean Summon. Keeping 2 Pyro, I guess he anticipates going
That's
over
pretty greedy,
to Agent.
yeah.
Oh, it does not get any Hydro. I mean, he has tons of cards to tune if he wants to. He's 1 energy point off Ocean Burst, and of course, full board of summons here. So, you need, where's the Guardian's Oath? Where's Lament?
I mean, it definitely would be a Tide Turner here. Although the preliminaries, we saw, I think, the Bin deck Lament against the Ocean and Summon deck, but they still won.
That was so fun, yeah. They did win.
Yeah, so Z-Kremlin here threatening the Ocean and Burst, which is one of the ways that he's going to be able to take out Ito. I mean, obviously, we know here that he doesn't quite have the best dice to use it, but it's not safe for Rev to swap to Ito at this point.
Yeah, I do think
Although,
that Rev
yeah.
is just swap stalling right now, waiting to go to Ito with that Ancient Courtyard Bell equip. I think it might be time.
It might be time. I mean, at some point, you want to go to Ito to equip that Bell, and he has to calculate the dice. I mean, we might actually see one more stall swap turn onto Noel here, just to eat up that Pyro Aura.
Z-Kremlin does not have any Wovens because he's playing a Rainbow deck, so there's not a whole lot to worry here unless he has a changing shift.
Well, there's also Sumeru City, of course. That's one of the reasons,
That's
one of the
true,
ways
that's
the Tubby
true.
decks get
That's
around
true.
that. You know, you have to actually play around Sumeru City here because Z-Kremlin has not yet used the location effect.
So Z-Kremlin still has a free location card to play. Of course, we know there's only 2 cathedrals here, but he could be carrying Sumeru City in his very big hand. So, I don't know.
So one of the things Rev has, I mean, he threw one back at the beginning, but he's really hoping now, I think, to draw cards like Lotus Crisp and Georesonance. These are cards are going to start coming in very important, as the Electrocharge deck, aside from Pyro Agent, isn't great at doing single target damage. If he can buffer Ito's health high enough that he isn't at risk of the Ocean and Burst as much, and can also wait out one more round. In one more round, a lot of the summons are going to go away, which really reduce how much damage.
Oh, Lotus coming onto Agent, Cathedral coming down, and another Cathedral coming down. I'm guessing Z-Kremlin is anticipating a lot of damage onto Agent right now, just choosing to end. We'll see what Rev can do with Ito. We know Ancient Courtyard Bell should be coming in.
Yeah, definitely going to see an Ancient Courtyard Bell equip. The question is, does he actually go for the Burst here, or does he just go for Ushi? It depends on whether he thinks he can combo off next turn. I almost kind of like a Bell equip into Ushi and then swap onto someone like Noel, but maybe it's just a straight swap and a shield. Okay.
Okay. So...
No Bell equip.
I wonder... He could play the second Vanarana. He could. I mean, you could also Bell equip Pizza.
Okay, so that Vanarana equip signals to me that next turn he's going to try and sacrifice both Noel and Barbara in order to win on Ito. And that's actually really good. So Z-Kremlin just expended 2 dice and 2 cards to play Cathedrals, which if he doesn't do any damage on this turn, aren't actually going to do anything for Z-Kremlin. So he's going to have expended a bunch of resources to do nothing, whereas Rev is about to put 2 more dice into his next turn for a 12 dice turn.
Yeah, so the double Vanarana is going to take those 3 Omni and 1 Geo over to the next turn, and so I'm wondering if he's going to play Mushroom Pizza anyway. He's really thinking about it. He's considering all of his lines here. He could play Ancient Courtyard, equip Bell, and play Mushroom Pizza for 2 dice, but yeah, putting the Vanarana down kind of implies he's going to take at least 3 dice over, and looks like that's what's happening.
Yeah, that Pizza would have, of course, put Ito back at full health, I think, after this, so he was definitely considering that, but deciding it's more important to hold on to that extra die.
You know, of course, that Lotus going to waste as well. Ooh, we see Geo-Res here. That's going to be pretty huge for Rev.
Yeah, I mean, if he had drawn both a Geo-Res and a Lotus, that would have been even bigger. But this is going to be a really big turn for Rev. Z-Kremlin's kind of in a precarious situation. His summons have gone down. He hasn't been able to threaten Ito as much as he would like.
Oh, look at those Geo dice for Rev. This is actually looking like a really good game for Bin.
Yeah, although Z-Kremlin was able to draw an Adeptus Temptation, so one of the ways he can take out Ito here is by having Agent burst onto Ito, but without any energy currently and no star signs in hand, it's going to be a lot of resources before he can get to that Ancient Burst.
I actually think it's fine. So you go for elemental skill here, right? Noah will fall to that.
No, but Geo Resonance is going to make the difference here.
But you swap off of Agent, and then you have I haven't lost yet Adeptus Burst.
True, yeah.
You swap off Agent, sacrifice, probably Oceanid.
I mean, the thing is, though, with no summons left on the board, Rev can actually take his time, even if he doesn't decide to go for the kill this turn, to do it next turn.
That's true, but I mean, I think if you're Rev, you're just like gearing up to go for it, right?
I mean, Burst is, you are definitely going to burst here no matter what. I mean, he's playing around Star Signs Burst, Adeptus Burst here. He knows he's safe to that, so he's able to burst here on Ito, which is the start. When Ito bursts, this is when Bin kind of turns the corner from being a passive stall deck into something aggressive. We have 6 shields now on Ito at effective 14 health.
So I think Z Kremlin can afford to swap stall twice because of the Super City. I think.
Yeah, definitely.
If I'm doing my math right.
It would only be once, right? Because Sumer City is basically an extra die. You need 5 in order to do... Oh, you have the I haven't lost yet. Right. Yeah.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see what he does here.
I mean,
I really think you swap off Agent.
If you swap to Oceanid and he kills it... I mean, the thing is, one Adeptus Burst is not enough to take out Ito, right? You need to do something else.
Yeah, the Geo Res kind of put Ito above that threshold, right?
Yeah, an
so
Agent Adeptus Burst right now should
not
be 9 damage, plus a Vaporize is at 11, but unfortunately Ito is at a
14
health.
14 health.
So Rev here doing the right calculations. I mean, again, drawing that Geo Res was so huge, right? The 14 health, it's 3 above the lethal range of 11, right? The Geo Res is exactly the difference between Adeptus Burst on Agent killing and not killing.
Super City coming out, so it's going to be 2 cost elemental skill from Agent.
Yeah.
Chunking at those shields, but Ito is still sitting at 2 shield points. He's effectively at full health right now.
This does protect Agent, though, from being at least killed right away, but unfortunately, there's no way for Agent to threaten... Oh.
Protecting him for how long? Because look at all the dice Rev has in hand.
Yeah, Rev has it. I mean, if he wants a charge attack, he does need to reduce. Maybe he's thinking he doesn't want a charge attack now. He wants to save his stacks of superlative strength maybe for another turn.
Mouthful.
Yeah,
Superlative strength. Superlative super strength.
Superlative super strength.
Superlative super strength.
So Z Kremlin trying to set up for the Adeptus Burst kill here. You know, letting Agent take a hit.
That is huge damage. This is what Bin wants to do, right? It stalls out its opponent until Ito is all equipped and ready to go. So that 7 damage, also triggering Crystallize for an extra shield point is... and Z Kremlin is forced to just end at the mercy of Rev here.
I don't know if Rev should kill here. Ooh, this could be dangerous. Oh no, but yeah, no. You're forced to swap to Oceanid. But I don't think you should kill Oceanid here, yeah. I guess you can't. You don't have quite the right amount of dice.
Ito's Burst is ready to go once again. I guess you could Mushroom Pizza if you really want to, but I mean, Vanarana will take
you
that
want
last
to
on
save
me.
those dice as much as possible into the next round because every dice matters when you're playing an Ito deck.
Yep. You know, Barbara's skill will heal anyway, so...
Yeah.
Send off.
So this is going to be a very interesting situation because Oceanid isn't the best character to threaten Barbara, but at the same time, Rev has a very difficult time swapping over to Ito in this spot. The Tenacity is going to come in. The good thing going for him, Ito doesn't have any Hydro or application on him now, and it's very hard for Oceanid to do that without summoning and waiting until the end of turn. So he's in actually a very safe spot. The Adeptus Burst no longer doing 11 damage, but only going to do 9 damage on Ito, which shouldn't be... Oh, and that Lotus actually is going to be a huge problem for Z Kremlin here.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and this is why I don't know that necessarily the Agent Electrocharge deck is actually favored in this matchup. It's a lot more built to fight against other Electrocharge decks, but against Bin, where it actually does... Bin wants to go toe-to-toe with you at the very end, just like Agent, but Ito is a stronger finisher than Agent for a lot of reasons, unless you can threaten Ito with the burst. But with the way the game is played out, Ito is in a very safe spot.
Yeah, you know, I think that Ancient Courtyard really helped a lot. Yeah, those dice, they're so bad. I think Z Kremlin needs Tenchikaku.
Yeah, I think Rev is perfectly safe here to swap to Ito, and the dice advantage on his end is just immense.
Oh,
This is
here
not
we
the spot you
go.
want to be against Bin.
This is not the spot you want to be in against Bin. I know Zekromlet has a lot of cards to tune, but I mean, you really want to use...
You have to start tuning cards here. I mean, you're going to have to apply... this is going to be a normal attack, almost certainly. But it's going to strategize, see what he draws into. Nothing
There's
good.
nothing. There's really nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you could... No, you couldn't... If you swap into Agent, Agent just dies immediately to Ito.
You know, those two cathedrals won't come in handy because I'm pretty sure Rev just sweeps with Ito at this point.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything you can do in this spot, unfortunately. It's just, you know, the Agent Electrocharge deck is very good at kind of prolonging the game, but that just lets your opponent set up. And Rev, like I said, drawing into that bell was really crucial here. You know, without that bell, he would have had a much harder time playing Gearres. You know, for Gearres, you need to have a shield status in some way, and Ito can't actually generate that by himself. But with the static ability of the bell that gives you that shield, that works with Gearres. So
I feel like Zekromlet could play that Sumeru City over Tubby.
yes, I mean, that's going to happen at some point. I mean, he's waiting for the right moment to discount the cards, but at this point, he has to stay on Oceanid. But for Rev in this spot, you just like...
You're just
just
kind of
attack.
sitting pretty. Like, look
Yeah,
at that.
you have so many
5 damage.
dice.
You have so much at your disposal right now if you're Rev. Like, Ito is at 3 shield points, I believe. Burst up, ready to go, full HP.
Yeah, not even going to make this charged attack here. Has more than enough dice. This is going to give another superlative strength attack onto Ito, and now he has 2 more normal attacks, which is exactly enough to finish off the other characters. Unfortunate, I think.
It is very unfortunate.
Yeah, the very
I
last
mean,
thing that Zekromlet can do is quick swap onto Agent to use a skill. Unfortunately, Lucky Dog can only work on skills, so Agent needs to heal. But in order to do so, it needs to use a skill and not his burst. But I think that's really the only line available right now.
Yeah,
because if he
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, if you end on Oceanid, you lose. If you do anything on Oceanid, you lose. So the only play here is to swap to Agent.
Yeah, some of these games, like, it's so hairy at the end with
Yeah.
all the things you have to keep track of here. Like, there's dice, there's health, there's shields, there's...
Right, and not to mention cards your opponent could
Yep.
have.
Cards your opponent could have. Not just the cards that, you know, we see, but, like...
Oh, interesting. Zekromlet going to end up staying. So maybe even a third summon or a
Sumeru City
burst.
coming
It could be a
down,
burst.
replacing Tubby. Elemental skill from Oceanid. I'm not
But this
really
doesn't
sure.
protect... Oh, I don't know if you realize it. This doesn't protect him. Yeah, it's one shot. So this is still allows Ito to take out Oceanid here. And now Agent is left, but he has no dice remaining. Zekromlet going to be forced to end the turn. Rev, I think, is going to able to... Oh, he's one shot. He's one shot.
He's one short because of passive, the shield. Also George. But I don't think it...
So this is... So one of the things I was trying to look at earlier, it looks like... So Zekromlet only had 2 stacks of superlative strength when he went for this normal... Sorry, Rev only had 2 stacks on Ito when he went for this line. He might have needed to use Ushi to get himself up to 2 stacks so he would have the dice discount. Because he's 1 dice short right now of being able to finish off Zekromlet. So I wonder if that was a slight miscalculation there on his end. But he does have send off and a Lotus Crypt. So if he can swap to Barbara and survive the round, which I think is what he's going to do,
That's exactly what he's
and
going to
he
do.
can because he doesn't activate the Frog Summon at end of turn for that 2 damage. So he can send off the Squirrel, and Barbara will be alive, and then...
Oh, I'm just watching the player cams, by the way. So Zekromlet's heart rate 165. He's like really fighting the nerves here.
Yeah, in fact, you could even... Could you Barbara skill him? No.
I mean, I don't know. You have 2 Vanarana out. You could send all those 3 Omni to the next turn. Barbara's skill would probably be okay, though.
5. Okay, but the problem is, if you do any damage to Zekromlet here, you pop the Frog, which makes the summons do 5 damage, which will take out Barbara. But if you take out Barbara, then Ito doesn't actually have any Hydra Aura applied. So I actually think that is a favorable position.
Yeah, so yeah,
Especially with
Mushroom Pizza
Lotus
going
first.
on to Ito.
I actually don't like this play much at all.
Yeah, I think it's fine Barbara's skill.
The thing is, you're saving 2 dice at the next round, but with the way these matchups work in the final rounds, like one-on-one against characters, oftentimes you don't end up using all of your dice. Oh yeah, and those 2 Favonius Cathedrals are going to come in to heal Agent up to full. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm on the edge of my seat right now. Like,
Yeah,
I'm looking at all these cards.
If I was Rev, I think I would have done something slightly different. But again, he's the player on the top 8 and not me, so we'll have to see if this line ends up working out here.
So, I mean, obviously, I don't think...
So Agent is definitely going to take out Barbara here.
Yep.
But the thing is, Ito without any Hydro Aura is not as threatened.
No Geo Risk for Rev, but it does have a Lotus, so it's going to effectively put Ito at 15 health. There's no Hydro applied
Yeah.
onto him. Ito's burst coming down. I do think that Rev only needs to do 2 more attacks, basically, even with Lotus.
Yeah, and in this case, Zcom's going to be forced to tune his
You have to
entire hand to
tune.
burst, which is what you have to do.
I think he's
Oh,
going to
and
go
this
for a
is really,
skill.
actually, this is really awkward because if you tune everything, your Sumeru cities stop activating. As soon as he tuned that 1 card, he lost. Although if he plays Adeptus here, then it's just enough. Yeah, if he plays
I don't-
Adeptus, he can burst.
I don't know if he's going to go for... I think he wants to
I
go
mean, you
for
have to.
skill for Lucky Dog. But I mean, I don't know.
Maybe. Oh, if you tune all your cards, though, you're going to... Okay.
Yeah, he's going for skill. Because it'll heal him above. It's like the only thing he can really do. And then I think he's going to pizza. But it's not going to be enough. But
No, it's not going to be enough.
like,
no.
there's no point going for Adeptus Burst because it's not going to be enough to take out Ito either
Well,
way.
it's flashier.
So it's flashier, he says.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that's Lotus, not... Oh, Zequim already taking off his headset. He's admitting defeat.
Oh, actually,
Or is he?
that protects him. Well, hang on.
It's out of his
I think
hands.
it's because it's not a charged attack, but as soon as he makes it a charged attack, it should be 1 extra damage. And all he needs to do then is use up an extra
use
die.
the food there for 1 cost. Use food. It's right there.
Right? No, actually, he doesn't have... No, yeah, he has 1 stack right now, so he needs a 2nd stack. Yeah, this will do it.
Uchi?
2nd stack puts him at 2 stacks, which should give him... You can't see the stacks because it's so far down Ito's
Yep.
effects. Yeah, Z Crimlet there. He saw it. Rev just making sure he had the right lines. Wow, what a series.
Yeah, what a series. That can really have me on the edge of my seat. I was trying to figure out all the different things the players could be doing, but Rev is going to be taking this victory and going to the final match. Congratulations to Rev, who will be up against Hichagi. And of course, I'm going to pass to our host for a player interview.
All right, congratulations. Wow. That was, I would say, close. All right, so how do you feel right now?
Yeah, I'm very excited. It was a very tough game. I don't play Bin often, actually. So...
It was your first time?
Not my first time, but I don't play it often.
I see. So you are going to the final round, coming down next. Okay, so you have something to say? I mean, like you go into the grand final, right? So are you excited for that?
Yeah, I'm really excited to face Inzaghi in the grand finals.
All right. Okay. Once again, congratulations, Ray. So I hope we're gonna win in the championship. All right. Congratulations. Back to the caster.
He seems pretty confident. So is Inzaghi. I'm really excited for how these finals are shaping up.
Yeah.
That was definitely really fun 2 sets to watch today.
And it might be funny to hear that, he doesn't play a deck like Bin a lot, but you find that a lot with these high-level players is that, if you're good at the fundamentals, you can really pick up a deck pretty quickly and know how it works, even without playing a lot. And because a deck like Bin gets banned so often, you actually don't get a lot of chance to practice with or against it.
At least
but-
in the tournament setting, right?
Yeah, at least in a tournament setting, I mean, it's very easy to make mistakes there, and that's why you saw him, checking everything, making sure his skills, and almost lost count there, but realizing that he was able to generate a second stack onto Ito's superlative strength, which gives him that discount needed to finish with that final charge attack. Because for a while there, it was looking a little dicey, because he was mousing over his skills, and nothing was
Dicey.
actually taken.
Sorry.
The day's not over yet. We just want to stay professional for a little bit longer. But yeah, that was a very close matchup. Again, I think the Ito deck is favored a little bit in that matchup.
Yeah,
just
you were right. That was your prediction going into that match, and you were right.
Yeah, I mean, it all came down to managing that Hydro aura. Like, Ito had that Hydro application for a while. As we said, that was one way that the Agent Adeptus Burst could have come through doing 11 damage in one shot to take him out. But that Geo-Res coming in clutch at the last moment, along with the Bell, to put Ito's health above that threshold and denying Z Crimlet the ability to take him out.
I know you were talking about Ancient Courtyard being kind of a greedy choice,
It
but
is.
I think it really worked out in Rev's favor here. I personally really like
Oh,
Ancient
yeah.
Courtyard if you have a deck that can run it well, because it discounts the equipment of an artifact or a weapon by 2 if
Oh.
you already have one equipped. And so for Ito, where you want to equip both the Bell and 3-cost Tenacity of the Millith artifact, wait a second.
This is really funny to look
Just
at.
look at the screen. Wait, 48 damage, triple kill on Ito. Nual did 0 damage forward to 1. What is this?
Look, as I said
This is
before,
Bin. This is what Bin's all about.
one of the jokes in the community is that Ito being such a powerful powerhouse by himself, the decks with Ito is him plus 20 health worth of other characters. And this is exactly what is featured here. Ito doing all of the work, but only because he's able to take that time to set up, because the other characters are taking a brunt of the damage.
Agent
This is a
really
meme.
tried his hardest. It is a meme.
This is the embodiment of the meme.
People should be using this as a meme. This is.
Yeah.
I've never seen a post-match breakdown like this.
No, this is definitely unique. I mean, Ito is one of the few characters in Genius Invocation that can do something like this. It's so powerful. His inherent dice discount with the superlative strength stacks after he bursts is really hard to overcome.
This is why. Oh, here we have the replay highlights. But this is why Bin's been banned, right?
Yeah, this is one of the reasons you ban it.
Our first game here, we had Quicken versus Saramona. Of course, Rev taking the first game with Quicken. Very unique build, I think.
Yeah, well, Z Crimlet took this game.
Oh, no, yes,
yeah.
Prima took this game, yes.
Yeah, so the Weapon Quicken did fall over here. Like I said, a little bit inconsistent, because if the wrong character falls here, or if you don't draw the right cards at the right moment, then it's really hard to put out damage. And you saw here, if Kale had stayed alive instead of Fischl, this could have been a very
And the
different game.
Tandoori Mona skill doing 4 damage to take out Fischl and gives Z Crimlet the first win.
Is that the second time that Z Crimlet Tandoori Rev here? Yeah, it is, because there's another Tandoori right here.
There is another Tandoori right here.
Yeah, so Z Crimlet, taking out Rev characters with the Tandoori twice, but in this case did not matter.
It did not matter. This game was very fun to watch because it was very back and forth with characters being sniped off, and it was kind of hard to determine who was going to win in the end. But Chongyun coming with a burst onto Klee, -8, kind of overkill, but Rev taking the second game in this best of 3, of course.
Yeah, not able to use that Pyro Resonance, I think, is pretty
And
big.
here's the game that had me reeling inside, trying to do math myself. Ito, 48 damage and 3 kills.
That's what Ito is good at doing. I think one of the hallmarks of this match is drawing that Tenshikaku plus Tenacity early.
Yep.
Was basically letting Rev generate 2 dice every single turn, which eventually accrued into a victory.
And here we have an updated bracket. So our semifinals are now complete. Inzaghi going 2-0 against Dark in our first best of 5, and Rev going 2-1 against Z Crimlet in our best of 3, our second best of 3. So Inzaghi and Rev will be advancing to the finals, which is a best of 5, and we will see who takes home the grand prize of 16,000 USD.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, both of these players obviously have already proven to themselves to be more than capable, more than deserving of that title. But once again, congratulations, of course, to our top 4, Arc and Z Crimlet. Still taking home a significant prize here. Still very impressive to have made it here so far. But yeah, we're going to start looking forward now to our finals match.
Okay, so it looks like the calm and collected Rev beat the nervous energy Z Crimlet.
Yeah, so there goes dispels that theory about
that theory.
The high heart rate being the winner here. Rev able to stay calm and composed. But
Who do you think is gonna win going into Inzaghi versus Rev?
I don't want to pick favorites, and of course, these players being friendly with each other probably don't want to pick favorites either. It's going to be up to who can mind game his opponent. I mean, we've already seen that a lot with the bans. You know, I think Zkrumlet leaving Bin open.
Yep.
Maybe knowing that Rev, as he said, wasn't that familiar with playing the deck. So maybe that was an intentional choice, knowing that Rev is not as familiar with that deck, not as worried about him playing that deck. So we'll have to see if Inzaghi and Rev can play against each other in the same way.
Yeah, I know. Inzaghi tends to leave Bin open, but we are going to go to a short break. We'll be back for the final soon. Please stay tuned.
Yeah.
People yearn to transcend the mundane world. That which is mysterious captivates us all. So, did you have a good look?
Yep. The hat's definitely empty. Whoa! Amazing! How did you do that?
In the space of a short performance, a magician must shatter the barrier between reality and fantasy, giving the audience a glimpse of the extraordinary.
Oi, this isn't what I ordered. I clearly asked for a cider.
Hey, you asked for a glass of our finest wine. Maybe you've had enough.
Oh, yeah, right. You think I don't know what I ordered?
There. How about you take another look at your drink?
Yeah, that's the stuff. The sweet smell of apples. What the? I swear I was just holding.
In the eyes of most people, magic tricks are like miracles. But as magicians, we prefer to think that great miracles are like magic tricks.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Linny's magic assistant, and if you have work-related inquiries, please ask Linny. If you have questions related to seeing a magic show, please ask the ticket office. Seems Linny is saying some strange things again. It's really worrying. I can see the conditions for victory now. After the sun goes down, the desires hidden in people's hearts will rise to the surface. Let the magic begin! Let me take the heat.
Why don't you let me take the stage?
Yes, take me with you.
Evening shows are spectacular. Should I reserve a ticket for you?
Magic is a kind of real illusion, and those few who excel at making illusions that shock and amaze will become renowned among magicians. From the performance posters adorning the opera houses of Fontaine to the hearty recommendations of hotel concierges and conversations with citizens on the streets, it isn't difficult to guess who the title of most popular magician belongs to.
We'll be a traveling magic troupe.
Magic is not simply a stage performance for Linny, for the tricks of the trade have become a part of his everyday life. If you were to liken the battlefield to a stage, Linny's bow and arrows would be his props, while the talented magician himself creates surprises for anyone watching the show. Those who are keen observers are more familiar with their own blind spots. When Lyney is in the party, the location of items unique to Fontaine will appear on your minimap, making it easier to gather resources. Lyney's normal attack can combo up to 4 consecutive shots, dealing physical damage. With a charged attack, Lyney executes a more precise aimed shot that deals increased damage. The shot has different effects depending on how long the charging lasts. At charge level 1, Lyney fires off a pyro-infused arrow that deals pyro damage. At charge level 2, Lyney fires off a prop arrow that deals pyro damage. After hitting, a Grinmalkin hat will be summoned. Grinmalkin hats can taunt nearby opponents, causing them to attack the hat. Each opponent can only be taunted periodically. When a Grinmalkin hat is destroyed, or its duration expires, it will fire off a pyrotechnic strike at a nearby opponent, dealing pyro damage. Only one Grinmalkin hat can exist at once. It inherits HP in proportion to Lyney's maximum HP. In addition, if Lyney's HP is higher than a certain threshold when he fires a prop arrow, Lyney will consume a portion of his own HP to obtain 1 prop surplus stack. The number of stacks is limited, and all stacks will be removed once Lyney stays out of combat for too long. Lyney's HP cannot fall below a certain threshold in this way. After unlocking the talent Perilous Performance, if Lyney consumes HP by firing off a prop arrow, the Grinmalkin hat will restore a certain amount of elemental energy after it strikes an enemy, and will gain increased damage based on its attack. Prop arrows periodically call down Spirit Breath Thorns upon the location they hit, dealing Numa-aligned pyro damage. Using his elemental skill, Lyney does a flourish with his hat, unleashing a firework surprise when a Grinmalkin hat created by Lyney is on the field. The fireworks will cause it to explode violently, dealing AoE pyro damage equivalent to a pyrotechnic strike. Damage dealt by the Grinmalkin hat in this way is considered charged attack damage. When Lyney uses his elemental skill, all prop surplus stacks will be cleared, dealing AoE pyro damage to opponents in front of him. Damage will be increased based on the number of stacks cleared, and Lyney's HP will be regenerated based on his max HP.
Let's get this show on the road!
Using his elemental burst, Lyney unleashes his magic, turning into a fast-moving Grinmalkin cat. This is not to be confused with the Grinmalkin hat. They're 2 different props. When the Grinmalkin cat gets close to opponents, it will call down flames upon them, dealing up to 1 instance of pyro damage to each opponent. When the duration ends, Lyney will dismiss the Grinmalkin cat and ignite magnificent fireworks that deal AoE pyro damage, summon a Grinmalkin hat, and gain 1 prop surplus stack. Lyney can also deactivate Grinmalkin cat prematurely. A magnificent performance always leaves the audience yearning for an encore. If the applause is rapturous enough, the magician might even improvise a few new tricks on the spot. After unlocking the talent Conclusive Ovation, Lyney deals increased damage to opponents affected by pyro. In addition, each pyro party member other than Lyney will increase this damage bonus. The damage increase that can be gained in this way has a maximum limit. Only an actor who has mastered their skills and who can instantly adapt is worthy of being a maestro of magic, and Lyney is fully deserving of the title. In battle, prop arrows are Lyney's primary source of damage. By continually firing prop arrows, not only can Lyney summon Grinmalkin hats and fire off pyrotechnic strikes, he can also gain prop surplus stacks. By using his elemental skill to clear stacks at the right time, Lyney can deal even more damage to enemies. When energy is full, Lyney can transform into a Grinmalkin cat, moving agilely about the battlefield, getting close to enemies, and delivering a magnificent final performance under a shower of pyrotechnic magic. No one wishes to be tricked. But people still willingly take their seats to watch a magic show whose purpose is to deliberately deceive. Is it to lose themselves in a splendorous illusion, even for a short while, or is it to see through the illusions and trickery? Either way, we need not pry too deeply. For regardless of how real the magic seems, it is but a performance. Just consider it a rare piece of entertainment in a world of fickle fate. Is that not enough?
As you know, diving is one of the few things I'm any good at. I spend more time among the Tidalga than I do talking to people. Whenever I feel lonely at night, Pear is the one who's always there for me. Pear, I'll keep you safe.
Frost is coming!
I once swore an oath that I would do whatever it takes to protect this family and never look back.
Commencing cleanup! Getting gear!
So long as the light of the hearth still shines, I'll always have a home to return to.
Magic is an art of performance. But before the performance begins, a little preparation is needed. Welcome to Linny and Lynette's Magic Show! Which is real, and which is an illusion. Take a guess, because our next trick is about to begin. Let's get this show on the road. Step right up. This has been Linny and Lynette's Magic Show. Thanks for watching.
It's just a rehearsal, you know? Aren't you overdoing it?
It's the only way to iron out the wrinkles. Well, Fermine, what do you think?
I think it was excellent. If I had to make a suggestion, how about giving Pear a part in the show?
Magic should be mysterious, surprising, and defy logic. Magic is hard work. Every single movement has to be practiced thousands of times.
It's alright. We're used to that. We're sorry. You've taught us so much, but we can't tell you the whole truth.
It's okay. Do you still remember what I told you? This world is full of lies and falsehoods. I only hope that one day you can find your own truth.
What about you? Have you found your truth?
Magic is my truth. I want to perform a magic trick so great that people will always think of me when they talk about it. For a magician, what greater honor could there be?
Behold! Linny is sealed inside the box. Will he manage to escape? 10 years ago, Caesar attempted this very trick, and it was at this precise moment that...
Watch out!
And again, welcome back to the Astra Carnival, the Prince Cup tournament, and we are getting down to the final round in the grand final. Are you guys excited for the grand final? Come on, make some noise here. Ooh, all right. And again, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have any comments about this live stream, about this tournament, or about this Astra Carnival, the Prince Cup, there is a QR code right down below. Leave us a comment and tell us how do you feel about this event. If you think that's good, give us a big thumbs up, all right? If you have any thoughts in your mind, tell us how do you feel about this event. And again, it's happening right here at Sunway Pyramid, Malaysia. If I just so happen you guys coming to the Sunway Pyramid, you should definitely drop by to our event place right here. Trust me, it's getting exciting right now, and we have all the fans around here. We had fun with them. All right, so the coming up match is gonna be the grand final. So I think both teams are so ready, all right? And let's get excited to see who is going to be the champion for today. So pass back to the caster.
Welcome back, everyone. Once again, my name is Leah, aka Windflowerly on Twitch and Twitter.
And this is Blep at Blep the Cat. And we are finally here at the grand finals after a very long 2 days, but we're at the finish line here.
You were not used to casting over 2 days, but it's definitely been really fun to watch, all these players go from the quarterfinals up through the finals. Even we did the close qualifiers before, the day before these 2 days, so it's actually been 3 days for us.
Yeah, a lot of TCG action this weekend. Not only here, but of course the Season 4 Cat's Tail Gathering was also going on this last Friday as well. So if you like Genius Vacation, it's been a great weekend for you. And hopefully we'll see you back here at some other point. But before we worry about the future, let's worry about the right here and now, which is...
Inzaghi.
Yeah.
Versus Rev.
Versus Rev, yes. Oh, man. I mean, we've been watching these players for so long that, and I think each of them is very much deserving of the title, including the players that have already been knocked out in the top 8 and the top 4 already. But, these are the ones that have fallen in place and fought their way to the finals through some very tough and very fun to watch matches.
I would be really excited to see Inzaghi's Yoimiya Child Vaporize deck versus Rev's Chi-Chi Ocean Shangling deck.
Yeah, both of them getting banned by their opponents in their respective things. So we'll see.
I think it makes sense to ban them though.
It
but
does.
They had lost anyway.
It's true. I mean, maybe that's kind of the trap, right? Like you have these strange decks that you think your opponents are preparing and ready to play, and then if you ban them, you'll throw them off their game. But these are very skilled players. They're just as capable of playing any of the other decks on their list. They're not going to bring a deck that they have no idea how to play.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I mean, so Bin made it through in that last match for Rev, and he was able to totally dominate with it, doing 48 damage on Nito and getting triple kill. So here we have our first player in this final match. Rev, most used character cards, 100% win rate with Shenhe SC.
Yeah, maintaining that, I think, in the last game, too.
Yeah, that match deck history. Did lose with the Quicken deck, won both games with the Shenhe SC deck, and then also, of course, won that Bin match. Despite, we said in the post-game interview, it's not a deck that he's super familiar with compared to others. But, I mean, it's just so strong. I feel like he showcased the strength of that deck today, and then
Definitely.
also, you know, his skill as a player, you know, taking a deck that he might not be as familiar with and still making it work exactly as intended. So
Yeah, but matchups definitely dictate a lot going into it. You know, depending on a lot of the time you not only pick decks that you think are good, but you also pick them with a specific intent to maybe face against other decks. You know, not all the matchups are equal. Not all decks are equal against all other decks, and being able to ban in a way that favors your side and play. I kind of get lucky in your matchups is also a big factor.
you know, I think Agent EC was still. Oh, we see a beautiful shot of the trophy here that these players are getting ready to win. But I still think Agent EC fares better into Bin than Pyro Kaching does.
Yeah,
but you
for
know,
sure.
I just Ancient Courtyard.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the dangers of not banning a deck that has a very large counter. We'll have to see, we've already seen Inzaghi be very strategic, telling us about how he approaches these matchups. He thinks not just about the match in the present moment, but how the whole set will go.
Speaking of Inzaghi, here he is. So most of his character cards, 83% win rate with Yoimiya, Tartaglia, and Bennett. I really like this deck. I hope it doesn't get banned out. I really want to see it played.
I mean, again, this deck was built, again, to counter specific decks and
Like
things
Bin?
that are popular. Yes, like Bin in the popular meta game. It can backfire on you. I mean, we had the same thing, I think, with Z Kribler. He had a deck that he brought that he was favored into against Bin, but because that deck got banned, then his opponent playing Bin was able to take it into the third game. So there is that risk here if you leave the Ito deck open for your opponent, but they choose to ban your counter to that deck, you leave yourself without a way to play against it. But with so many decks available, it's very hard to predict what you're exactly going to queue into.
So what I'm hoping to see too, I believe in the finals, because it's a best of 5 instead of a best of 3. I think these players had to bring an additional 2 decks.
They
so
do.
when we see the deck roster, we should see what was picked and banned. There's still only 2 bans, so you don't have to play the 2 extra decks you bought, but there is definitely room for more variation.
Yeah.
And I'm really curious to see if we're going to see those other 2 decks. I don't think we've seen them whatsoever.
No.
Again, here is that beautiful trophy. So not only are these 2 players battling it out for $16,000 US, but they are also going for that trophy in the center.
At this point, the bragging rights to be the champion here in Malaysia at Southeast Asia Prince Cup is honestly more important than the prize. I mean, you're definitely disappointed to come in second here, but it's hard to be disappointed with the prize you've already got. But missing out on that first place title is irreplaceable. So,
Definitely,
a
but
lot
I
of
mean,
pressure.
I think there's a lot of prestige just in getting here.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Oh,
this
yes, for sure.
this tournament spans 4 regions: in Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. So I mean, these players could be from any of those regions, and they're coming here to battle it out amongst each other. But just getting here, you get that golden card back. So you're still walking
Yeah.
away with something, good for your name.
Yeah, and the dynamic going to best of 5 actually changes quite a lot. In a best of 3, if you're down 1 game, the pressure is immediately on.
Yep.
To come back in the next game, or it's just out. And that mentality can be really hard to fight through. But best of 5, losing the first game is okay. And especially, if there's a particular deck that you're really afraid of, sometimes rather than banning it, you could just lose to in the first round, get it over with, pick a deck that maybe you don't care too much about. I mean, when you lose, you don't actually, you do get to reuse your decks.
Oh, so here we do see those 2 additional decks. Zhongli, Volatile, Magu Kenki. I feel like that's not anything. It's kind of like Geoshne, but with Magu Kenki instead.
Yeah, it's definitely using. I mean, you have access to Abyssal Summons in that deck 7 on Rev side, so that's how you generate extra elemental reactions for Magu Kenki and Geoshne.
I see Ayaka Freeze on the right for
Ayaka Freeze.
Inzaghi. Okay, so the 2 banned decks, by the way. Oh, Inzaghi's Yoimiya Child Vaporized deck did make it through. Shanha SC and Bin are banned. For Rev, it looks like his Chi-Chi Ocean Shangling deck was banned out.
Again?
Unfortunate. I really wanted to see it.
How are
Pyro
they-
Kaching is also banned out.
These players are so afraid of that deck that I'm just like, should I be playing it? I mean,
he won with it.
He did win with it.
Gave it good showing.
Yeah, and we also have some backup decks there. It looks like in case I'm not sure what we'll need those for, but hopefully, we'll find out if that happens. I think if the game goes to a 5th series, we might see them come into play.
Oh, look. It's no, sorry. It's Razor, Candace, and Sino.
Yeah, very interesting there.
I wanted to say Chongyun. I don't know
Yeah, but
why.
not their main deck, so we'll have to see if the players can get to using those decks. I'm definitely curious about those Magu Kenki decks there. Has fallen out of favor a little bit in the metagame because of the nerfs to him. He was almost too strong before, so at this spot now he's still usable, but not quite as dominant as at the peak of his kind of fame.
And I would really like to see that freeze deck played
Yeah.
today that Inzaghi brought. It's
Yeah,
actually a deck
freeze-
that I am very familiar with.
I mean, this is where the matchups can really dictate, because if you're able to cue your freeze into your opponent's Ito deck, it's a very favorable matchup there. Freeze is one of the ways you can really mess up the Ito combo deck, freezing them on the crucial turn. But I think we're about to find out what our first round is going to be.
So Rev has brought, immediately a different deck than we've seen before. You know, Rev didn't bring this deck to the up to the semifinals. So now that we're in the finals, we have Hu Tao, Yoimiya, Xingqiu Vaporized deck. I see Vanessa's Rebellion. So this is definitely a deck around normal attacks.
Yeah, this is definitely. I mean, Xingqiu is a character that you often find in combo-oriented decks. You know, decks that are looking to do a lot of damage in one round and hope or one turn and knock out all of your opponent's characters. That's why we have Parametric Transformer, Vanessa, Minty Meatballs, all of those types of cards.
Yep, and Chang the Ninth also really good for normal attack-oriented decks. So.
Yeah, I like this choice of bringing a deck. So remember, you know, even though these are closed deck lists, any decks that the players have played against another opponent have been shown on stream. So your opponent does have the opportunity to go back, look over the stream, and see what exact cards you are playing in that deck, where normally it would be closed.
So this is a brand new deck that Rev is bringing to the table that Inzaghi hasn't seen yet. You know, this is Blind Pick. This deck did get through, but it might give Rev an opportunity to surprise Inzaghi, right?
Okay.
It looks like Inzaghi is playing NEC. I don't even think MNEC. We have seen MNEC.
We've seen this once on stream, I believe. Not many people have actually are actually bringing this variant. You know, Mona and Fischl and Nahida actually are very sought after characters in other decks. So you often find them in things like Agent Electrocharge, or Mona might be in that Sarah Mona pickup earlier. But still very solid starting, in a very standard deck, I think. Not sure who is favored here. I think the Hu Tao deck being able to combo out these characters in one turn might be pretty strong.
Yes, so 3 players today brought Agent EC and with the Tubby build, but 2 players did bring MNEC, and I don't see Tubby in this iteration of it. This is more of like a classical, you know, Electrocharge build with Nahida.
Yeah, very
Rana
aggressive.
here. It's kind of hard to say who's favored here because we haven't seen the Hu Tao, Yoimiya, Xingqiu deck played yet.
Yeah, I mean, the deck that deck is going to play pretty straightforward. Again, it's a combo-oriented deck, so the lines that it employs is going to be pretty similar, same as with the Mona Electroshock deck. But the Vaporize deck is looking to build up that Xingqiu burst, and they're going to combine it with both Hu Tao or Yoimiya, depending on how the game state goes, in order to get a bunch of vaporized attacks. Whereas the Mona Electrocharge deck is just looking to swap through their characters, deal Electrocharge damage. I actually think it's a pretty good matchup for the Vaporize deck, mainly because Xingqiu, with that ability to apply self-hydro, makes it a little bit annoying for the Electrocharge deck to get going.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm just thinking MNEC is aiming to do damage across the board instead of single target damage. Meanwhile, the Vaporize deck is going to be doing a lot of single target damage. So I think maybe if you're playing MNEC, you would want to be in charge of how you're swapping your characters around to avoid getting important characters sniped off.
I mean, most of the characters in kind of these Rainbow decks are pretty replaceable, thankfully. But this first one's going to dictate a lot because it's unfortunately, I think the opening for Inzaghi is going to be, you can see him like struggling there. It's very difficult to play into this deck in the first round because of that Xingqiu self-hydro application.
I feel like you really need to be looking for Rana if you're Inzaghi. Early Rana's good. Also, look at his heart rate. It's already 148. It's shaking. He's normally not that high. I guess the pressure of the finals is definitely on. Rev's heart rate is also increasing.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot to be nervous about when you are a player here, you know, in the middle of a mall playing in the finals of a tournament for a huge prize.
Yeah, and Inzaghi's drawn not very good. He has 3 dice fixes in his hand, which would be fine if he ever rolls bad dice, but not the most aggressive cards. I think you want to be aggressive a little bit in this matchup. It's also a struggle. Who do you start on? If you start on Fischl, it's actually, especially if you're going second, it is not going to be an easy time.
Yeah, it looks like Inzaghi is also considering his options, you know, in line with your speculations. It looks like he's going to start with Mona first.
Yeah, this makes the most sense. You know, especially if you're going first or second even, Xingqiu's self-hydro is immediately going to cleanse the Electro on Fischl. So by starting Mona here, you at least guarantee that first Electrocharge proc and not allowing your opponent to use skill.
I think the line that Inzaghi is going to take actually is a 3-cost skill on Mona and then changing shifts onto Nahida for 5 costs. And with Bestis.
That would be a lot of... I mean, I think we're still going to see... So Nahida, you want to put up after Fischl's Oz is down. It's generally not good to start with it in that order. But starting Mona here, again, is just to get around the ability for Xingqiu to use his skill. So this denies the... at least... Xingqiu's skill is actually quite efficient, but one of the things you don't want to do with this skill is self-apply Hydro. But in this case, it looks like the dice is not going to work out. And also dropping Chang makes much more sense to start with just the normal attack.
Yeah, it looks like we're just going to see Bestis into official skill. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah, it's a little bit reverse. You know, ideally what this deck wants to go is to Fischl to Mona, and then Mona in round 2 again. So this definitely disrupts the plan of Inzaghi a little bit. So that's why I think it's like not the most favorable matchup.
From my experience playing that deck at the top, it's good to get Nahida's 5-cost skill out as fast as possible because you're not really aiming to do much with her other than apply her seeds.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely the goal definitely in round 2 is for Nahida's skill, but again, the rotation is pretty fixed, right? It goes Fischl, Mona, Nahida. Well, that's one of the opening lines.
Yeah, that's one of the opening lines. There's some other things you could do, but yeah.
Yeah, there's some reasons to go Nahida first, but without any artifacts. Sometimes the artifacts will steer you in certain directions. You know, some of the deck versions will run the Dendro 2-cost artifact, in which case you want to go to Nahida twice later on. But in general, I think it's more efficient to focus on those Electrocharge summons and then go to Nahida and then attach the seeds after that.
All right, Inzaghi's already hovering over Nahida. Of course, Rev, I think Rev ended first, right? So he's going to be able to get Xingqiu's burst off without any problems, which sets him up nicely.
It's so hard to stop that Xingqiu burst, but that Xingqiu burst is going to self-apply Hydro here, which will allow Nahida to... Ooh.
So many Electro. You don't need Electro.
No, the dice roll's not also favoring Inzaghi either, but he does, you know, he does have those double toss-up and Bestis, so he can
4
fix.
Omni for Rev.
Yeah, looking good here. I think Inzaghi is thinking about whether he wants to 5-cost it. I think if you're rolling 4, okay. So think carefully.
He's thinking.
He does want to go back to Mona, I think. You know, you definitely want to swap back between your characters often in this Electrocharge variant. So he's definitely planning not to stay on Nahida for the whole round.
I think if you're Inzaghi... Oh, no, that's so bad.
Yeah, he does have toss-up,
really,
though.
really,
I mean, this is where toss-up really shines, when you need to roll a lot of dice. So you still have to get a little bit lucky, but getting 2 more opportunities to re-roll all of those dice does mean he'll have a pretty good shot at getting the right dice for the skills.
I think this is going to be pretty straightforward. Xingqiu burst into a swap. But yeah, I feel like Inzaghi has to go for the toss-up onto, 5-cost Nahida skill. Like, that's just... You do have the toss-ups. It's okay. I think it's okay. It's not ideal, but it's
not
okay.
ideal. I mean, it's why you include them in the deck, right? You know, there are times in every game where your dice are going to roll bad, and toss-up is one of the better ways to fix that, especially for the worst of the worst rolls.
Inzaghi clicking between the 3-cost and 5-cost, but I mean, you have to get the right dice before you can even try it. So we can't see it on the screen right now, but we'll see what happens here.
We'll just watch his face.
You just watch his face. Oh,
okay,
there.
okay.
Ooh, okay.
See? Okay, he's got that. All right.
Okay.
That's pretty good. Pretty good.
Let's go again.
You can tell by his reactions. Okay, he's like, this is good enough. This is what I need.
Oh, he's keeping one Hydro.
I was like, oh.
No.
But this is good. I mean, this is toss-up doing its job, and here we go. Nahida here is going to get Gamblers as well.
The 5-cost onto Xingqiu. That Bloom reaction is going to give her a Bloom Core, and it will be enough to take out Xingqiu. Inzaghi is going to get a 2 Omni refresh, so I mean, I guess the other 2 dice don't really need to be perfect anyway.
No, it doesn't. I mean, yeah, it doesn't be perfect, but you still, I mean, without any artifacts as well, Inzaghi isn't really getting ahead on dice here, but that Gamblers does help him out a little bit. Rev has to be very careful here. He has his setup, but he's going to go off next turn, so he needs to make sure he survives this round and doesn't die too quickly to the Oz summon. That Dendro Core was freely given because of Xingqiu's Hydro application. It's going to get Oz doing 3 damage at the end of this round.
Yoimiya skill.
Interesting.
I know Rev was trying to choose between whether going to Hu Tao or Yoimiya. Looks like Yoimiya was the better option here. So we should see a swap back onto Mona for Inzaghi.
Almost certainly, yeah. With the dice that he has, swapping back to Mona gives him another Electrocharge reaction. One thing that Rev does have in his favor, Electrocharge is a great reaction when you are facing 3 characters, but every character that goes down reduces how effectively it can actually deal damage.
So if you're Rev here, Do you just play Laban? No. What do you?
I think it really depends on what your opponent does. The skill for Yoimiya is a little interesting. I mean, it's really tough because whatever character you end on is going to take a lot of damage and not likely to survive to the next round. So even though he's skilled here on Yoimiya, you might be correct. Although, if it was going to Liban, then I would have expected a second Liban instead of a Yoimiya skill and just pass and let Yoimiya take whatever damage is going to come his way.
I think one thing Inzaghi is thinking about right now is the possibility of Rev holding a Pyro Res in like the numerous cards he has in his hand, because that could be pretty bad. You know, infusing Yoimiya's normal attacks with Pyro and then having Rain Swords out.
Yeah, Pyro Res is definitely one thing that can really mount a comeback for the double Pyro decks. So definitely on Inzaghi's radar here. We're going to swap off of Nahida back onto Mona. Again, very typical for this deck to switch between its characters.
Yeah, so also that Bloom Core is going to do an additional 2 damage with Oz at the end phase here for Inzaghi. It's a lot of, it's like an ideal start for MNEC, I think.
Yeah, it's been able to apply quite a lot of pressure already with the cards in his hand. But again, it's always deceptive against these combo-oriented decks just how far ahead or behind you are, because they're looking to do all their damage in one turn anyway. So even if you're ahead right now by the numbers, it can really quickly change.
So it was Yoimiya's skill, and then swap to Hu Tao.
Yeah, what this suggests, I mean, the character that Rev chooses to end on is going to be the one that takes the most damage. Oh, interesting.
For Hu Tao skill. Okay.
This is really interesting. Setting up both Yoimiya and Hu Tao.
I wonder if we're going to see either a Lotus or another swap back into Yoimiya and then Covenant into Liban. Or maybe even Gambler's Equip or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I'm actually not too sure about this. This uses a lot of dice on setting up characters. I think Inzaghi's equally trying to figure out what the opponent is trying to do here. Yeah, not a deck I've seen very often, so not really sure what the best line here is. Okay, so Inzaghi's going to end, which of course makes sense. There's no dice left.
There's no dice left. You'd have to use changing shifts. But I mean, I think sometimes, like, even if you're set on ending your turn, you just kind of let the timer run out a bit while you're, like, thinking about like what your opponent could be trying to do and what you need to do next round. So it's a good use of time. You have time to think. You got to use it. So could be part of it.
Okay. Rev here, you know, if you're wondering what that tune was about, that was just burning a card to make sure that Liban next turn doesn't overdraw. He wants to keep both the cards in his hand. So it looks like that Yoimiya skill was mostly used to stall, not actually wanting to expose Hu Tao to those summons. Gonna leave Yoimiya at 1, which is a really nice number.
1 HP.
Although gonna make it awkward for the Mona summon here.
Rev here
minty meat rolls.
He looks so upset right now, shaking his head. I think he realizes something.
I mean, I think he's trying to set up Hu Tao, but because of the C's and the electric charge reactions, she's too low to be effective. And you can't, you know, he has so much food in his hand, but doesn't have enough time to use it because, of course, a character can only use 1 food card in any given turn. Oh, he does draw a Parametric Transformer.
Well, I just don't know if it's going to be enough, though. You know, Mona is 1 energy point off her burst. I haven't lost yet. It's sitting in Inzaghi's hand. Facial, Mona, and Nahida are all sitting really healthy right now. Like, there's just too much at Inzaghi's disposal, I think. I think Rev knows that this game is kind of over because, you know, this deck with Yoimiya, Hu Tao, Xingqiu also needs to go really fast, I think. And it wasn't fast enough. There's nothing really to sustain against that damage coming out of MNEC here.
Yeah, I think what Rev was hoping to draw here wasn't I haven't lost yet. So that disappointed expression might have been not drawing it. You know, had he drawn that this time, I think he's trying to build up to Hu Tao's burst. That's one way you can heal against these decks by at the same time doing a lot of damage. But without access to a burst right now, I think that might have closed the window on mounting a comeback.
Yeah, we'll see. Inzaghi forced to use another toss-up. You know, those toss-ups are very essential when you have a rainbow deck.
Yeah, he still needs. He wants. I think it was Electro. Sorry, Hydro and Dendro.
Hydro, Dendro, yeah.
can't see what it is. Okay, so
Gamblers.
it's gonna get another
Gamblers going on to Mona, gonna take out Yoimiya. You know, she's very good at dealing 1 damage. Not 2, but 1 is good. And then her burst is gonna be ready to go.
Yeah, this is going to be a really efficient turn for Inzaghi. With that 2 dice, he now has the ability to use 2 more skills against Hu Tao. So this Lotus is no longer going to be able to protect Rev from the counterattack.
Yeah, and you know, like in the
He has
past,
to
you
play
might
it.
have had to worry about 2 I haven't lost yet's coming into play with all the cards in Rev's hand, but they did nerf it. So, like, I think Inzaghi is very confident that Mona is not going to take any kind of fall here.
Yeah.
Mona burst into, honestly, anything is going to take the win here in this first match, I think.
Yeah, I think Inzaghi's nodding to himself. You can see him in the camera there. He's calculating what his opponent could have to finish it. I mean, I think I Haven't Lost Yet is probably the only card that could have Rev mount a comeback, be able to heal off of that Hu Tao burst. But that Mona burst, I think, is going to be unavoidable, which doubles the damage of the next skill, which is almost certainly going to lead to, on top of doing its own damage, which is certainly going to lead to Hu Tao going down to Nahida.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you go Nahida or Official, it doesn't really matter. Like, even if you do Oz, like, the summons at the end of field are going to take out Hu Tao. I guess you want to always play the most efficient line, but, like, I feel like Fate is sealed for this match.
Rev, they're calculating whether it makes sense to use a heavy strike, but with the way the numbers work, you know, you really just need to use a regular attack here. We might see him use a heavy strike next turn, but it might be too late.
You're tuning into Mona Burst, tuning that quick swap because, you know, with their passive, you don't even need it. And Hu Tao is sitting at 3 HP. We know it cannot equip another Lotus, so I think this is it. This is it. You can swap to anyone. That's it.
Well, it might not be completely over. So if Rev goes for the kill here, it's definitely game over. So he might be forced to skill. If he skills, it forces his opponent to swap. Although we know, actually changing shifts, and then exactly 2 cards to tune. I think that's actually enough. But
and you can
this
go
is his
to
best play.
even Official or Nahida, doesn't really matter who you go to here. Like it's just over either way. So yeah, changing shifts is going to come out and then tune 2 into a skill.
Yeah. So changing shifts
Nahida.
is going to give Inzaghi that crucial extra die. I mean, this was very close. I think Rev, you know, it's very easy to think to go for the attack there, but Rev realizes that if he kills Mona in that spot, he immediately loses. So he needed to wait a turn, delaying with the skill first, but not going to matter. Inzaghi with the changing shifts, going to take game 1.
Game 1 in the finals of this Prince Cup going to Inzaghi. Good job.
Yeah, and he knows it was close, you know. I think Rev definitely made the right plays there, but that Electrocharge deck's so quick at outputting damage, and aggro decks, I tend to think of, you know, there's a kind of rock, paper, scissors dynamic. Aggro decks tend to fare well against the combo-oriented decks, and that's what exactly this matchup was.
I think the other time that we saw MNEC, it had a really, like, slow start to it, and we weren't able to see the strength of it. I think it was earlier yesterday.
Yeah.
So it was really nice seeing, you know, it get started early, like doing the exact start it's supposed to with, you know, it was kind of unconventional because we didn't start with Official, we start with Mona.
Exactly.
With Mona Official and then to Nahida, and then...
Yeah, and, you know, that's one of the things you need to realize about some of these matchups. You know, playing different decks can change how you open. I think if Inzaghi had chosen to start, if you're not familiar with the deck and you're used to playing the same way and you don't think about what your opponent is doing, you'd be tempted to start Fischl there. But I think if you start Fischl, that match immediately turns on its head and becomes very different.
And here we have the post-match breakdown for this first finals match. Inzaghi taking the victory. Of course, 33 total damage versus 9. You know, I really feel like even with Xingqiu's burst going off, you know, Rev was just overpowered so quickly, not able to do anything with Yoimiya or Hu Tao. I think he spent a lot of time, you know, the Yoimiya skill, and then also swapping back to Hu Tao, and then, like, there was a bit too much stalling in that round.
Well, I mean, it's always deceptive with this breakdown screen with the combo deck specifically. They either look like this, where it's very little, or they look like the Ito matchup, where it's 48 damage on Ito, right? They're looking to do all the damage in one turn. Rev was basically one step behind Inzaghi for that most of that game, and being one step behind means he wasn't able to kind of push over that critical hump. You know, if he had been able to avoid that Mona burst, get off Hu Tao's burst as well, and heal up, then she might have been able to take out the rest of the characters on Inzagi's side, and then it would be a completely different game. But again, 1 turn, 1 HP, that's all it takes here in Genius Vacation. When you have these highly skilled players going against each other, it's these narrow margins that make it out on top.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that Rev didn't have I Haven't Lost Yet. I think that would have been really crucial. Like, even if you can only play 1 in a round, like, just having that 1 extra energy point in Dice could have changed the game a lot, because Hu Tao would have been able to sustain a bit more, but...
Yeah, that's definitely, you know, these blind picks are always tough. You don't know what your opponent is going to take, and you have to kind of predict based on that. And choosing a combo-oriented thing into an aggressive deck is already an uphill battle, so yeah, needed something more to come back from that. But it was a pretty straightforward matchup either way, you know. Dice, for the most part, favored both players pretty well. Obviously, you know, Inzagi did roll very badly, but that's why you play cards like Toss Up. You know, you can't just rely on yourself to get lucky, and if you have those cards in your deck, when you come to these high-level tournaments, when the stakes are this high, that's when you need them the most.
So I wonder if Rev is going to choose to play this deck again, because, you know, Inzagi can no longer play MNEC now that he's won with it, but Rev can play the Yoimiya Vaporized deck again if he chooses to. So I wonder if he's going to go for the surprise factor, or if he's going to go for something that's a bit more tried and true. What do you think?
It really depends on what he thinks are the good and bad matchups. You know, we heard from Inzagi, he thinks a lot about this. I'm sure Rev does as well, but based on what decks are left, and you know, I don't personally know what the good and bad ones are, especially for some of the more fringe decks that the players decide to pick. But if they have a good chance that choosing one deck gives them a good chance into the remaining decks of their opponent, you know, play it to your odds, roll the dice, hopefully mind game your opponent a little bit, but only they can really show us at this point. Like, it's really... I'm always on the edge of my seat with these like deck choices, because they dictate so much about the game we're about to see.
Yeah, I mean, Inzagi still hasn't played his Child Yoimiya Vaporized deck himself, so it looks like Rev is going to go for something a bit more tried and true with the Shenhe SD coming. This is a classic deck. We've seen it so many times today, and also yesterday, and also in the qualifiers. It is a very consistent deck, as we have seen and as we know, so...
Yeah, if you're learning this deck, there's plenty of opportunities, of course, by now to watch this deck in action on the stream. You know, despite being a very good deck, I think it doesn't have that many high versus low matchups. It's pretty consistent across the field. And that consistency, like I said, is very good to fall back on when you're down a game. So I think there's a very...
I agree.
Very good choice from Rev here. You know, he is down a game, which again, in a best of 5, isn't the end quite yet if you lose the next game. But this is where you really want to kind of turn it back on your opponent, try to even the score and bring it back into a best of 3, just so the pressure is a little bit on them, and they don't have as much room to kind of play weird decks against you.
Yeah, and you know, so Rev takes this Northern Smoked Chicken in this deck, and I think we've seen it twice where he's like been able to get an advantage with it.
Yeah, I believe in against that Pyro Keqing matchup, the Northern Smoked Chicken is what let him rush out the Shenhe Burst to turn early.
Oh, and Inzagi is bringing Agent EC using Ayumiko instead of Fischl. As we know, he brought Fischl and MNEC. But so this is a Tubby deck, as we know. Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary here either.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure who has the advantage in this matchup. Like I said, I believe this Oceanid Electrocharged Agent variant tends to be favored against other Electrocharged variants, kind of built specifically for that purpose, but Chongyun is a very good character one-on-one at the end of the game with such a high damage burst, so very similar to Agent.
I feel like Chongyun is better than Agent for cleaning up, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it can also depend on how the life totals break down, but Pyro Agent does tend to take a lot of incidental damage, but even with that shield, tends to be hovering around the 8-9 HP mark, which is perfectly in range for Chongyun's burst.
I think I like this deck a little bit more because of the Tubby. Like, it's really...
Just in general because of Tubby, right?
No,
like,
no.
Not anything to do with how the deck plays, just because it has Tubby. He's cute.
Listen. No, because if Inzagi draws Tubby and then location cards early, you can get an advantage. Like, basically, you know, it's building up over time instead of depleting resources, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that be very hit or miss with some decks. You know, it's very common to draw
it is hit or
one
miss.
half of the deck and the other. And the Superconduct deck is definitely the one that can take advantage of a stumble. I think that's
in an early stumble, right?
Yeah, an early stumble is one of the best decks at doing that. Although it has a lot of tools to come back in the late game, right? Because it has those lines where it's repeatedly sending out Shenhe bursts, and that adds up to a lot of damage over time and can give you an advantage in the long run without actually having to fight on that kind of Tubby axis.
I feel like you have a high chance at getting Tubby if you bring 2 Tubbies and you mulligan your entire hand, though. Like, I think the question is more if Inzagi will get Wharf.
Yeah, I mean, It's a combination of a lot of things. So we'll have to see what he draws. So no.
Ooh, Tubby and Tubby and Morph. Okay.
That's a really
And
good start.
also Strategize, also Bestis, also Lotus. So Rev has Liusu. I've said this before, I really like Liusu in this deck. You have to be careful. You have to play around Send Off a bit, but there's many lines you can take, especially with Liusu. I wonder, it looks like Rev is going to throw away the Cryo Rest for now. Gets 2 changing shifts, not the best, and Cryo Woven.
Not the one. I mean,
Cryo Woven's pretty good.
changing shifts does add up to an extra. Does this let him Shenhe burst round 2 immediately? I think it does because Lee Sioux 1, 2, 3. So Rev does have. I mean, you're still gonna lead on Raiden anyway, but the change shift is actually pretty good at giving you extra dice at the beginning. He just needs to make sure he rolls well. But yeah, the Tubby Wolf start also gonna keep the strategize. A little bit surprising based on how much card draw is already in hand.
Did Inzaghi even roll, like, throw any cards? I think he just kept everything, right?
I think he kept everything. Yeah, I think.
It was such a good start. You get Tubby and Worf.
Yeah, and Lotus is also very good against the high damage output from the Superconductor. Oh.
Oh my gosh. What is these high rolls? Look at Inzaghi's face.
I know. His reaction when he rolled the 5 is like, not bad, not bad. Rev as stoic as ever. The dice not super favoring Rev here, but still going to be able to get off the Shenhe and Raiden summon. We might just see a normal attack from Shenhe too.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to, because those dice are definitely not favoring her skill right now. No, but you ideally want to use her skill if you play Liusu.
So here's one thing that Rev can do.
Oh my gosh, Star Signs.
So Rev has the ability right now to Lee Sioux with changing shifts into Shenhe and then Woven into a burst right on round 1. I'm going to see if he deploys this line. It will use up a lot of his cards, but this is the type of pressure you might need to go against the Superconductor.
Okay, no changing shifts. I think I might just use Bestis and go for
oh, it's one
skill.
shot. Yeah, it's one shot. I miscalculated.
Yep.
This is good too.
Bestis skill. Now Shenhe's burst is ready to go.
But there
now
is a send-off though.
And there is the send-off, and there's also Star Signs.
I mean,
What is this high roll?
Star Signs is a fairly fair card, right? You're trading 2 dice for an energy there, so you can catch your opponent off guard, but it's not as bad, I think, as the send-off might be.
No.
Yeah, this is the second time we've seen the Lee Sioux opener from the Superconduct deck being countered a little bit by send-off, especially with that Tubby opening. It's going to be very uphill here from Rev. He's not going to be happy to see that send-off when it hits
I feel like these players are really showcasing why you bring send-off, especially when you're in blind pick matches. Like, it's just so crucial. Like, it shuts down this deck. It really does.
Yeah, and especially right now with how the metagame has played out, you know, it's a very, very common that you'll run into some summon from your opponent, and you can almost always find a spot where send-off is of high value.
I don't like those rainbow dice for Rev either. I feel like people are destined to low roll against Inzaghi. Maybe Inzaghi is like the luck archon or something.
Maybe. Yeah, that's actually a really painful. I don't even look at the dice there. Yeah, that's barely gonna let Rev do anything this turn actually. He has to tune 2 to get to the burst and then have it sent off. That's really bad.
It is really bad.
I mean, luckily he has a lot of Electro to follow up with Raiden, but man, he's gonna need to.
Rev shaking his head here.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to. I mean, you wouldn't even play Woven, right? Like, what do you do here?
You know, this is one of those cases. If you look back on that first round, I wonder if Rev really should have just gone for a normal attack and saved his Bestest for this turn, because if he had Bestest here, it would have been a lot easier to get to burst.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't anticipate you're going to have bad rolls twice in a row, right? And like, you want to draw onto your dice fixers and stuff like this, because like you want to get Shenhe's Icy Quills out. You're not going to really have another opportunity to do that if you normal attack because you play the Liusu.
Yeah, I mean, the first round, his dice really wasn't that bad, I think. Like, it was not perfect, but he definitely could have been a little less greedy. But that send-off is going to be really bad.
Rev's expression.
That's an extremely good trade for Inzaghi there, because he only burned 1 card there to take out basically 3 cards from the opponent's hand who had to tune for it.
I feel like if you're Inzaghi, like, you could just safely... I mean, maybe you swap off and hash, but I mean, you could probably Star Signs Worf and...
I mean, Wolf is going to overdraw you by a lot.
Oh, yeah, that's true. He has a lot of cards in hand right now.
Yeah, so you probably want to use... I mean, you could just spam some hash browns. If you use both hash browns or drop a Liban, then you're fine.
He would overdraw by 1 if he used Wharf and Star Signs.
No, well, if he chooses to double hash into Wharf here, he won't overdraw, but you might want to save those hashes.
Yeah.
Double hash would probably be fine here, though. You know, Ride and Burst isn't going to kill Yae next round without something like Cryo Res. So I kind of like that.
I feel like you still go for the Wharf, though, because
you do want to make use of Tubby.
Yeah, you're losing out on the efficiency of Tubby there. Like, it's an opportunity to play it. You might draw a different location card next time, especially with double Wharf. You definitely will.
You can definitely, you know, if you have too many cards, you just tune one of those Libans away or just play one.
You should just play Liban. Why not?
Well, you need to play more than just one Liban, but you might just play
but
Liban
you
tune.
could Star Signs. Wait, hello? Okay. Just playing both Libans just okay. I mean, that's one thing you could do.
Yeah. I guess tuning there would actually prevent the dice from going onto Liban, so having to double play Liban there to avoid not having the right dice.
Well, you don't have to tune. You could use Star Signs. Like, you could feed nothing to Liban. Star Signs are hash, right?
I mean, I think you definitely want to save Star Signs for the surprise. Revealing Star Signs too early could be... I mean, honestly, I think Star Signs in this matchup you want to save for Agent, right? Because Agent is the one that's going to take out the last character, and having this burst up a turn early can make all the difference. It's not something you need to rush for Yae. You know, Oceanid at this point is a little bit low, and your summons are about to run out as well, so this makes the most sense.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true. And you know, like, Rev with all those dice would be capable of countering as well. So, ooh, Adeptus and Lucky Dog Circlet. Oh, and a quick swap and strategize for Inzaghi. Another Lucky Dog Circlet, and I haven't lost yet.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty crucial here, I think. I mean, it's definitely going to swing the game wildly in Inzaghi's favor, because Rev is going to be forced to take out Yae here, I think. Well, he finally gets all his cryo dice.
There's the cryo dice.
Now he needs Electro.
Not even going to keep it. I know. You need 4 Electro for Raiden's Burst.
I think he needs to reroll another cryo, technically. It's one of those funny things where, he knows. It's funny, if you want 3 cryo dice, but you also need a bunch of other ones, it can be better to re-roll an extra cryo die, because there's a good chance you'll roll back into one of them. That's exactly what he does. He gets exactly what he needs. Does need to tune, I think, too, but...
Does need to tune, too. I mean, also, he has Woven, so...
Yeah.
Cryo Woven.
But this is going to be rough. He still needs to tune 2 for Ride and Burst.
Definitely tune
and he wants to keep everything.
You want to keep the Gamblers.
Yeah.
What do you do here? This is...
I think you have to tune Cryo Res. Or even the Cryo Woven if you don't think you need those 2 dice, because the other cards are too valuable. But I think with the way the breakpoints are going to be against the other characters, you might not need that Cryo Res.
Honestly, maybe just Gambler's normal.
Yeah, that's actually, well, yeah, actually that would be pretty reasonable.
I guess you don't know Inzaghi is sitting on I haven't lost yet stars.
I mean, even then I think it's a decent trade. If you lose Raiden to a burst and like Star Signs I haven't lost yet, you can probably clean up effectively with your remaining characters. Especially with Lee Su there, is going to be able to do something if Raiden falls. So I actually like that normal attack line quite a bit. It saves you from tuning a lot of your cards.
Though I saw Inzaghi hovering over Star Signs just now, so I'm wondering if we're actually just going to see a Star Signs into burst on the Raiden, so Raiden can't even use her burst.
Yeah, I actually totally missed that it's Inzaghi's turn right now.
His best is.
But the burst isn't enough to kill Raiden. You'll leave her on 1.
Adeptus.
That's a lot of resources to spend into killing Raiden, so we'll have to see.
But also, denying Raiden's burst is also pretty huge, I think.
I mean, in this case, I don't know if that's really what you're worried about.
You need to think about it. Real?
Okay,
yep,
so
Star
it will
Signs.
be the Adeptus burst line.
Adeptus. Yae burst.
Yep.
Now do you hash?
I don't think you hash, because Yae is going to go down to anything.
Doesn't have Gamblers. He's shaking his head. He might have realized that he shouldn't have done that. He's really low on dice right now.
Yeah, so the problem with this line right now is now Inzaghi has no totems. You know, Yae is most likely going to go down. We're probably going to see a swap into Shenhe with a Gambler skill. And if Inzaghi can't punish Shenhe after that, then that burst might be enough to carry him back into victory.
Well, I think, you know, you don't really need to rely on Electro Charge too heavily. If you're in Jaggi at this point, I think you're willingly sacrificing Yai. You still have Agent for Vaporize reactions, and then also, yeah.
This definitely looks like the best line out of Rev here. Now, Shenhe is at 6, but having used Star Signs and Adeptus, yeah, actually, Inzagi's with 1 dice left isn't actually going to do very much against this at all. You know, I haven't lost yet can generate energy, but is not going to be able to generate any dice. Yep, very heads up there, only using a normal attack to save his dice. Oh, this could be really bad.
It could be really bad. What do you do here?
If you, I think if you swap to Oceanid here, you might just lose on the spot. Because if you swap to Oceanid, Icy Quills plus Cryo Resonance. Okay, I think you identified that.
I haven't lost yet. In Hash, right?
You might need to.
I haven't lost yet Hash, and then the last dice goes to Liban, or you could double Hash.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want to make use of it. You definitely, I think, use I Haven't Lost Yet on Agent. It's the most important character to have that energy. The question is, do you swap after this, or just use 2 hashes? Probably just 2 hashes. Or actually, no, he has that Liban. He needs to save that last die, so he can't actually use it. So this is the right play here. If you swap to Oceanid, I think the game would have been over. We're going to second proc of Gamblers from the Cryo Resonance on Shenhe.
He still has 1 card extra, is the problem, because if the die goes to Liban, he's going to draw 6 cards.
So, so it's probably noticing that.
I mean, you could just Hash.
Well,
you
you
still
could
have card draw.
You could play the Leave It To Me here. Yeah, that's what it's going to do. Because the effect sticks around, and you can burn one of the cards from your hand.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. So, Inchuk is going to have a full hand of cards from the Wharf and Liban, and then regular card draw. And then, as for Rev, I think we're definitely going to see another Shenhe burst. No send-off this time to send it away.
Yeah, so this is going to stick. This is going to make Chongyun really potent in the last few turns. I think Rev is thinking if he wants to refresh Icy Quills here, that's actually really strong. It will burn basically his entire hand to do it. I mean, honestly, probably a normal attack is a little less great. That Cryo Res could come in really clutch. I don't think you can tune it at this point. Yeah, he realizes that too. I like this as a normal attack.
He's thinking. He's thinking.
It's really, really tough. I don't think you should tune that Cryo Res.
Cryo Res +2, so it would mean that Shenhe's normal attack does 5 because of Shenhe Burst passive.
Well, you wouldn't use Cryo Res here. It'd mainly be if you want to tune for a Shenhe skill. Because you know Shenhe is dying next turn. Okay, so he is going to do it.
Yeah, you use Cryo Res. Yep.
This doesn't kill Agent, does it? Oh, this does kill Agent.
Yep, because it summons. There's 1 more stack of Icy Quill.
Well,
wait, no, it doesn't apply. It doesn't apply to summons.
Yeah, but it's still enough anyway. It's exactly
it's still enough
full.
anyway. Yeah.
So now we're going to be left with Oceanid is one of the worst characters. This is not how the Agent Electric Charge deck wants to fight. Agent should be the last. If any time the Agent is not the last character alive, then the deck is in a little bit of dire straits.
Yeah, and Inzaghi is left with Oceanid, 4 HP, no summons. It's rough.
I mean, it's not completely over. Remember, Chongyun doesn't have his burst up, and that's one of the ways that the Superconduct deck will finish it off. So Inzaghi, at the very least, has access to Lucky Dog, Hash Brown into... Oh, and Aura Lotus into Oceanid Summon. Although...
Well, there's I haven't lost yet in hand. Oh man, I guess you really can't play the Leosu because you're going to go second, but...
Here's the awkwardness of finishing on Oceanid. You know, Ocean has no way right now of taking out Shenhe. And so Rev can just stay on Shenhe, refresh Icy Quills, and then do as much damage during the round, whereas Oceanid is forced to backload all of that damage at the end. So I think this is not looking good anymore.
Well, I mean, Shenhe's only at 1 HP, so I mean, Inzaghi could definitely go for the normal if he wanted to, but the question is, do you want to in this case? What is your opponent sitting on?
Yeah.
You're just giving Rev a free swap onto Chongyun at that point. So it looks like we're going to see Lucky Dog circulate probably into a summon.
Yeah, so think carefully. Is it going to be 3? I don't think you can afford to 5-cost summon here.
I think going 3 cost is better because you'll get more efficiency out of Lucky Dog.
Well, you can only use Lucky Dog once anyway during a round.
Is it? Really? I thought...
No, that'd be way too broken. I mean, the 3-cost here is going to build into the burst. So the only really way Inzaghi can come back from this is make a summon here and then kill off Shenhe with a normal attack and then hope to burst on Chongyun. But the problem is a burst with only one summon isn't going to be enough to do it. So yeah, he might be forced to make this play. I think he's hoping to survive this round. I mean, that frog is going to go a little bit of ways to get there. But
We're thinking about whether to go for the normal attack here. I mean, I guess you do have Northern Smoke Chicken. You could play Liu Su and
I mean, a normal attack with the chicken is going to give him a basically a 9 dice turn, so it lets him use 3 skills, and I think that's going to be necessary in order to finish it. But yeah, either way, you know, Rev can just stay on Shenhe and normal attack all the way to Oceanid and wait until Inzaghi uses his dice on an attack. And yeah, there's no other way. He has 2 Sumeru CDs, but only one of them can be played by Tubby, so he's only sitting at effectively 4 dice.
I actually think Rev just wins here with either a skill and a normal or 2 more normals, because of the Northern Smoke Chicken, it's going to reduce the cost by 1, so I think it would be enough damage to take out Inzaghi, especially with the summon.
Yes.
So...
yeah, Rev already has enough damage in hand in order to finish the game, so it's up to Inzaghi if he can find a way back. He's going to strategize, because he has 1 extra dice left.
Not what you need.
No. I mean, I don't actually know what he could draw at this point to come back in this Angel Electric Charge deck. Just Ocean is such an awkward character to end on. There's nothing, the cards really aren't suited for finishing on Ocean, and you really need Agent to be the one to close out the game.
Yep.
But still, you know, being the good player that he is, he's going to go through as many lines as he can. So I think he's hoping his opponent can only use 1 more skill and end the turn and survive.
I think that
is his goal.
I think that Cryo Res normal on Shenhe from Rev is actually what won him this game, because it brought Agent low enough to take him out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think Inzaghi maybe was either forced to not play around that or not anticipating the Cryo Res. But yeah, he's hoping he survives this turn. So
I
all
also
Rev needs to do is find a way to take out Oceanid this round, and he wins. Before that, if that Favonius Cathedral activates and Oceanid is still alive at the end of next round, it's going to be pretty problematic, actually.
I also think that Inzaghi used too many resources on Yaemigo's burst that 1 round. I mean,
right.
yeah, that
burst,
turn, yeah.
Yeah, that burst looked good, but again, denying that Raiden burst is probably not that necessary, and you lose access to Electro Charge immediately, and I think that was definitely a critical turning point as well. You know, it's one of the, it's a really powerful. I was gonna swap.
Swap without playing Liu Su? Wait, why?
So if you swap here, you don't have enough to do 2 skills. I almost wonder if you could just burst. Okay. Huh.
I'm a little bit confused. Tuning into.
Well, yeah, you want to save your cards to tune. Okay, we might see a Chongyun skill, and then next round will probably. Oh, it's gonna be left on 1. Yeah, that's why I was a little bit hesitant about that. I wonder if did Rev actually have lethal if he used Northern Smoke Chicken? Maybe not.
He did.
Maybe he didn't have enough dice. I think it was 1 card short.
Of what though? Because you just skill and then you Northern Smoke Chicken.
No,
like, you could tune to skill.
You need 4 cryo dice to make that work. I think he only had access to 3, so I think it was 1 card short. But either way, that hash brown might make the difference here.
But Shenhe burst also boosts normal attack damage.
No, but it's the number of cryo. You still need a cryo dice to normal attack. So I think it was 1 cryo dice short, 1 card short to tune, unfortunately. But the position still favors Rev quite a lot. You know, Oceanid still needs to somehow find a way to take out Shenhe and Chongyun in the same turn, which is a really hard thing to do as Oceanid.
I'm still confused. So wait, why does he need 4 cryo dice to normal? Would normal not have been enough? And then
no, because Oceanid was at 7.
4. Well, plus Lotus.
Oh, maybe it would have been enough.
Because the summon at the end would finish Oceanid off, right? So get through the Lotus and then another normal.
Oh no, but Favonius Cathedral goes first. So
because
yeah, the Oceanid will always heal up. So
okay,
it would have been left on 1.
I was neglecting Cathedral in my calculations.
You gotta account for everything. Yeah, again, this is at these highlight matches, everything matters. Who ends first, which effect goes before the other effect. Everything comes into play here. So we're going to see Inzaghi
tuning a whole bunch of stuff here.
Yeah, this
surely
is his
going for you have to go for the summons. I think you have to hash too, like, but it's definitely not going to be enough.
He needs to make sure he has enough die. I think you can afford to hash.
You have to, because if you don't, like you just
Well,
You
you
just
got
lose.
you got to effective 6 HP because of the summon plus the lucky dog.
I know, but Rev could have cryo res.
I mean, if Rev has cryo res at this point, I don't think it's worth playing around. You have to just hope he doesn't have it.
But I mean, this line makes it so that Oceanid is not in lethal even with cryo res.
Yeah, I wonder if this is just a swap to Shenhe at this point. Like, what does Oceanid do if you swap to Shenhe here? He can either end turn, although if he ends turn, then that's actually pretty bad for you. Interesting.
I
game
think if
still
Oceanid
continues.
swaps to... I mean, if Rev swaps to Shenhe, then Oceanid just normal attacks, I think.
Yeah, I mean, well, that plays into the... I think if that happens, then Inzaghi immediately loses to I haven't lost yet.
Or you play Sumer City and Cathedral. And end.
I mean, if your opponent doesn't do anything, you might actually take that line of definitely play Famous Cathedral, making sure Oceanid is at full, and then letting... It's a waiting game for Inzaghi right now. Okay.
Oh, elemental skill.
So this might force a burst out of Inzaghi.
I
think you have to
think
burst.
you have to. I think you have to.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Sumeru City tune into burst. And then it takes out Chongyun. But
I mean,
then
you
I
can't summon again.
still think that Rev...
Yes, that oh, actually, is he... His dice? I think he has exactly enough dice, because he needs
Because
3
you-
cryo and the I haven't lost yet.
Yeah, I haven't lost
Yeah.
yet. Yeah, you can burst.
Wait,
and
there's no
then-
icy quills.
It doesn't matter, you burst normal.
That's
Right? No?
only 5 damage, because there's no icy quills. It's really close. I mean, one miscounted number from either side, but actually, Inzaghi
Or do
might
you
actually
do
have
icy
this.
cools? Icy cools from?
No, icy quills and skill will only add up to 5 as well. I think either way, Rev can only get up to 5 damage, and Oceanid here is at 6 effective health. But Inzaghi has to be very careful here that he plays everything correctly. He does need to play another Sumeru City and tune one more card, and then he has exactly the right amount of cards to dice to activate for that burst. So you have to think. I mean, I think you throw away. Yeah, you gotta throw away the Sumeru City. Here.
Yeah, wait.
Oh, I guess with Tubby next turn, Sumeru City becomes a Woven, so maybe
Wait,
this is better.
tuning Cathedral?
Yeah, this is better.
And then burst?
Yeah. So I think Inzaghi has to hope if Rev has like a cryo res or anything, and we know he doesn't, but this might do it.
Yeah, I guess you don't need to Cathedral because you anticipate just winning this turn. So,
Yeah, Rev unfortunately with the icy quills down, Shenhe can only do 2 plus 3 damage. I think any way you swing it, which is 1 short, exactly 1 short. But he's gonna have to go for it anyway.
Northern Smoked Chicken?
I mean, you have to lead with a burst, but that's not enough.
You would have to lead with the burst or with, wait, oh, yeah, I guess you don't really need Northern Smoked Chicken at this point. Yeah, burst.
Oh, but because of the order of the summons is going to matter a lot. Yeah, Inzaghi ending first. His summons are going
His summons
to
are gonna do
take
damage
over
first.
as well. Also healing up to 1. I mean, he basically dodged Woven and Cryo-Res, and he does. He breathes a sigh of relief. He knows he has this game in the bag.
Yeah, so I haven't lost yet coming out for Shenhe is not quite enough damage going onto Oceanid there. And the summons from Inzaghi's side do come out first to take out Shenhe. That is it. Inzaghi going 2-0 against Rev. He's really relieved. That game really left us on the edge of our seats for sure.
Yeah, I think Inzaghi knows
Relieved.
he got away with it a little bit. I mean, one of the things you have to keep in mind, he did draw that standoff for that Shenhe summon immediately, and he also, if you saw Rev during that, I think round 2 or 3, had to tune like 2 or 3 cards just to get that burst off.
Inzaghi had such a good start, and Rev really tried the best that he could with the dice and cards he was given, because he had to tune so much in the beginning, he was tuning so much at the end, he didn't really have much card draw or dice fixtures at all for the entire match, honestly. And also that send-off on Shenhe's burst once again, just shutting down the Superconduct deck. So
yeah, there are definitely a lot of moments in there where Rev kind of got like a slight disadvantage. As we were talking about during that turn, at one point he did have a possible line to Shenhe burst or skill into a normal attack, but he was 1 card short to tune enough cards to get to 4 cryo dice needed to make that play. And because of that, Inzaghi was able to take back control of the game with that Lucky Dogs plus Euphonious Cathedral, waiting out the opponent, just summoning and summoning and summoning.
You know, so this is a best of 5, this final game here.
Yeah.
So it's not quite over just yet, despite Inzaghi going 2-0. Right now, we have the post-match breakdown. Total damage even across the board, but you can see Inzaghi using way more cards here, 17-6.
Yeah.
You know, Oshid getting a double kill with 21 damage. Yaimiko getting a single kill with 60 damage. Agent not really doing anything, and we were talking about that earlier during the game. You know, that could have been like a really decisive issue for Inzaghi, you know,
Yeah.
losing Agent when Agent's supposed to be the one who's cleaning up here, but he was still able to clinch a victory. Fortunately for Rev, you know, Shenhe coming out and doing a ton of damage, you know, 23 damage with 2 kills here, but the dice and cards were not having it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it was one card off, I think, for Red being able to clean up. And it's one of those things like the window to take out these decks that run cards like Lucky Dog, Euphonious Cathedral, Tubby. Every turn you let them live, they generate progressively more advantage. And the margins sometimes for killing and not killing a character are so slim. You know, using the right card at the right moment matters a lot. And in this case, you know, Inzaghi also drawing both dwarfs throughout the game can go through all the... at one point, you saw he was checking his deck. I think he had 3 cards left in his deck at that point because he had drawn so many between Worf and Lieben and the game just going so long.
And
So
played so many. Played 17 cards
He
that
even-
game. That was,
He even had to like double play a Lieben there at one point, which is kind of funny to watch.
you know, you having to go through like all those cards, like they might be necessary at some point, but double War Flyben, yeah. Anyway, we're going to be throwing to a break really quick before we get to these last matches in the finals, so we will catch you guys very soon. Please stay tuned.
Magic should be mysterious, surprising, and defy logic. Magic is hard work. Every single movement has to be practiced thousands of times.
It's alright. We're used to that.
We're sorry. You've taught us so much, but we can't tell you the whole truth.
It's okay. Do you still remember what I told you? This world is full of lies and falsehoods. I only hope that one day you can find your own truth.
What about you? Have you found your truth?
Magic is my truth. I want to perform a magic trick so great that people will always think of me when they talk about it. For a magician, what greater honor could there be?
Behold! Linny is sealed inside the box. Will he manage to escape? 10 years ago, Caesar attempted this very trick, and it was at this precise moment that...
Watch out!
Mysterious. Surprising. And logic-defying. Isn't that right? This honor belongs to you, Caesar. I'm just sorry it's a little late. Magic is an art of performance. But before the performance begins, a little preparation is needed. Welcome to Linny and Lynette's Magic Show! which is real and which is an illusion. Take a guess, because our next trick is about to begin. Let's get this show on the road. Step right up. This has been Linny and Lynette's Magic Show. Thanks for watching.
It's just a rehearsal, you know? Aren't you overdoing it?
It's the only way to iron out the wrinkles. Well, Fermine, what do you think?
I think it was excellent. If I had to make a suggestion, how about giving Pear a part in the show?
People yearn to transcend the mundane world. That which is mysterious captivates us all. So, did you have a good look?
Yep. The hat's definitely empty. Whoa! Amazing! How did you do that?
In the space of a short performance, a magician must shatter the barrier between reality and fantasy, giving the audience a glimpse of the extraordinary.
Welcome back, everyone. And for the last time, probably, I am Leah, aka Windflower Leah.
And this has been Blep at Blep the Cat, and we are down to the kind of the ace match, or the break point, I guess, of our best of 5 series in our grand finals.
Yeah, so Inzaghi is currently 2-0 against Rev. We are in a best of 5. So if Inzaghi wins one more game, he'll be crowned the victor of this Prince Cup. Otherwise, Rev has a chance to prove himself in reverse sweep here. And, you know,
That's happened.
It has happened, and
Yeah.
I believe in him. I really do. These players earn their spot here, and they earn their spot in the finals here. So.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would love to see even more games out of it. I mean, things get really interesting when you know, as you know, with this format, once you win with a deck, you can't play that deck anymore. So as the match progresses, you know, the number of decks that you need to use, the one of good decks that you have left starts to shrink.
Yep.
And so we might start to see more interesting things come out. But yeah, Rev will have to kind of bring his A game here in this last best of 3.
So we'll have to see, we'll have to see what these players chose to bring here. Inzaghi is down 2 decks. So Rev brought Shenhe SC yet again. I mean, he lost with it in the last match, but I really think it was the luck of the draw in that case, and also the send-off against Shenhe's burst that, you know, led to his downfall here. So I feel like this is a fair pick.
Yeah, I mean, this has surprised me, right? If you go into the second match picking this deck, it's because you think it's favorable into the decks remaining from your opponent. If your opponent wins with one of those decks, it doesn't at all change the fact that this deck is good into the other ones. I mean, no deck is guaranteed to win against any other deck here. That's how TCGs tend to work. So this is kind of the most statistical sense. You know, a lot of TCG players are mathematical, statistical.
Definitely,
They gotta play to the odds, and this has the best chance of winning. Huh?
You have to know how to count.
Yeah, you gotta know how to count. I mean, we had trouble counting there right at the end, right? You saw us, how hard we struggled here to figure out whether Rev, and again, he was 1 damage short to finish the game at the end in the last match, and he was 1 card short of closing out the game in a previous round.
Well, you know, that's why on the caster's desk, I'm not playing out there. They are definitely professionals at this point. They've gone through such trials and tribulations to get to where they are, so.
Yeah. It is a tough road to get here, but even more disappointing if you lose.
And this is what I was wondering if we would see. So Inzaghi is once again bringing his Yoimiya, Tartaglia, Venet, Vaporized deck. You know, he's already out 2 of his 7 decks, right? Well, out of two of his 5 decks, because 2 are already banned.
Right, 2 already banned, yeah.
So Bin and Shenhe SC were banned, and then MN EC, he won with it, so he can't play it again, and then he just won again with
Yeah.
Agent EC. So like really his options are limited, and this is the deck I wanted to see because we saw him win with it before.
Yeah, I mean, Inzagi's basically down to this deck and then the 2 extra deck they had to build for the best of 5 match here in the end. And you know, after talking to a lot of players, those 2 last slots are really hard to fill because you can't use any characters you've already used, and so they tend to be the worst decks here. So despite being up 2 games now, this is kind of his best deck that he has, and it might not match us as well. I think particularly into the Shenhe Superconduct deck.
Yeah, so I mean, with this composition here, with where is the Unseen Razor and King Squire, it's going to depend a lot on RNG to get all of the components necessary to pull it off.
Sure.
But I mean, Inzagi's been very, very lucky in this tournament, I think, like consistently lucky, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it takes. You know, really, when you get to these high-level tournaments, you know, the small differences in how the cards and the dice play out and that luck does factor in. You need to be very consistent to get to kind of the top finals, 32, whatever, but to get to the grand championship does take a lot of luck.
You know, it's partially luck and it's always partially skill. You know, even
Yes,
if
for
you
sure.
have the luck of the draw on the dice, you have to know how to utilize them to best your opponent. And there are tons of mind games that go on, whether it's just pick and ban of the decks and or like actually in the game figuring out like what your opponent is trying to do. So
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Inzaghi is going to continue to use this deck for whatever amount of games that's still left here, because he thinks it's good into any of the decks that Rev could pick here. And this particular matchup is going to be pretty tricky for him, I think, Inzaghi, because, again, that kind of scissors, paper, rock mentality. It's an aggro, aggressive deck into a more combo-oriented deck with Child there and Bennett. So it tends to put a lot of pressure early on.
well, you know, like in the quarterfinals and the semifinals, like he anticipated that
Yeah.
he might lose the first game with this deck.
Yep.
But then your opponent can't play that same deck again.
Exactly.
So maybe he anticipates that he'll be able to take a win, that final win that he needs to win the finals
Yeah, I mean,
after Revs.
this position, when you go into a best of 5, is just so dominant, right? When you're 2 games up against your opponent's 0, you have a lot of buffer to make mistakes and catch up and keep up. And he has a very good, I mean, that King Squire, that weapon, oh, he's going to keep it. I'm going to say it was going to be very good for him, but he's about to throw it away. All right.
Well, so Timmy, Chang the Ninth, Vanarana, I guess, you know, you want King Squire, but maybe not right away. Maybe he's anticipating that he'll draw into it anyway. He's really thinking about what he needs here. And Inzagi's heart rate is skyrocketing, by the way. This is the highest we've seen it so far. Revs is pretty more stable this time.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to dig specifically for something like Send-Off. I think he is running a couple copies in his deck. Maybe.
Double. Whoa. Okay, wait.
This could be okay.
That could be some really greedy ramp. Wait a second. Timmy double even.
Yeah, that's a very passive way to start, but could be pretty effective here. I mean,
It could be.
unfortunately, it's not a great way to make use of all of your 8 dice in the turn, right? The Liben both need 3, so it might be a little bit awkward there, but we'll see what Inzaghi decides to do.
You know, I really like Rev Start as well. The Vanarana Covenant is always a great combination. Also, the extra Woven can be crucial in Shenhe SC.
Well, interestingly enough, we actually saw Inzaghi on his side also drew Vanarana Covenant, but decided to put both of those away, digging for something more specific. So I'll have to see if he draws it later on. Could have been the Bennett talent, could have been the Send-Off, which we've seen really I mean, a lot of the losses that the Superconduct deck has on stream today has been to Send-Off,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, has definitely been due to send off, and Inzaghi did not draw it whatsoever. So
Well, there's a lot
Rev
of-
is going first here, probably going to ride in skill.
Yeah, although Inzaghi's had a lot of opportunity to draw it based on the cards. He's going to deploy Timmy at some point, and 1 or more of those Libens are going to come into play. So it depends on how many.
Yo, I mean, with 3 Omni and 2 Pyro, I feel like you don't really, like, you kind of have dice to do good things. You don't need to use them for Liven, so we might only see 1 Liven come out.
Yeah, it's just super awkward for, you know, one of the interesting things, there's a lot of things in this game that require 3 dice, and you roll 8 at the beginning of the game. So you kind of have to find something to do with that extra 2 dice, or else you're going to let them go to waste. A lot of the time it's swapping characters, playing something like a strategize. But in this case, Inzaghi's hand doesn't lend itself well to either of those things.
Looks like he's going to opt for a normal attack on Bennett. You're noticeably not playing the treasure-seeking Sealy in his hand, so I guess he's ran the calculations in his head, decided that it is not optimal to play that here.
Yeah, almost certainly, gonna go for a skill.
So normal attack coming out of Raiden from Rev, opting to go for the line where you go for Raiden's burst. Banarana will take those 2 Geo Dice. I think he's gonna end his turn here, yep. And so Inzaghi is sitting on Bennett burst, gonna put Lehman and Timmy down and end.
Yeah, so Inzaghi there, the reason that I think that normal attack came out at the beginning is he specifically didn't care about applying Pyro to Raiden and was waiting for Rev to play the normal line, which is Raiden into Shenhe, and then hopefully get Pyro onto Shenhe with the Bennett skill, not wanting to tune any dice for a double skill there. But Rev taking a different line, so Inzaghi having to change his plans a little bit.
And so noticeably, I saw Inzaghi draw Where's the Unseen Razor, but I mean, can't really make use of it because he tossed away King Squire at the start.
He did. Yeah, that card is not going to be useful at all, and you can see Inzaghi's really disappointed at his dice rolls.
Yeah, and also didn't play a treasure-seeking Sealy. I feel like it might have been good too because you really need, like with this deck, it's built around that combination, right? So I feel like you need to be looking for it.
Well, I mean, there's only one copy of Unseen Razor here. One thing to keep in mind, King Squire by itself,
Your weapons.
yeah, is a really powerful card already, right? This deck isn't built around abusing anything with Unseen Razor. It specifically just wants to get value out of King Squire.
Look at those dice on Rev's side. So many cryo, tuning for Electro because, I mean, you're trying to go for Raiden's burst here, but the Omni will be enough. And Bennett is going to take -4. Shenhe at full energy, Chongyun at 2 out of 3.
Yeah, it's going to tune probably the Unseen Razor here, or maybe one of the extra gamblers.
Into one more for Bennett's burst. Probably, it has to be gamblers.
Yeah, I mean, Inzaghi might just be using this time to think. I think he's already committed to the Bennett burst line, but, every card you tune gives you a couple more seconds. So he's not thinking specifically about this turn, but the turn after this. And what he wants to do. This is going to be really awkward, because Raiden is not the character that you care about in this matchup to do a lot of damage. And at this point, she's going to be the only character with Pyro applied.
No, tuning Where's Unseen Razor. It seems like yes. Not choosing the Geodice, not the Auto Dice it, because I think Inzaghi is planning on playing the Lieben at the end. So if Bennett burst comes out.
Yeah, the second Lieben actually will be very smart here. Bennett is no longer really that useful, and then you want all. This is one of the things you want to do with Bennett burst is to save all of your dice for one big turn to have that Bennett burst buff. But no talent here.
Immediately playing Lieben and ending.
Yeah, next time's going to be huge. So we had not only the 2 Liebens proccing is going to be Timmy. You can see Inzaghi rubbing his hand. He's looking to draw something really good off of the 7 cards he's going to get next turn, and then do something with a 15 dice round.
So I wonder if Rev's going to actually go for Woven Skill here, or just send the dice Nirvana. Yeah, this makes sense. Because, I mean, when you start with a line that is Raiden's burst, then Shenhe doesn't have her Icy Quills out, so...
Yeah. Well, I think the main thing with that line is, so what Inzaghi was hoping to do was to go have Bennett die to the summons at end of turn, giving him a free swap into a character like Child to take over the rest of the game. But with Rev using the Woven there to take out Bennett, it puts whoever Inzaghi puts out in danger, and he has to slow swap off now in order to do anything.
Tuned Where's the Unseen Razor just to get King Squire.
Yeah. I mean, again, King Squire by itself is already a perfectly fine... that Bennett talent.
Oh my gosh, there's Bennett talent.
Of course. Always late to the party. Still a very big turn. Rhythm into King Squire is a free equip.
Look how many Omni Inzaghi is sitting on. Also, Vanessa's Rebellion is also going to be more dice generation there.
Not to mention Gamblers. So we're looking at a potentially 15, 18 dice turn. So Inzaghi in an okay spot, especially because he has that Bennett burst up.
You're checking the ninth coming down.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Free hash browns. Yoimiya's skill, of course, with Bennett's burst up will heal her.
Yeah,
by
I
2.
wouldn't be surprised if we just see Inzaghi stall for a long time on Yoimiya until Rev uses up a lot of his dice.
Look at Inzaghi scheming at the bottom left there. His heart rate is skyrocketing, but he's smiling. He's thinking about something there.
Yeah, the one thing that could be tricky for Inzaghi here, he doesn't, because that Bennett talent isn't down, he isn't actually able to deal extra damage while healing at the same time. Oh.
Gambler's Cryo Res. Is this going to be enough to take out Yoimiya?
with Icy
And
Cold
it
it
is
is.
-7, just enough to take out Yoimiya. Only Child is left here.
Okay, so it's Child against the wall. We'll have to see if Inzaki can do it. I mean, he has to... Actually, I think he knows it's over, because, yeah, the Chongyun burst on the... Yeah, the Chongyun burst is going to be enough to finish him off, so, yeah, he's just going to end his round.
He's just spamming all the playable cards he has in his hand and ending immediately knowing it's -10 is enough to take out Child. That's tragic. So Rev is able to take a game back from Inzagi, and this best of 5 is not over yet for
It is
Rev.
not over yet, yeah. He has not lost yet.
He has not lost yet.
Yeah. But, I mean, I definitely think that was one of the worst matchups, of course, for Inzagi. I think he knows that, so, you know, conceding very early to defeat there, not needing to do anything on Child, because he knows exactly what's going to happen right afterwards. But really, that was showcasing the power of the Super Conductor in its fullest, you know, when there's no send-off to get in its way. And not to downplay, you know, Rev's skill there, but choosing to stay on Raiden and burst was actually a very important part of that game as well, because, again, one of the things that Inzaki was looking to do was apply Pyro to multiple characters, but by staying on Raiden, he forced the Bennett burst and the damage all onto Raiden, and then allowed his other characters to clean up.
And you know, it was so tragic watching Inzaki's cards because, you know, he had King Squire, and then he threw it away, and then he got Where's Hansen Razor, then he tuned it, and then he got... Like, basically, he didn't have all the components he needed to start the combination. Like, he got the card draw off, but, like, it was just too little too late.
Yeah. Definitely an interesting set of cards with the deck, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he queues into the same deck again. You know, now that one bad matchup is out of the way, it may be very good into the remaining cards. But you know, we don't really know the other 2 decks for Rev here, so we'll have to see if he picks something funky to fight that deck.
I hope someone clipped that, by the way. So here's the post-match breakdown. Yoimiya and Child doing no damage, Bennett doing 7. It's tragic. 7 total damage versus 37. Your Chongyun, of course.
Yeah.
The Cryo Res, Gambler skill, and 2 burst.
Yeah. To be fair, though, Child could have, you know, come back with some amount of damage, so it wasn't actually 0. It was probably closer to like 5 or 6. So.
Okay, 5 or 6 damage for Child, invisible damage. No, but I mean, I think it was funnier for Inzaki just spam a bunch of cards and then just turn. I think that was funnier.
Yeah. I mean, this is probably one of the most one-sided games that we have had against them, but it's a combination of just bad matchups and Rev playing very well to... I mean, here is really showcasing the power of avoiding elemental reactions from your opponent, staying on Raiden, and then making sure that all of Bennett's Pyro application goes on one character, left a lot of room for both Shenhe and Chongyun to take over the game.
Definitely. So, I mean, I feel like we're going to see that deck again, though, from
Probably. But, I mean, that
like
could be risky.
deck.
If Inzagi is too predictable, and if Red had cooked something really spicy in those last 2 deck slots, if he has something in there that is an aggressive deck that is good at breaking this kind of combo-oriented strategy from the Bennett Child Yoimiya deck, that could really put a halt on the plans that I think Inzagi's trying to employ here, which is, you know, just grind out. He has 2 matches buffer. One of them was taken out, but I think was very much expecting that matchup to not go his way. So I think he's too disappointed with the loss.
I feel like Inzagi might even play his freeze deck. I feel like it would be a really interesting pick, talking about, you know, picking something new to throw off your opponent. I think it was Ayaka, Shincho, Ganyu, Freeze. So, I mean, the damage can come out of either Ayaka or Ganyu in that deck. They're both really good damage dealers, very versatile, and you just get off Shincho Burst and go at it. So, that would be interesting to see if he doesn't want to pick the Yoimiya Child big deck. I want to see what Rev's bringing as well.
Yeah, Rev's definitely got the interesting choice here.
So here's that Quicken deck. Okay, he lost with it earlier, but maybe it's Redemption Arc time. You know, he cannot play Shenhe SE anymore because he won with it. So he was forced to choose a new deck, and of course it's this one.
I mean, when this deck goes off, again, it's really tricky because when you want to play a lot of games with this deck, it needs a lot of consistency, and it doesn't quite have that, I think. There's some cards coming in version 4.1 that might push it over the top. You know, there's an additional King Squire-like card that's a polearm, but without that card just yet, this deck does suffer from consistency, but if it draws the right combination of cards, I played games with this similar style deck where it just feels unstoppable.
Mm-hmm.
Like you'll roll over your opponents very quickly.
You know, I think I saw them talking to each other on the player cam, so I'm kind of wondering if we are going to see Inzaghi playing his Yoimiya Child Vaporize deck, because it has a very similar core, I think.
I mean, the Inzaghi's deck doesn't rely as much on the King Squire. The King Squire there is more of a value card, right? Being a weapon that only essentially costs 1 and gets you +1 damage, it lets you build up a lot of damage. But this is a pretty aggressive deck, and it's actually going to have a pretty favorable matchup if Inzaghi chooses this deck here.
Well, not only having a similar core, but also, you know, being some of the more unique decks that the players have brought today. So I'm pretty happy to see this matchup. We'll have to see. Like, both of these decks rely heavily on having lucky draws, I think. So
Yeah, I mean, I think Quicken might actually be favored. This is one of the few matchups where Quicken is favored. One of the reasons we've seen Quicken kind of drop out of popularity is it doesn't match well into the other games that are popular, other decks that are popular in the game metagame, like Ito, like Shanghai Superconduct. It's a little bit slower than those, but against this kind of strange combo-oriented deck, I think actually has a pretty good chance of kind of being a little bit faster.
I mean, we've seen this deck succeed today.
We have.
I really am excited.
I am. Yeah. I mean, this is. I don't think it's the matchup where it shines. So we'll have to see if Inzaghi is going to be able to clutch this one. It's going to be close. I think both decks are about the same speed. It really depends on if Inzaghi can dodge those Quicken reactions, so that's something to watch out for. You know, Rev is going to be very focused on applying Quicken early, and if he can especially draw his own King Squire, Golden House, that kind of combo, and get that engine rolling. I mean, I'm really excited to see that, because seeing it in action makes it feel completely broken. Like, when the deck works, you can do like 5-6 skills in a single turn for your opponent, and it is completely incredible to watch.
You see these players setting up to go into this 4th match of the best of 5 in the finals here. So just a reminder, if Inzaghi wins this match, he will be crowned the champion, winning 16,000 USD and a beautiful trophy on the table. If Rev takes this match, we will be going into a game 5.
Yeah.
So it's going to be over soon, or are we going to be going on for a while here?
Yeah, the potential reverse sweep here could be an incredible story. We have seen it happen before. You know, there's been a previous Prince Cup where I believe in the finals there was a player down 2-0, only to be reverse swept by the eventual winner.
And here we go.
Ooh.
Right away. I feel like it's pretty good for Rev.
I mean, drawing a
the Gamblers.
King Squire is definitely the best card in the deck, and drawing it early is very good.
Ooh, Dendro's and Woven. That's pretty good. So Inzaghi's going to get rid of Covenant and Woven. Basically, everything except Channeling Knife. Double Bennett Talent.
Yeah, Bennett Talent might be pretty crucial in this matchup. I don't think you can play the combo strategy quite as well, because your opponent is probably going to roll you over a little bit quickly. So going for Bennett Talent early and healing, that is going to leave him open to Quicken from the Rev very easily, though.
That is true.
Yeah, so what I'm predicting from Rev's side is probably going to start with official skill, and then we're going to see a King Squire, and then Kale is going to take over the game from there. And you'll be able to see how much damage that really can come out of that combination.
Dice not looking great for either side. I think, you know, Rev has enough to Oz, but then nothing really left there. But I mean,
Rev's dice are great. So this is one of the things I love about this deck, is that your King Squire is a dice fixer. It's not
yeah, you know you're right. Yeah, you're right.
It's not only something that can do you extra damage, but you can actually use off-element dice to equip that weapon, and then have a much easier time using the skills.
Trying the Knife and Treasure Seeking Sealy coming down for Bennett. We're going to see a skill.
Yeah.
You're right. You know, I was thinking Liven, but no, that...
No, you're almost certainly... It's
inspired.
going to be up to Inzaghi. Does he want to dodge the Quicken reaction here? Because he has to expect a skill from Kale, or is he going to stay on Bennett?
No, he's staying on Bennett, going for the normal attack. It could be dangerous, but he does have one more dice if he wants to swap off later. I don't know.
Actually, if Inzaghi stays on Bennett, I think Bennett goes down. So Rev has a Covenant and a Woven. If he tunes one card here to use Kale's skill, he actually has 3 more dice to snipe off Bennett if Inzaghi doesn't swap off.
You're probably going to opt to tune Dendro Res?
I actually like tuning Liven here, but maybe it's Dendro Res.
It's either Dendro Res or Liven.
It's one of those two. You want to keep your 2 Woven effects. I think you wanna give the opportunity for your opponent to misplay into your hand here.
Oh. Don't tune that. I don't think he sees it. If he's thinking about tuning Covenant, I don't think he sees the line. Okay. I think he's gonna play Dendro Res.
Okay, okay.
Okay. I mean, this is another line you could play, yeah.
This forces Inzaghi to swap off of Bennett or risk being killed. So this makes it harder for Bennett to burst. So this is also okay.
Yeah, you have to swap to Yoimiya. Looks like you don't really want Child to soak up any damage here. Not gonna play Timmy. Interesting.
Yeah.
I guess he anticipates.
I know he's gonna play it.
Oh no, that was Rev ending.
Yeah.
Slow swap and then.
I don't know. I personally really like the line of just like using the skill and then making your opponent think that you don't have the way to kill Bennett and then being able to snipe him off unexpectedly. That can be pretty powerful. But Rev here kind of doing the same thing, forcing his opponent off of a key character here, which is Bennett. And this is one of the reasons why aggressive decks are so good into combo decks. They really care about specific characters, and if you can pressure those characters enough, then it really hurts the game plan. Yeah, look at this.
-6 onto Yoimiya. Both Bennett and Yoimiya are not doing so well right now. Inzaghi has a lot of dice generation, getting Parametric Transformer and Vanessa's Rebellion from that Chung the 9th, but like...
Yeah.
You have no good way to go back on the Bennett, and staying on Yoimiya isn't going to help you very much either.
This is kind of why Yoimiya is in the deck as well. She's perfect for stalling here, using up 1 Pyro in order to just stay, and your opponent is kind of forced to use Kale Burst here. You almost have to go for it, and that gives you an opportunity to burst on Bennett. So the next round is going to be really crucial. But you can see how much pressure the Quicken deck is putting out when it draws that Kingsquire.
There's a whole lot of pressure here, and thankfully for Inzaghi, there's no gamblers on Rev's side, so there's not. I think the last 2 dice are either going to go to swapping off of Kale or to Liben. So.
I mean, it really depends. Rev has a couple of options here. He can either go for the kill and just hope he can fight through the Bennett burst, which is inevitably coming if he kills Yoimiya here, or he can start swap stalling. Right, Yoimiya is going to stall for time as well, but he can play the same game and start switching between Kale and Nahida in order to still threaten that Bennett burst.
Yeah, swap stalling might be the play here, because what else are you going to do with those 2 dice?
Yeah,
I guess he's just going to go for the burst?
He's going to go for the burst.
That will be enough to take out Yoimiya. So much damage. This is what Quicken is known for, doing a lot of damage really quickly. Of course, Bennett is coming out here. We're going to see Bennett talent to burst.
Yeah, this is his window to burst here. Waiting any longer is going to make it too difficult. He has to play this line. It's still not great for Inzaghi, I think, because Child isn't quite, I think, set up to take over the game, especially when your opponent's characters are so high health. Just that Kingsquire draw from Rev was so powerful.
It really was. No, tuning Worf. I think it makes sense.
Too late for this time.
Way too late. Tuning the second Bennett talent. You don't need 2 of them. And then I wonder if you play the Woven here. What do you do?
I think you play the Woven.
Scene Racer? Okay. Why not?
I mean, you might want to save that Woven for the critical turn. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a Liben pass at the end of this round. So not needing the Woven there.
And so I mean, both of Inzaghi's Pyro characters are probably going to be falling here, but Pyro is still applied on both Fischl and Kale, so there's still some reactions to be happening from Child. Also, Inzaghi does have a lot of dice generation. I think one thing we need to look for with the cards from Liben and the regular card draw is if he can find anything that will help him live just a little bit longer.
Yeah, and this is kind of why I wasn't liking this line with keeping Liben, because he hasn't been able to use it, and this is already too late. Like, Liben is no longer going to be useful. He cannot play it right now, because the next round, the game will end one way or another. I think I would much rather have had Covenant before used, and then tune Liben instead.
I also don't like the swap onto Fischl, because this lets Inzaghi end first with Liben, and so, I mean, he's going to be able to heal Bennett up a bit more and survive longer that way.
Fischl's a character you want to be on because...
Well, actually, no, summons.
Yeah, you want to have the Electro here, so it depends on if Inzaghi can find a way to take out Fischl before she summons. But with those 2 Quicken stacks remaining, even the Dendro characters,
Double Vanessa's Rebellion?
I mean, the main. So I was looking at the bottom, sorry, but the Unseen Razor Draw is actually really huge here. It's basically another free dice effect along with Rune of the Dream. So Rev has a really big turn as well.
Another smoked chicken.
So I'll have to see if Child can take.
Oh! I saw Injagi's reaction to the cards, and it looks like it's Kingsquire. Look at his heart rate, 150 right now.
I mean, Kingsquire is one of the cards he needs to kind of come back. And it has to be planned. So Vanessa's a really interesting card to use. You have to plan your turn very carefully. And not only that, he has Parametric Transformer in his hand that he has to plan around. All of these cards can affect your future turn. So you have to calculate how many dice you will need, how much damage you will do, and when you need to equip Gamblers. So that's all factoring into this decision here.
So much dice generation in Injagi's hand, but unfortunately there's really no sustain here, so...
I mean, there's Bennett Burst still.
There is Bennett Burst, but that's it.
I mean, that's pretty powerful sustain, as provided your opponent can't do large bursts of damage, which Collei can.
Quicken can.
That's one of the reasons why it's so important to keep Collei alive, and one of the reasons why Rev lost with his deck earlier was Collei was taken out, and that really reduced how effective Kingsquire can be.
Oh, looks like Injagi's thinking about it.
Yeah, I think you might just... Okay, so not going to play the second Vanessa. I kind of like just playing it because... Well, I guess it doesn't really matter either way.
He might be keeping it as a surprise later.
Sure. Oh, look at this.
Gamblers. Parametric Transformer going down. Pretty confident that he's going to get the Parametric Transformer off here.
Ooh, that is actually
Vaporize. Yeah, 7 taking out Official. The onslaught begins from Child
does
here.
begin.
So giving Injagi another 2 dice from that Gamblers. Nahida, nice and healthy. No Pyro on her. So it'll be harder for Child to take her down. This was the correct play, I think.
Yeah, so I actually think Inzaghi has enough dice here now. His 7, 8, 9, 10 effective dice in hand. Parametric Transformer about to go off for 11. And there's no...
Vanessa?
So what Rev was trying to do there going on to Nahida was to prevent another Gambler's proc, but I think there's going to be enough damage. Yeah.
-5. On to Nahida. Rev does not really have great dice right now. It does have a Bestus in hand. And like you said, that Liben, saving that Liben doesn't really help much of anything.
Yeah, I mean, I really wonder because... So had he made that play at the beginning, it's very possible Inzaghi would have ended on Bennett and would have denied the Bennett Burst completely, which is what this deck is built around. Without that Bennett Burst, the deck really doesn't have enough damage to overcome whatever it is that Rev is doing. But this is going to be really tricky. I think you have to normal attack here.
So...
Oh no, you can tune one. You can tune one.
Nahida falls here from Child. Is there any chance that Rev can use the other 2 cards that are not even in his hand to...
Okay, so Collei's skill should do... there's not going to be any more Quicken stacks, so it's only going to do 4 damage with the Kingsquire.
And that would... No.
Which is not enough because
Child's going to heal. Child's going to heal from Bennett's
6.
Burst.
Yeah. This is the problem here. That Bennett Burst is really... Yeah, I mean, I think this is... Oh, Inzaghi is very happy.
Smiling. Look at him. He knows.
Yeah, I think he needed to basically dodge I haven't lost yet, Burst, and maybe Adeptus Burst. And with that in mind, Child's going to... I think it's going to be just enough.
Oh my gosh. Okay, no.
He has to go for the kill here.
Northern Smoked Chicken here.
It really doesn't... I mean, this will... Yeah, let him continue to charge attack. I think this is it.
Riptide coming out, dealing damage to Collei as well. And of course, with Pyro applied onto her, it doesn't really matter. This is it.
Yeah, that all important. I mean, we're finally seeing this combo being played out here, but it doesn't matter because it's one
doesn't matter.
short.
It is 1 short.
Or 2 short even. Oh no. Lost Rev's camera, but must be very frustrating to get to this point, but Inzaghi is going to finish this
game.
game.
Timmy and tuning all of his cards.
He's got to finish with a Child
Probably
Burst.
Child Burst has to be.
And with a flourish.
-13 onto Collei. Inzaghi is our Prince Cup Finals winner. Congratulations to Inzaghi. Wow.
Yeah, that was a lot for Rev to overcome. You know, going 2-0, having that lead in a best of 5 is a tremendous amount of pressure. Inzaghi able to kind of keep going with the deck he knows performs and is consistent.
Yeah, and we're going to see a handshake here. And this has been it from us. Thank you so much for watching. We're going to pass to our host here very shortly.
Yeah, until next time.
Until next time.
All right, congratulations. All right. Izaki, would you like to join me right now? That's my man right here. Izaki is going to be the winner in the grand final of the Astra Carnival, the Prince Cup tournament. Congratulations. Oh, wow. How do you feel right now? He's like so excited, okay? Anyway, we're gonna present the prize to the winner, okay? So, there you go, my man here. Izaki, congratulations! The biggest honor for tonight, for today, all right, goes to Izaki. Of course, at the meantime, Rave, I need you to be on the frame as well, all right? Oh, this is world champion as well. Okay, hold on, we have one more this. Okay, so you're gonna get a medal and a trophy together. All right, congratulations. Okay, let's be on the frame. There we have our, all right, today, oh, I'm so excited, all right? I was like, especially during this, the third game, I was like, okay, there's a very nice strategy. Okay, anyway, congratulations, and Ray, you did a very great job as well. I was just wait, oh wow, this match, wow, I couldn't expect that, man. All right, so there we have our grand final, the winners today. And meantime, that goes for our second runner-up. Thank you very much for joining us, and you did a great job. Well done, man. Well done, thank you. Okay, so right now, I think everyone's getting excited, you know, it's like they never expect that it's gonna be, wow, that quick. At the meantime, it's gonna be very exciting. Okay, meantime, we're gonna do some short interview with Izaki right now. So, can you tell us, like, I just want to know, how do you feel right now as for the champion for this tournament?
My hands are shaking, my legs are shaking.
Do you know your heartbeat rate is going really, really high? When you look at the live stream, it's like so high, man. It's super, super high. Yes, how it goes up like 150 something. So it's like you are happy.
I feel dizzy, yeah.
All right, so how do you expect coming into this tournament?
Well, I believed I could win. You know, my Bennett Yoimiya child, I had it hidden since 1 month ago from Korea. I remember playing it with some Japanese players and we thought it was pretty good. So since then I've been, you know, hiding it until the past 2 days, and it seems like it did really well.
I see. So you learned something from there. I see. And also, who gives you the tougher match? I mean, like among like the top 4 finalists or the top 8 finalists, who gave you the tougher match?
I think all the matches were hard, but especially on day 1, when I lost the first match, you know, I was so scared that I would lose the second game and that would be it. But luckily, I passed through the first day and I kind of got a second chance.
All right. Oh, which means like the first, it was yesterday, right? The first day, the first shoot met. All right. He gave you the tough game. And of course, let's talk about the strategy you're having throughout this game. Okay, do you think like you have anything to improve on the strategies?
Maybe I was a bit too predictable. I wanted to win the final game with my favorite deck, and it could have gone against me if he had counter picks, but luckily he didn't, so it was okay. Yeah, if I had to go back, I would definitely not put my combo deck last. I would play it first or second, yeah.
I see. I think I'm gonna chill you down a little bit, man. You were like shaking. Your whole body was like shaking right now. Okay, let's take a deep breath. Anyway, you won this match. You are the champion for today. Once again, the champion of Astra Carnival, the Prince Cup. Okay, you have to be proud of yourself. Okay, let's take a deep breath. Once more. Okay, once again. Exhale. All right. Okay, so the last question: would you be joining if there is another next season of this Astra Carnival? Would you be joining next round?
So I'm really lucky that this Astra Carnival was at a convenient time where, you know, my school starts next week, so I was able to participate. I think it's a bit bittersweet because even though I won today, I think today is going to be the last competitive match I'll have. I don't think I'll be playing competitively anymore. So, you know, winning today means that much more. That kind of the reason I started playing competitively is because HoYoverse announced the Astra Carnival. So that was my main goal. You know, going to Korea was like the training arc, all to prepare for the past 2 days, and I'm just happy that I could end the journey perfectly.
I see. So definitely it's gonna mark the perfect ending. I mean, like you're not going to like go for any competitions like in the next few years. So you're gonna focus on the study. That's a very sad story. Oh, I think like most of the fans will be like sad as well. But I think Ravi is going to be happy though. Yeah, because if you're joining next year, so you're not going to see him again. You might be the next year champion. All right. Once again, Inzaki, you're the man tonight. Congratulations. All right, if you guys, can we take a photo together? All right, we shall look at the camera right now. You should, give a, raise it up, yes, the trophy. And can you please look at the camera right now? Okay, 3. All right. That's right, look at that, okay? Okay, 3, 2, and 1. And we're gonna leave one without me, okay? I'm gonna leave, you're gonna remain there, yes. No, I'm not gonna leave you, don't worry, I'm not gonna come back to you again, but I need you. There's one, only you, the one in the frame right now. Okay, look at the camera, Izaki. You won me the honor today. In the Astra Carnival, the Prince Cup 2023. Congratulations! All right, we need one video. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the grand final of the Astra Carnival, the Prince Cup, and there we have our champion right here, all right? And again, we definitely have so much fun with all of you, especially to all the shoppers, all the fans around here at the Summit Pyramid. Definitely we had a great time, all right? But it's a little bit sad to hear that Izaki is not going to join for the next match. But I believe that that's going to be more, the new players, they're going to sign up for next year. But definitely we hope that's going to be the next year, the Astra Carnival in year 2024. And we're definitely going to hope to see more and more different players signing up this, okay? All right, once again, congratulations. You need a tissue, right? You don't need. Don't know. All right, congratulations. Okay, so right now, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's all about today, the event, our Astra Carnival, the Prince Cup. I'm going to do the pretty summarize today, all right? That's all about today, and we're definitely having fun together with all these ladies and gentlemen, especially we have so many of you standing just right in front of us, okay? We have the shoppers around here, we have the fans of the Genshin Impact and joining us in this celebration, all right? And of course, to celebrate, we have the winner in this year 2023 in our Astra Carnival, all right? We're definitely having fun with all of you, okay, in the Summit Pyramid today, all right? So once again, thank you, especially for those who are watching the live stream together throughout the weekend, okay? If you have been with us since yesterday, watching the live stream, all right? Thank you very much. We hope every one of you do enjoy all the matches and in this tournament as well. And again, remember to rate us and tell us how do you feel about this event, okay? Leave us a comment and tell us. At the meantime, don't forget to like us on our Facebook page, all right, or Instagram, or the Discord as well, okay? And we're gonna post up more and more information up there and coming down the next tournament, when it's gonna be and what it's gonna be as well. Once again, thank you each and every one of you, and it's Dylan here. We hope to see you in the next Ewan. Have a great night. Thank you and bye-bye. Good job, man.